leaders have just appeared behind them as well. So for the first time, they're about to be lapped. Just before they get lapped, then the Nova Racing team, Zhao Min, has made the move. And off the circuit we go into the gravel. Want to get onto that tarmac as quickly as you can, and we did. Well, that could have been a race ender. That gravel being nice and wet and compact, you get stuck in that, you're in trouble. Luckily, they had enough momentum to not really be in any trouble. The team that's lost out here, though, is Win Here Racing. They've lost a little bit of time. Through the Origin Motorsport, I say it lost a little bit of time. Actually, on the previous lap, they lost 9/10 of a second. There's nothing to do with the back markers. It's that Origin Motorsport's Wan Bo has just put the fastest lap in the race. 2:14.215, and they are now flying. The battle for the race lead is very much hotting up. This is great stuff. And if we could have these two going at it like this for the next 7.5 hours, I would not be opposed to it. Oh, that's a dip in the gravel. That will cost you lap time. That is why it's so much more of a hindrance to have gravel on the side of the track than just a runoff, because it means that drivers genuinely lose time when they make a mistake, and that was a mistake. Lost a few tenths. The pressure now not so much on Win Here Racing, so they've at least got one more lap to breathe easy and be golden. So they are all good. So we're going towards turn number 1 once again. And what lap are we on now? We're on 10 laps. So 3 laps under safety car, now 7 laps in anger. And in terms of lap times, still in the mid-14s right now. Mid-14s for our front two. 1.1 second is the advantage. It was very much closer than that last time round. Well, if you are on the YouTube chat, you can come and get involved. I'll be able to say a little hello to you and all that good stuff. Yeah, get yourselves involved in the YouTube chat. If you are watching, let me know where you're watching from around the world. Always good to meet new people. Always good to say hello. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody from around the world. You have tuned into the Shanghai 8 hours, and right now we've got a battle for the lead that's about 1 second apart from each other, so very, very close indeed. We're on board then with another battle. This is for a top 5, 33R by HAR, bright orange car, number 33, with Garfield on the side of it, a beautiful looking car. Trying to get themselves into a top 5. They have made some moves and shakes over the course of this race so far. In front of them, though, is the Viper Niza Racing. Dominic Ang seems to be struggling with the conditions. He's struggling ever so slightly compared to what we're seeing at the front end of this race. Both of these cars about 21 seconds now off of the lead in total. Be able to hold on here. Again, the gap's not really coming down significantly enough for there to be any worries. for the Viper Nisa racing team. Dominic Ang doing a good enough job of holding on, but they are dropping time off the leaders. New fastest lap actually was done on the last lap by Winier Racing, 2:14.030. And in all fairness, it seems like the 33R team have figured out. They did a 14.2, a 14.5 for the Viper Nisa racing team, 15.2 for Climax Racing. So in all fairness, yeah, these two are closing up. Right now, P5 and P6 are as quick as the leaders. Maybe a couple of tenths off, nothing more. They may be as quick as we see the number 97 there nearly making a mistake. Got it all figured out in the end. That's the Z.Speed car. This is a race for P2 and P3 in the GTC Porsche Cup. It's the battle for second position on the road. Number 97 holding it firm right now. Eric Kwong is behind the wheel. And then you've got Hubo behind them as well in that very lovely multicolored livery. It's like a rainbow. It is like a rainbow. And I'm telling you guys, I am very impressed with the liveries today. The liveries very much put a smile on my face. If you know me, you know that I do love a good livery. Makes it easier for a commentator. As we see our first 2:13 of the race. And it was actually produced by Winier Racing at 2:13.4, but then straight away the Origin Motorsport team have beat that time. So they're finding so much more time, so much water now being dispersed off this race circuit. And it would appear that the rain may have subsided a touch, meaning that it's not being replaced. So the track now becoming a little bit faster, considering we started this race where they were doing 2:19s. They're already about 6 seconds a lap faster. So very impressive indeed. It'll be interesting to see what the battle for P5 are doing as well. Obviously they were very, very quick. But we are on board with the battle for P2 in the Cup car class. Not quite close enough actually. It's almost identical, the positions that they are in. If anything, number 97 managed to find a little bit more of a gap. So the Z.Speed, Eric Kwong, who's about to come across the line. And we'll find out exactly how far they are behind the leader. It's about 7 seconds. They're only about 7 seconds. We go on board then with that battle for a top 5. And it looks like they may have caught up with the car in front of them as well. It's the Origin Motorsport, number 51, unless that is a back marker. No, it is. It's the number 51. So the Origin Motorsport car's been caught up, and all of a sudden we've got a 3-way battle for a top 4. Things spicing up nicely here, boiling up. See again Garfield on the side, waiting to get involved. Head down the massive long straight. So we get a lovely shot there of the number 69. So they're about to be lapped. Almost lapped up to P15 now. But you can see that as much as it looks like there's a lot of water out there, the amount of spray coming off the back of the cars now is a little bit less than it was. And because the field's so spread out now, there's always someone on a specific part of the race circuit, which is extremely helpful for lap times. But the race lead is still the Winier Racing by HAL, and now 1.7 seconds clear. They have managed to put in a bit of a flyer that last lap. Yeah, they were half a second faster than Origin Motorsport. It's ebbing and flowing at the front. Again, if you are watching at home on the Shanghai 8-hour channel, get yourselves involved in the chat. See if we can have fun like we did with the Sepang 12-hour. The Sepang 12-hour, we grew a massive following during that day. And maybe we can do the same today during this 8 hours race in China. Head there through turn number 6. Now we're heading through towards turn number 7. The number 51 with the Peppa Pig on the side of the car. Very much struggling. been caught very quickly here, actually, by the Viper Racing team. So Min Heng leads his pack. Dominic Ang in behind, and then Luo in behind them as well. Are they potentially catching up to the other Climax Racing team? Yeah, they are. So this group is very much closing up with each other. So it's almost going to become a four-way battle. They've got a cup car to deal with here as well. Ooh, wow, the AMG there nearly got touched up by the number 33. But I tell you what, the number 33 is going to make a move here, but actually get boxed in. Oh, that was very clever driving there by the AMG, boxing the Audi in, forcing him not to be able to make a move. They have now just got past the number 69. That was for a lap. But yeah, right now, the battle for the podium is on, because Bi Huang for the Climax Racing team is only just a couple of seconds up the road now. As we see a potential send. Oh, massive snap there. On the very wet part of the race circuit, tough to get the car stopped. And ultimately, very lucky to still be facing in the right direction. And again, struggling as we all coming towards the end of a stint. Just over the halfway point of our racing. There are also penalties for drivers in different classes. So there are time penalties in the pit stop phase for higher class drivers. Balance out stints. You'll see that some cars will be in the pits longer than others. That's because of the standard of driver that they are putting in the car, or they have in the car, should I say, on that previous stint. But I'll tell you what, right now, this is a bit of a ferocious little battle. Luo is absolutely looking to get a move done here for a top 5. Sends it up the inside, has to back out of it, loses more time. You can see a little bit further up the order, the Climax Racing team of Bi Huang. I say you can see him, you can't. You can see the spray that's being kicked up. But they are catching up pretty quickly as well to Bi Huang, albeit he was one of the faster drivers on the circuit last time around. The front two by now are flying. 2:13s for them. They're about 1.5 seconds faster than everybody else out on the circuit. So the front two are absolutely flying here. They've got a 20-second advantage over the rest of the field. Nothing that a safety car wouldn't sort out, and in these conditions that is very likely indeed. So it's almost worth not really pushing until the latter stages of this race. See that Audi there aquaplaning through the right-hander. These cars have got so much grip, but in these conditions it becomes so treacherous. As there is the number 2 then, that is the Climax Racing AMG, and you can see then the lights appearing as they've got the BMW GT4 to contend with. New fastest lap of the race, and that's for Win Here Racing. We've got that BMW that's just sat on the inside there into the final sector, thinking, please get past me nicely, please get past me nicely. Hopefully you guys can see me. Well, luckily they did. They all saw. That could have been very naughty indeed. You can see there the line across the start-finish line very much starting to form. I say drier line. It's still massively wet, but maybe just a little bit of a drier line. And there's the move then, down towards turn number 1. And finally, the number 33, the Garfield liveried car, has made the move. That's the top 5 then for 33R by HAR. And now they've got a little bit of clear track to work with, albeit about a second and a half up the road to the next car. How fast are they? Luo, maybe an opportunity to make up some inroads. Number 33 started in P13, by the way. So P13 put a 33R by HAR to make their way up to a top 5. That is impressive. Definitely the biggest movers of the race so far. And maybe a couple more spots to go. I wouldn't put it past them being in top P3 by the end of this stint. But the track is definitely getting faster. The drivers are getting more and more confident as well, knowing where to place their car, knowing exactly where the grip is, where the grip isn't. I think that's half the battle knowing where the grip isn't. Get some lovely camera shots. Really nice camera shots. Again, if you're watching over on the Shanghai 8-hour YouTube channel, make sure you let me know where you're watching from. Say hello in the chat. Maybe you're supporting. Maybe you're one of the team members. You're watching your team. You are. Get involved. Say hello. Have some fun. And there's the first 2:12 of the session. 2:12.8. It's actually 1.4 seconds quicker than P2. So Wan Bo and the Origin Motorsport team, they're starting to struggle here as we're seeing some moves being made a little bit further back. That is a lapping. So the number 37 car getting past the GT4 Audi. They do look so similar, albeit it's very obvious which one's a GT4 and which one's a GT3. As the Winner Racing team nearly end up through the back there of the 610 Racing Porsche 718 Cayman. That would not have been good. That would not have been good. And all of a sudden, if they all closed up here, there is an issue. There is definitely an issue. So the Porsche 718 Cayman was a massive chunk of time ahead of the other GT4s, but just isn't anymore. It's right, it's been caught by the Nova Racing team. As we see a potential move then for a top four. Luo is on the hunt. Min Heng in the Origin Motorsport number 51. It's Garfield versus Peppa Pig. It's Battle of the Animals. Battle of Audi versus Porsche. And right now, the way the Audi's driving, you wouldn't bet against it. So much spray coming off the rear of that Porsche and that rear diffuser. But are we about to see a move from Luo? Bit of a mistake there actually from the Porsche. Runs out wide. Big tank slapper. That might be the opening needed for the 33R Racing team. Are we about to see a move here? This will be the third time that we'll see a move down in towards this corner from the number 33. Normally they wait until the exit. Jumps over the curb. Bit of contact I think there. Very aggressively done. But ultimately that mistake came from turn number 9, the exit of turn number 9, in towards turn number 10. There's a big tank slapper, and the 33R Audi R8 car has made a move. And now all of a sudden, you've got to be looking a bit further behind. Viper Nisa Racing team, they also look like they might want to come through. Believe me, guys, there are some cars coming through that spray and that rain. And I'll be seeing a move being made by the Viper Nisa team. Yes, we do. Down in towards the hairpin of turn 14. Late on the brakes, up the inside. 51 is going to fight back here, but just going to run out of road, run out of time. And ultimately, the move has been done. So from one little tank slapper, number 51 falls a couple of positions. Less than ideal. I'll tell you what. Luo now off to chase down a potential podium spot. Although P3 right now are the fastest car on circuit. The front three right now all running in 2:13, and everybody else is around about the 15th. But remember, the 33R by HAR had to make an overtake, which in dry conditions is about half a second, isn't it? Maybe a little bit more, depending on how many corners it takes to get the move done. In wet conditions, it's significantly more. Significantly more. So we'll see exactly what the lap times are once they next cross the line. But the gap's about 6.8 seconds between P3 and P4, and we'll be closing in very quickly indeed. Number 97. Currently second in the GT Cup Porsche class. Second by about, trying to figure it out here, about 9 seconds. Not too far off. And as you can see, there is definitely a drier line starting to form around here in Shanghai. I don't believe the weather is going to change at all during this race. There is the number 911, currently in 11th position overall. but the leader of the GTC Porsche class. And in complete control, really. In terms of the GT Cup class overall, not anywhere near the Lamborghini. They're about 30 seconds up the road. So there's a Super Trofeo that's racing in this class. But in terms of the GTCP race, the lead is with them. Oh, we've got a new fastest lap from the number 33. There we go. So 13th on the grid, up to 4th, and now the fastest car out there. And I believe that's the first 2:12 we have seen. No, sorry, we've seen one more. We've seen a 2:12.860, but that was done a few laps ago by the race leaders. So new fastest lap then. And the gap between P4 and now P3 has come down by about 2 seconds. So the race is on for that final podium spot. We've only got 7 hours, 15 minutes to go. There's plenty of time for it to happen. But all of a sudden, number 33 looked really fast indeed. There is the number 19, the Uno Racing Team. They started in P6, but they've dropped down. They've dropped down to P8. They've lost 2 positions so far in this race. And they're under a bit of pressure now from the HZO Fortis Racing Team. We've got Hyrel and Hazik racing later on. They're both racing in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo this season. I'll be commentating on that in Asia. It's a few rounds this year, and they will be racing for that team later on. As we see the number 33 dealing with the backmarked traffic there. It looks like the 96 was going to make friends with the rear of that orange car. That would not have been nice. Luckily, they're all good. But what a stint it has been from Luo. Luo has started this race in P13 and made his way up into 4th position, and now is the fastest driver out on track. Brilliant stuff. As now we've got the new fastest lap. Oh, it's been beaten straight away. So we had it momentarily for Andy Deng, a 2:12.6. Now it's a 2:12.584. Well, are we about to see the number 33 go even faster? So there are 3 cars that are trading fastest laps now at this stage of the race. And this is brilliant stuff. Across this grandstand, across the start-finish line we will go. Is this going to be a new fastest lap? No, it's not. It's a 2:13.8, which is not sluggish by any stretch of the imagination, but has lost a bit of time to the front 2. Has gained time, though, on P3. So it's going to be, I think, 3 or 4 laps before we see a battle for a top 3 spot between Climax Racing and 33R by HAR. And actually, the 33R by HAR, they started last in the GT3 AM class. They now lead the GT3 AM class out of the 5 cars involved. So you can see all the yellow boxes on the left-hand side of your screen. The Origin Motorsport team are also GT3 AM by the looks of things, but they're down as a GT3 lone car. So maybe there's a little bit of a mistake there in the timing tower. So yeah, maybe a slight mistake there in the timing tower. But across the line then for the GTC Porsche, the 69 racing team. Just on board with that, as we see the BMW get out the way, the sole BMW on our grid. Gaha Racing by HAR, Jiang Hongyu behind the wheel. There's the number 710. X-Wolf, hello. Welcome to the broadcast. All the way from America. Love to see it. Again, if you want to get involved and have a chat in the chat, I'm more than happy to answer any questions about this championship. I have done my homework that I've been sent, so I should be able to give you some nice information about what is going down. If you've just joined, we started under safety car conditions. 3 laps we were under safety car conditions. And from then on, we've been green racing from the start. And actually, it's been a very good race indeed. Front 2, we've been trading fastest laps. And then the third, P4 has managed to also get involved in that battle. They started 13th position, and they've got up to P4. The 33R by HAR. Across the line, P1 and P2 have gone. They're back into the 13s. And we've just seen the new fastest lap lengths. The number 33 are absolutely flying. A 2:12.450. Wow. Kyle Luo is absolutely flying right now. We did wonder how fast would they be with clear track. And the answer to that is yes. Just yes. Closing up now in towards that battle for a top 3. So bright orange car, number 33. What kind of inspiration? Where's the inspiration come from for that? I wonder. With Garfield on the side of the car, it is a beautiful livery. It is a very nice livery indeed. There is the number 2. They started 3rd on the grid, and they are currently in 3rd position. And they are losing a lot of time. About a second a lap, actually. As you can see there, visually, the gap is very much getting smaller as they make their way through turns number 6. Should I say turn number 12? Now down towards 13, in towards 14. A big hairpin. Got completely lost there for a second. And yeah, the track has got faster and faster as this stint's gone on. And I'm not sure whether that's because there's less water on the circuit, because it doesn't look like it. I think it really is just more confidence in the drivers. So expect to see the same stories in every single stint. When a new driver gets into the car, that it will become, you know, very slow from the beginning of the stint. And then, of course, they have to find their confidence. So actually expect drivers to stay in the car for multiple stints opposed to changing over. Being confident in the car is absolutely massive. And I can only imagine these guys with some fresh rubber on will be absolutely flying. So lap time watch there. Fastest car on track was a 12.8, and again that's the number 33. A fair chunk of change though behind the leaders. So about 28.6 seconds off the leaders, but at one point they were 40 seconds behind, so they are absolutely flying and catching up. As we now come through turn number 6 to start sector number 2. And catching a car is one thing in these conditions. It's the passing bit that's tough because you just lose so much visibility. You lose downforce as well. Get a superb little onboard. How smooth the inputs are. How smooth those inputs are. Have to be in these conditions. But you are definitely going to see some bright lights in your rear view mirror. It's going to put the pressure on. This is the strongest sector for the number 33. They've managed to make 4 overtakes now through this section of the circuit. They've got it absolutely nailed. Wondering whether there's going to be an opportunity for any more moves in this stint. Whether 9 positions is the maximum. So we're on board then with our P3. This is the Climax Racing team in the AMG. Get now a long shot of them behind. And that Audi is stalking the number 2. Such traction out of a corner as the Audi today. And for the first time, you think this next lap might be the lap where we have a new driver in the top 3. The top 3 have been the same since the start of this race. 54 minutes in, I think that might be in danger of being broken. So we go across the line, and we've had to see another fastest lap though. That's the question. 2 minutes 12.6. It's a full second gained once again, and there are only 3 cars in the 2 minute 12s. P1, P2, and indeed P4. We've got TK in the chat supporting Luo, I believe. I'm assuming LKL means that they are supporting Luo. Hey, Luo. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the 8 hours of Shanghai. There is your race leaders. Nice little gap now, about 3 seconds to work with. done the hard work now. It's all about getting to the end of the stint with this gap in hand. But with these conditions, how wet it is, whatever gap you can make up in a stint can so easily be chewed up with one safety car. All it takes is one driver to make a mistake. The fact that we've gone green for the first hour in these conditions is actually very impressive. Well, there's a bit of a mistake there from Luo. Probably eager to get close into this corner here where he's been very quick and very good. A little bit too eager there. Oh, well, that's a mistake. That is a big mistake, and that is a big aquaplane, and that might be our first safety car after green conditions. That car just kept going. The rain is set to be in all day. It's set to be in all 8 hours. As we're seeing some of our first pit stops then, into the pits come Nova Racing. Xiao Min is getting out of the car. And once they cross the timing beam, I'll be able to tell you exactly who's getting into the car. So we're about to get a replay of this. Look, here we go. So we're heading down in towards turn number 11, and yeah, number 2 just kept going straight on. And that doesn't look, there wasn't like a lock-up there until the very end. Not sure if they missed their braking point. Well, they're going again. They are going again. Is there a failure in that car? Well, there's a reverse. Okay, I think they're going to be good. But that is a huge, significant drop now. They are down to 8th position. Good news for the 33R team, but not good news for Climax Racing. So there is the Nova Racing team. Again, Zhao Min was in the car. And would it be Wu Zhenlong who gets into the car this time round? So yeah, the weather forecast is supposed to be like this for the next couple of hours, and then it will sort of be a little bit lighter, maybe 10%, 20% lighter near the end of this race. But it is set to rain the whole time. If you're watching at home, it's been a very interesting race to start off with. Origin Motorsport are currently in 2nd position. They're actually now starting to close the gap up again. Gained a 1/10 of a second on the previous lap. 33R by HAR had to avoid the car in front, didn't they? Making that mistake. Climax Racing team, who are now, I assume, into the pits. Climax Racing team come? No, they have managed to keep going, so they're all good. So Nova Racing are back out. Het Jock. Hello. Hello. Oh, there we. It's the race leaders. That is the race leaders. It's the number 37. Pretty sure that's the number 37. It's not that clear. No, it's not. It's the number 777. So it is the Climax Racing, a Climax Racing team, should I say? That is Zhou Liwan, who is off the circuit here. There has been no call for a safety car. I guess the car is significantly off the circuit. As we see the number 222 now come into the pits. So that is Zhu Yangfen. Cheng Sitong, he's in the Nova Racing team. So that's the first stint then for Chen Sitong. That looked like the race leaders were out there. It's not. It is the number 777. There we go. So I can clearly see now it's the number 777. And they are in a bit of trouble here. So the Climax Racing team, they're going to fall further and further back. And yeah, the issues have come from our GT3 class. The GT3 class, at the end of a stint, starting to have a few issues. And there is a full course yellow. It's 80 kilometers an hour for each car now. So there'll be a full course yellow until they get rid of that car out of the gravel. Car will be able to continue. But we do have a full course yellow. We are exactly an hour into this race as well. So we are exactly into this race as it stands. The lead is Win Here Racing. We've then got Origin Motorsport, 33R by HAR, who have managed to go from P13 to 3rd. 10 positions for the 33R team. That is impressive. And they would be hoping for a safety car here. The perfect scenario right now for 33R would be a safety car, because that puts them right in it. Because right now, 28.8 seconds is tough for them to overturn. That is the gap. Yeah, people are going to do their pit stops now. It makes sense. While you're under full course yellow, you're going to lose a lot less time in the race. And I wonder if that's going to be Harry or Haziq Zyrel. Again, two drivers I've been commentating on in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo over the course of the last year. They will be getting into the Absolute Racing car. It's the HZO Fortis Racing Team by Absolute Racing. Just rolls off the tongue. Not a long name at all. But welcome if you've just joined the stream, guys. Welcome. We had some technical issues, so the stream had to restart. But if you are watching, you can hear me while we're under this full course yellow. If you have any questions about this race, please get yourselves involved. If not, go get yourself some drinks and snacks. Go settle in with your best blanket and come and watch the next 7 hours of racing. This should be fun. It should be a fun race. But yeah, I would be super surprised if we don't see every car bring it into the pits right now. Well, Origin Motorsport haven't. Well, it's not a happy camper there. I think that is Andy Deng, isn't it? No, that is Andy Deng. So Andy Deng's out the car for Win Here Racing by HAR. They're going to take full advantage of this here. And again, are the 33 by HAR going to bring it in? I am so surprised that we have not seen the number 4 bring the car into the pits. They're going to lose so much time. They're going to lose so much time by not making this decision. Yeah, 33R by HAR, they surely have to come in as well. Basically a free, what, half a free pit stop? Basically half a free pit stop. Yep. Viper Niza are in. 33R by HAR are in. The only team not to come into the pits from the lead drivers is Origin Motorsport. I think that is a bit of a mistake. I really do. I think that is a bit of a mistake. So there is your race leaders now. And I guess, well, the only thing they can be hoping for is that it goes green as early as possible. Or they know that it's going to stay yellow for a good couple of laps, and then they bring the car in. So they're trying to wait till right to the end, or go as long as they can. That's also something that can make complete sense. So it's not the end of the world. Andy Deng is going to be out of the car. Kyle Luo is going to be out of the car. Dominic Ang, who's in the Viper Niza Racing team, he's going to be out of the car. Min Heng's going to come out of the car. As we see the number 65 there for Viper Niza Racing. So there were your race leaders who came into the pits during this yellow flag, full course yellow. And they are out now. And it's going to be Lu Hangcheng into the car for Win Here Racing. And there is the safety. It's not the safety car though. So we got a full safety car now. So the medical car again being used as a safety car. And I'm wondering now if this was actually the best call. Does this now give the number 4? Well, no. It won't. They're going to drop right to the back here, surely. Also, if you have just joined us, the medical car is the safety car. There must be an issue with this. There was a safety car, the Lamborghini, but there must be an issue with it. So the medical car is now being used as a safety car. And I can tell you right now that Hyundai wasn't expecting to be the safety car today. But here we are. So if you're wondering why the pit crew are not doing anything to the car, basically every level of driver has a penalty added to their time. So if it's a pro driver, for instance, they have a heavier penalty than what an AM driver does. So it could be 5 seconds, it could be 20 seconds. But that's the penalty. So is the number 96 being flashed to say you can go? Yeah, I think they are. I think they're being told you can go and rejoin the back of the queue if you want. And I'm wondering if that will be the case for all of the lapped vehicles or not. So this is very strange here. So Origin Motorsport find themselves in the lead, but they are going to have drivers right behind them that have pit. Although they could only be at 80 kilometers an hour right now, so they might not catch up. But this is very strange indeed. Right, while this is happening, guys, I'm going to go get myself a drink. But yeah, don't go anywhere. So we are in for a bit of a fascinating time. That is correct, David. Yeah, that is correct. That's exactly how it works. Right, let's go get myself a drink.
好，现在我身旁站着呢，就是37号车组的车手邓毅。那刚刚的表现可以说是非常好哈，一直把我们的车是开在一个这个第一的这个位置。这不知道自己的这个感受怎么样呢？开下来。
我觉得赛道的路面情况肯定还是很恶劣的，因为雨是虽然说越来越小，但是路面并没有抓地力会越来越好。 所以我觉得对车手是一个很严峻的考验吧，在这8个小时里，而且我们预计下午的地应该也不会干的。
因为据我了解到，您是第一次参加这种长距离的耐力赛，不知道对于自己这一次首次参赛的体验来说是怎么样的呢？
我觉得以平常心对待就好了，然后开好自己的 Steam 就可以了。
好，我们也期待你们后续的表现，谢谢。
Could not agree more. Right, back to the racing action. So there is your race. They were your race leaders, Winair Racing, and now they're to the back of the line. This is going to make it very interesting as to what happens now. So the Origin Motorsport are at the head of this little train behind the safety car. There you go. Here is your race leaders, Origin Motorsport. Surely the only sensible thing for them to do is for them to come in. There's number 97. That's one way of putting fuel into the car, is by actually stepping into the boot. He's right in there. He was right inside the boot there, putting the fuel in. Oh, you love to see it. If you've ever wondered what that hose going into the side of the car is, that is a pressurized hose, an air pressure hose. So what that does is that's what forces the car up, and then of course they release the air. The air forces the like metal sticks to poke down and lift the car up, and then they let go and it drops the car. So if you're new to all of this, that is exactly what that is. That is not putting any fuel. That's not an electric charger either. But we are under safety car conditions. So we had a safety car because the number 777 decided to have a bit of fun in the gravel. The Climax Racing team. So we're waiting for it all to figure itself out. There is the classification then. So it is, oh, they're definitely not the winners. Unless I've... Yeah, well, I certainly haven't been told that this race is over. But here we go. Here is a look at the race start then. This is what happened at the beginning. Everybody was off after 3 laps under safety car conditions. Well, the visibility was absolutely awful. The front two got away nicely. Winair Racing in the Audi, and then we had, of course, Origin Racing. This was the battle for P3 earlier on in this race. as they came onto the back straight through turn number 13. And there you see the move was indeed made there. So of course they've dropped back since that point of the race. The number 33 though, 33 by HAR, they have absolutely stormed through the field. P13 up into third position. Really impressive stuff. You see a little moment there. That was P2, they were looking for the lead of the race. The number 96 making a move then on the number 326. This was the P2 in the class, Nova Racing making their way up the order. They were actually the first team to pit in this race. It took a few laps for them to eventually get the opportunity down towards turn number 1. The move was done and dusted, and they didn't really look back. There you go. See then the leaders coming through to lap themselves again. And the 326 very nearly got themselves stuck in the gravel there, and that would have been a safety car very early on. So there we go, that's the first hour highlights. I hope we haven't just had race winners, guys. That was the graphic set, but never believe a race graphic. That is for certain. They're all still circulating around the Shanghai circuit in hour number 2 of this race. Again, you might be thinking, why is the medical car the safety car? Well, these things are...
好，那站在我身旁的呢，就是51号车的车手闵恒。怎么样？现在开下来？
今天由我来发车的，然后其实有一点小小的压力，因为如果在耐力赛发车如果出问题的话。就会影响整个比赛，就会辜负那个队友对我的期望。然后再加上今天是下雨天，然后也是第一次驾驶这个992型的 GT3R，对这个车辆还没有完全的熟悉，包括我的队友，就我们4个人都是第一次驾驶这款车。所以说我们昨天每个人其实只有1次机会去试这台车，然后也是有一个很短的一个窗口，然后去熟悉这个车辆，然后今天就直接就开始比赛了。然后我们还好我们的比赛在发车的时候非常的完美，没有出任何的问题，然后也是保守的在做圈，就等前面的车辆自己去犯他们的错误，然后就看到前面的车一个一个的去犯错，所以就现在我们的名次是组别的第1位，待会希望接下来我的队友能够安全的完赛，把车带回来，谢谢。
好的，谢谢哈。
My favorite thing about
刚才呢，我们采访到51号车车手闵恒，他说到，每辆车的发车都是非常重要的所以的话，他也是保持着一个发车的优势，一直到现在是拿到了组别的第1所以我们也是希望他能够继续保持。So we have just asked Minheng how does he feel about today's competition. He said he has a good beginning and he hope he can hold the situations in the continues. So we looking forward for their behavior.
That is impressive. Not only are we getting the interviews in Chinese, but we're also getting them in English. I have so much appreciation for that. Thank you very much. But yeah, Minheng, what was the most impressive thing about that interview? Well, he was wearing a Climax Racing outfit, and he's racing for Origin Motorsport. So he's hedging his bets a little bit as to who he wants to win this race, I guess. Honspit there, the sponsor of this car. I will be interviewing them at an event in a couple of weeks' time. It's nice to see them represented in the real world of racing. So there we go, they have decided to pit then. Origin Motorsport have dropped down the order though. That is a mistake, big mistake there. But they've now dropped massively down the order. They're going to be in the back of the pack here. They surely had to come in early. I wonder whether that might make it might help them later in this race. I'm just not sure how at this point. So yeah, the Win Here Racing team, who are actually behind a lot of lap traffic now, I'm wondering if they're actually going to be allowed to go by. So it remains to be seen as to what exactly ruling they're going to put into place here. I know they can do that, but it is all up to the race director. And there we go, flying out, off we go. It's going to feel beautiful having some fresh rubber, albeit it's going to be a heavy car. But the number 4 are through. TK, I'm glad you noticed it as well as I did. I certainly noticed the outfit. Yeah, it wasn't lost on me. Safety cars coming in. Here we go. We're about to go racing, and well, no, those lap cars are not going to be allowed by. And this might be the only saving. Actually, I tell you what, that is going to hurt Origin Motorsport even more, isn't it? They're going to be almost half a lap back. Oh dear, where are they actually? Oh wow, yeah, they're massively down. They are more than half a lap behind. We are off, we are green flag racing. That is devastating here for Origin Motorsport. They have dropped down significantly. The sister Origin car, number 51, they've gained the spot. They're actually now into P2. And the 33R by HAR in Jason Lowe in the car now. They'll be looking to try and figure out the best course of action in continuing their uptrend from 13th up into 3rd position in this race. But this next lap is going to be absolutely crazy because there's lap cars, there's GT4 cars, and GTC cars, just all in the way of each other. So this is absolutely ridiculous what we're about to see here. And it looks like the 33 Racing team are a lot slower now with Jason Lowe in the car, unfortunately for them. And you can see people trying to find themselves some real estate. And this is where things can go very awry very quickly. There is the car that caused the caution, number 777. Well, they are flying through. The 777 are a lap down, I believe. Yeah, of course they'll be a lap down. And now they're doing their best to try and get themselves back up the order. But it will figure itself out. It might take a couple of laps here, but we will get it all figured out as to exactly where everybody is. All we need to know really is that Shanhai Racing is still leading. They were leading once the safety car came out, and they are still leading here. And well, there is the start of a lap then for the number 4. They were leading under the safety car because they hadn't pit. And they've pit a little bit too late, and now they are so far behind. And that might, you assume there's going to be another safety car at least in this race. With 6 hours 43 minutes to go. But that might have just killed their chance of winning this race. Timing in endurance racing is absolutely everything, as the 777 is going to sweep around the outside. Through turn number 13. That is exactly right, TK. Yeah, a lot of these drivers have raced for different teams in the GT Challenge, World Challenge Asia. Oh, it's a big ding-dong there for position. So again, the number 777 battling with the number 710, which is the Madness Racing Team, Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And if you remember rightly, when we did the Sepang 12-hour earlier this year, and I'm sure a few of you would have been watching that, some of the Lamborghini Super Trofeos found some real pace during that race in wet conditions, so maybe we'll be seeing the same once again. And actually, they qualified P8 overall in this race, so you know they're going to be somewhere handy. But we are green light racing once again. Shanhai Racing by HAR lead the way, 3.6 seconds clear of Origin Motorsport. By Jason Gu is in the car. We've then got Hu Haoyet in the Uno Racing team. They dropped like a stone in the first stage, and then they're at P3. And Jason Lowe in the 33R by HAR, unfortunately, already down to P5. So the stint of dreams in stint 1, not so much in stint number 2. And the real loser in the safety car situation is that of the Origin Motorsport car we're on board with right now. They find themselves so far now off the pace. What sort of lap times are they producing those? Well, a 2:14.0. So catching up very, very quickly already. Was 10 seconds faster than the lead group there. Yeah, so the AM Plus was 10 seconds faster than Lu Hangcheng for Shanhai Racing by HAR, but of course they're now dealing with traffic. So it's only going to take 6 more laps like that for them to catch up to the lead group. Find it very difficult to believe that's going to continue to happen, but you never know. They're already flying. That's the main thing. They are absolutely flying. But we will keep an eye on lap time watch for you all. we get a nice little onboard of our driver in P6. And the pressure's it's kind of a strange situation to be in. The pressure's off, but the pressure's on. You're driving on your own, so just hot lapping, trying to get back involved in this race. But the pressure's off because there's no one around you, so you can do that. You've got the clear track. Right, so the race leaders have crossed the line at 2:17.1. So 2:17.1. Then we've got a 2:20.9 for P2. What about P3? Well, they're not anywhere near crossing the line right now. What are they? A 2:20.2. Viper Nisa Racing. What are they going to produce this time round? They did a 2:25.6. What about 33R by HAR? What lap time are they producing? A 2:31.9. They're already 34 seconds behind Winair Racing. It's a massive stint for Winair right now. They've got an opportunity to drive away, I think. They're going to get caught or closed in by Origin Motorsport, and I think Origin Motorsport are going to massively close the gap to everybody if they're going to lap at 2:14 pace each and every lap. But the leaders might have a big chance. And actually, they've just done a 2:13.1, which is only about half a second off of the fastest lap of today's race. So Wan Bo is absolutely flying here, and he's catching up to the leaders, or the leader, by 4 seconds a lap. So in all fairness, it's actually worked out for us watching at home nicely, because you feel if they were in the lead, might have just driven away from the pack. So this is actually quite nice to watch this story unfold. So Origin Motorsport number 4, they are P6 in this race. They are the fastest out there by nearly 3 seconds a lap. And expect the rest of the field to get faster. They're going to get more confident, that's for certain. But it's not going to be long until they start catching up to the pack in front of them. But here is your race leader then, Lu Hangcheng. In behind the number 5 then, this is for a position. So, Harry Zerol is in the car right now. This is for a lap. To put a lap on them. And he's going to just send it up the inside. He does. We've had an incident between number 98 and 610 at turn 14, noted. Turn 14 is the hairpin. We did see a car go off ever so slightly wide there. There has been an incident noted between the two of them. That means that there could be ramifications. I'm sure that it will be left alone. In terms of lap time watch, it's only a 2:19.9 for our race leaders. Fastest team at Uno Racing right now, 2:18.1. Viper Nisa Racing are quite far off the pace here. Done a 2:24. This is big. Origin Motorsport, at the end of the last lap, were 59 seconds behind our leaders. So we'll see what the difference is in one lap. Origin Motorsport, I think, may have caught up by nearly, well, I don't know how much it's going to be actually. Yeah, they've just done a 2:13.5. They've just caught up 6.4 seconds. So Origin Motorsport are at this pace are actually going to catch the leaders in this stint, and they were a minute behind. That is unbelievable. My God, that's pace. So they've definitely put one of their quicker drivers in at this stage. There is the number 65, overtaking the number 886. That is the Gaha Racing by HAR. And they are currently leading the GT4 pack, actually. The BMW, the sole BMW, they were third before the pit stop and before the safety car. And they find themselves now quite a chunk of change ahead. Viper Nisa Racing, who are currently in 4th position. They were lapping there. Oh, car 98 has got a drive-through penalty for pit exit infringement. So Uno Racing team, who are currently 3rd, they're on the podium as it stands. They are going to have a drive-through penalty. That is less than ideal. Oh, car 77 has also got a drive-through penalty for a pit exit infringement. They're currently 10th. So 2 pit exit infringements and 2 drive-through penalties. Naughty, naughty. And there is the number 98. I imagine we're about to get that message up on our screens then. Or they are going to just appear coming through the pits. There we go. So we are seeing the cars come into the pits now. They'll cut the timing beam and we'll be fully aware of what is going down. Oh, wow, the car number 51 has had an issue. So Jason Gu has got half the front of his car hanging off. They were in third spot. So that is less than ideal. They must have clattered into something. Actually, I think that should be a relatively easy fix. It's going to take a bit of... Be careful with your fingers there. You do not want to get them trapped, that's for sure. Oh yes, Joseph, it's moist. It's wetter than an otter's pocket. Yeah. Oh, they are not happy. There we go. Perfect. Get a hammer. Lovely old job. Yeah, there we go. Bang it down. Cut the bonnet down. Bob's your dad's brother. In terms of lap time watch then, a 2:16.3 then for our race leaders, so they are now starting to find a little bit of pace. But Origin Motorsport have just done a 2:13.7 again. They're about 3 seconds faster than our race leaders. The gap is 50 seconds. It's going to take some effort to catch up, but they are flying, absolutely flying, as we see one of our Cup cars trying to get past one of the GT4 cars. Well, neither of these cars have got much grip in these conditions, so this will be fun to watch. Number 97 there, the Z. Speed. Currently find themselves in third position in their class overall. Yang Haoji is in the car. It's going to set it up the inside, and well, the 336 who we've seen off the circuit, 326 racing team, Wu Yifan in the car. Seen him off the circuit a few times due to lapped vehicles, and nearly ended up there again. Yeah, a bit of duct tape will sort that number 51 out, no problem whatsoever. So we're 33 laps in, Winair Racing, who are just about to come across the line. And now in the 2:14s, there we go, there's the pace. Taking a few laps then for Lu Hangcheng, but now all of a sudden, he's looking very, very fast indeed. Very, very fast indeed. But this race is going to be one of those where it just ebbs and flows. There will be safety cars across this race just due to the conditions. I don't think I've ever commentated on a full wet race, like entirely a full wet race in real life. I'm trying to think, like not this long anyway. This is number 777. They're off having a journey as well. They really are getting their money's worth at this race circuit this weekend. They are really getting their money's worth, aren't they? And there is the number 98, drive-through successfully done. They are they still in second? I think they might still be in second, you know. I think they actually may still be in second position. I don't know how they've managed that. They're going to be in third. No, they're going to be fourth position. They would have dropped 2 positions. As we see into the pits then, the number 69, Kobe Han. And again, one way of filling up the car, get right in there. Had a couple of sprint races with GTM that I commentated on where it rained, but not at this length. This is a full wet one. So yeah, not really sure what to expect here. I would imagine there's going to be some mistakes being made. It's tough enough to keep these cars on the track when it's nice and dry. When it's wetter than an otter's pocket, I would say it becomes a little bit more difficult. If you are watching, let me know where you're watching from around the world, guys. Get yourselves involved in the chat. We've got 6.5 hours to go in this race, and well, it would be great to have some company watching along with me, getting themselves involved. Maybe you've got a favourite driver that you're cheering on. Yeah, get yourselves involved in the chat. This is coming down towards turn 14 into the hairpin, the HZO Fortis racing team. We've got Harry Zerol in the car, and he's got a car behind him that he's used to driving. He's been driving the Lamborghini Super Trofeo pretty much for the entirety. USA Nevada. Oh, it's a long way away from here. Oh, we've got a car facing the wrong way. Number 97. There's the medical car. Are they going to be able to get going, or are they sending that medical car out to be another safety car? That is a very precarious position. That is on the exit of turn 10. And if that car is stopped and there's an issue, they'll have to do a safety car. It's in a pretty harsh braking zone. Pretty mad, X-Wolfson. You're all the way in Nevada. I'm in the UK, and this is in China. Like, the 3 furthest points away from each other, probably. So I'm just waiting for the information to be relayed to me via the race director. But that is a precarious position, and that would help out Origin Motorsport, who are currently second. There's nearly a bit of touchy-touchy. And again, got to be patient. Fastest car out there. Crikey. Nearly. I'm not sure. I don't know whether that's how GT4s are made, but there was nearly contact between a GT3 and a Cup car. But ultimately, they've got through there unscathed. Again, looks like we're not going to have a safety car. There's the BMW. No, definitely not. It's a Porsche. All duct tape up. So with the spray, it looked like the BMW GT4 with the front grille, but it wasn't. It was just we could only see the tape. That is, yeah, Peppa Pig has been stitched up with duct tape. That'd be fine. Ooh, duck and pig. Lovely. They're back out. Probably now the strongest car on the grid, to be fair. Now you've got duct tape to the car. It was probably the strongest car out there, so basically cheating. But off they go. Looks like 69 Racing Team are also in the pits right now. Kobe Han. Still wondering what's going on with the 9. No, the 69's in the pit, so they must have got moving. So it's them that were off the circuit. There's no one at turn 9 anymore, so there was no need for a safety car. But this is what will happen during this race. There'll be plenty of incidents, that's for certain. Yeah, that tape made it look like a BMW. It's definitely not. It's the least looking. It's the least looking like BMW car on the grid is the Porsche. But with that duct tape and those lights in the rain, it very much tricked me a touch. And I feel very silly for it. Very silly indeed. As they come down the back straight. Very long back straight, kilometre long. It's massive. There's the number 33 with the Garfield on the front and on the sides. Bright orange Audi. Oh, there's a bit of a car there. On the deck. It's off the racing line though. So I'm sure that a marshal will probably appear and pick that up. The fact we've still got all 18 cars in this race is pretty impressive for these conditions. So shout out to all the drivers, shout out to all the teams. They are doing a great job. 10:55 a.m. local time. I can tell you right now, it is 4 a.m. local time for me. We've got incident between 51 and 77. Under investigation. Okay. Well, I wonder if we might get a replay of that. It'd be nice to see. Oh, well, is the number 4 on 777. Origin Motorsport, they are currently second position in this race. They actually were slower than the race leaders last time round, but they are only 46 seconds behind the race leaders now. Bearing in mind they are 1 minute 10 seconds off once the safety car stopped. They would be so far ahead right now if they pit at the right time. So you can see there the 777 seems to have some very good straight line speed. The number 4 will close in under braking, no problem. Oh, just got the left rear there on the white line under braking. Just ever so slightly slid the rear out. That could have been naughty. That could have been extremely naughty. Yeah, that could have been a race ender for sure. Number 4 just seems to slow down a little bit here. I say that, they're 2 seconds faster than the race leaders. Oh! They are pushing. They are pushing. The Origin Motorsport team and Wan Bo are absolutely pushing. The number 777 are actually just as quick. They are lapping in the 2:13. So, yeah, this is actually not the worst thing in the world here for the number 4 to have a car like that in front chasing. So they did not have a first good stint, did the Climax Racing team. Oh, there's a spin. There is a spin. The number 33 Audi is now off into the distance. And is that the number 51 again? It is the number 51 again. So the lack of grip there under braking just lit the wheels up on the exit. And ultimately it was facing the wrong way. But they're off and they're running again. And the adventures of the number 51, the Peppa Pig car. Are we about to see a move then? This is not for position, this is to put a lap on the number 777. So you might see the number 4 just absolutely send it. Well, yeah, that's exactly what's happened there. How much do you want the position? Yes, is the answer. And as you can see, we've got what all of the classes of car and the colours mean on your timing towers there. GT3 Pro-Am, GT3 Am, GT4, GTC, GT Cup Porsche, and GT Cup Lamborghini. See Pirelli, of course, manufacturers for the tyre. So we've got 33 losing a position now to the number 2, the Climax Racing team. Joe B. Huang makes the move, sends it up, and such a contrast of stints. Number 33, they're off the pace now by 10 seconds a lap to the leaders, whereas they were probably the fastest car out there. They went from 13th to 3rd, now they dropped down to 6th position. The difference a driver and a stint can make in these races is massive. And that will be the same story for every car. That will be the same story for every single car. Fun race so far, though. Really fun race. Again, wherever you're watching from around the world, guys, get yourselves involved in the chat. If you're watching on the Shanghai 8-hour YouTube channel, come say hello to me. Share the stream with all of your friends. Let's get as many people watching as possible. So we're on board with the number 2. And they've moved themselves into a top 5 now. They're lapping the 2:14.6s. I tell you what, it looks like the rain stopped, you know. Didn't look like there was much water going onto the windshield there. So I'm wondering if the rain has stopped. Maybe I'll have to send a message to the gang. See whether they can give me some inside information. Oh, okay, so the weather forecast has changed. So in the next hour, it should only be, there's only a 20% chance of rain. Only a 20% chance of rain. Joseph's from Michigan. Got all the Americans here. We'd love to see it. Welcome, mate. Hope you're well. Through 9 and 10 we go. Is this a potential move? Number 98, currently 3rd in this race. This is to put a lap on the number 610. That's a cup car class, of course. But you just never know with how this race has gone, what positions these drivers are in. There is a little gap there for the Audi. Should have lots more grip on the inside, a lot more downforce on the GT3 cars. And there we go. Lap put on. And the Uno Racing team find themselves up into a podium spot. Lapping pretty well. I must admit, they are lapping pretty well. Not as quick as Origin. Origin right now are the fastest by about 1.7 seconds a lap. But it's not quite the 10 seconds that they were earlier on. So confidence is key. The first few laps in these stints, there are going to be some drivers that really don't come to grips with the track, and there are going to be other drivers that really excel in finding the grip early. And then the lap times will level out very quickly. As we see Origin in P2. And that's again to put a lap on that car, on the HZO Fortis Racing team. And very, very close to them coming together. But they are, by quite the country mile, the fastest team out there, the Origin Motorsport team. And they were leading this race. We had a safety car at the end of the first hour, and they decided not to pit until really late into the safety car, which actually lost them half a lap. We've got Amy here from Wisconsin. How you doing? Welcome. So yeah, the Origin Motorsport team, number 4, they were in the lead of this race, but the pit stop, they took it too late, and they lost about a minute 10 seconds. They were behind the leaders, but now they're only 45 seconds behind because they've been so fast. Right, I've just been confirmed. Thank you, Tan. Tan is the producer, the person who does all the camera work and tells me what to do. He has just let me know that the rain is getting lighter, so the lap times should start to significantly drop, I would imagine. So the next couple of hours are key. I think the track has got every reason to dry up. Not dry, but get drier. It's the number 710, runs wide. The Origin Motorsport car takes a bit more road still than they probably needed, but they are just trying to close that gap. Fastest team out there right now, though, are the Climax Racing team with a 2 minute 12.9 on the previous lap. So that is Joe B. Huang. He is flying. Absolutely flying. Unfortunately, they're down to P5, so tough for them to find themselves in a stronger position. This is the number 51 car trying to retake the number 33. And the last time we saw these two tussle, well, the number 51 ended up the wrong way round. So which animal is the stronger of the two? Is it a cat or is it a pig? As it stands, it's a cat, but I think there's every chance for it to be a pig by the end of this. Garfield versus Peppa Pig. As Garfield goes defensive, Peppa Pig trying to find a gap, and this is where the number 33 has been so strong throughout this whole race. But the exact line that the 33 is being taken is now being taken by the 51, and I think by the time they come through the exit of turn number 12 and 13, there's going to be a significant run down towards 14, and I think we might see a move here. So are we about to see, and this is actually only to gain a lap back. This is Jason Gu to regain a lap back on the 33, not quite close enough. And you can see the 33 have gone ultra defensive. They're going to run a little bit deep on the exit of the corner. 51 not quite close enough. There's your race leaders though. Win here are like, yeah, well, if you boys want to mess around, is there any danger of just letting me come through? This is where it can get very feisty as the 51 does kind of let him go. Oh, squeezed on the exit there by the 33. And the Win Here Racing team, who are leading, that is problems negotiated. That could have ended up so much worse. They could have been on the wall, but ultimately now they're all good. Around the outside, though, the number 51's going to go, and that is a lap back on the 33. So not a position, but a lap back. Win Here Racing, their team would have been in the pits there, very much worried about the outcome of that situation, but they got through. So Amy, it's supposed to rain the whole race, and I think that's still the case. It was supposed to be 60% rain for the entirety of the race, but in the last hour, the forecast has changed to about 20%, and in the next 2 hours, about 20%. So it should be a little bit less, but the track's going to be wet for the whole race, we think. Suya Wang from Toronto. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the broadcast. Again, make sure you share this with your friends. Text your friends the link. Get them watching some GT3, GT4, GTC racing. The gap now down to 41.6 seconds in the lead of this race. Origin are about 4 seconds a lap faster, 3 seconds maybe. That last lap would not have helped. Or Win Here. That would have put hairs on your chest, that's for sure. A couple of lapped cars there. Pesky lapped cars. Oh, your friends in the 610 team. Wow, okay. Well, they are currently leading the race for that class. So Hubo is in the car right now. So which driver is... Oh, big spin. Big spin. It's the 777 again. And they have had some day so far. They've caused the safety car. Well, they're off the track. Luckily, they're all good. They are going. So who is your friend then? Is it Li Tanjuo? Is it Yang Chang, Hubo, or Cao Ikan? I've probably butchered all of those names. So we're about to see what happened here. That just got on the brakes on the white line. So easy to do. I have no experience in racing race cars, but I have done my fair share of lapping in sim racing, and it is exactly the same. You hit that white line under rain conditions, you're in trouble. And that's exactly what happened there. Fair play, it's a good save actually. Credit where credit's due. That is a fair save. So we run deep there. 710 runs very deep there. That's a madness racing team. There's HZO. There we go. Well, good luck to Lang and Zhu. Yeah, they are leading the GTC group. They are winning right now. Well, they're leading the GTC Porsche. As we see the number forecast sending it once again. They're now only 40.2 seconds behind, still lapping faster than the race leaders. Absolutely flying through. This is some stint here from Yuan Bo. Not the quickest we've seen, but in terms of aggression and making their way up the field, this is very impressive. And we see, there's a car facing the wrong way. They completely drove across the bonnet there. Oh, more carnage. AMG on AMG action as well. And I think, thankfully, everybody's going to be okay. The number 69 car waiting for everyone else to go, I think. So that is Wang Yang. No, sorry, it's not. What are we talking about here? That was Jackie Wu for the 69 racing team that's facing the wrong way. The two AMGs nearly clean each other out as well. And that could have been very naughty indeed. That's damaged. I think there's damage to that car. Struggling with downforce through turn 1, 2, and 3. Is there a slight issue with the tolling? Maybe they're okay. Here's the 777. The driving highlight reel. As soon as you see this car on track, you know something's going to happen for the cameras. As it stands, that is an overtake. That is 4th position as well. Yeah, that was 4 positions. Climax Racing now ahead of HZO Fortis Racing Team and up to a top 8. There we go. There we go. Flying past number 326 as well. Got there the 326 Racing Team. And the GT4s. And 777 have not just got past the HZO team. They're now flying. Henji supporting HZO, yeah. You've got the Zyrels racing for HZO. I've been commentating on them most of the year with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And we've got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Car 777. I told you, every time we go on board with them, there's something for the highlight reel. And now it's going to be a trip through the pit lane. As we are actually nearing up towards the end of stint number 2. And the track is still very wet indeed. Not as wet as it was at the start of this race, and I believe that the lap times with the faster drivers would definitely show that. But at the moment, just a little bit off of what we've seen so far. Wang Yang for the 610 Racing Team in the GT4s, in the number 222, just put their fastest lap in the race. They just done a 2:30.795 in the GT4 class, so shout out to them, putting their team's fastest lap in the race. There is a lovely shot of the AA6 with our race leader, the number 37 in behind, and then the 51 also trying to get involved. And it's the 51 now, faster than our race leader. Yeah, they've just done a 2:14.1, whereas our race leader's done a 2:14.0. So it's very close in terms of pace. Extremely close in terms of pace between those two, although the 51 is a fair few laps down. Nice to see people in the chat supporting their favourite team. Maybe they've got some friends racing as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. If you have any questions, by all means ask. We've got a long broadcast. We've still got 6 hours, 10 minutes to go in this broadcast, so by all means ask the questions. I will do my absolute best to try and give you the answers that you need and deserve. BMW right now, looking good. They are currently the leaders. That was 4th position, by the way. The 51 has just got ahead of the GT4, 4th position. But yeah, the GT4 BMW, Gaha Racing by Harmony Racing, they are leading the GT4 class. So Zhang Hongyu, currently in the car, is leading. HZO Fortis Racing Team. Oh, incident between 98 and 610 at turn 14 under investigation. So that is something we didn't see. We saw a 69 facing the wrong way. So I'm wondering, what would that be? Car 98. Oh, that's very strange. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. We haven't seen that. We have not seen that. TK supporting Origin. Well, you've got, like, how many cars have you got with Origin? 2, right? Yeah. Edgevet. Oh, fastest lap. The first 2:11 of the day. And that is Zhou B. Huang. 2:11 point. That's nearly a full second faster than anybody else has gone today. That is lightningly fast. Wow. Wow, that is impressive. And now all of a sudden, if Zhou B. Huang stays in the car for a little bit of extra time, he could potentially catch up. We are heading towards the end of the second hour. As we see one of our AMGs, the number 2. They started 3rd on the grid for the Climax Racing team. Currently 4th in the race. And with that fastest lap of the race now as well. Oh, so number 98 now has a drive-through penalty. Uno Racing team have now got a drive-through. That's the second drive-through they received in this stint. They've gone from 2nd down to 3rd. Now they're going to go down to... Actually, I don't think they're going to lose the position. They might do. They might lose one spot. But right now, Climax Racing, Zhou B. Huang is flying. 5 seconds nearly quicker than anybody else, apart from Origin Motorsport, who was 2nd. So absolutely flying right now. Beautiful stuff. Heading onto the back straight. Oh, we're going to get an onboard. And you can see there's just not much rain hitting the windshield at all, is there now? So surely this track is going to dry up significantly if it stays like this in terms of conditions. Obviously, it's still very foggy here. The cloud's very low. I think most of the moisture is coming from the clouds just being low. But I can only do a bit of guesswork here, really, because I'm not there. Yeah, 100% is going to... Yeah, the next 2 hours, there's only a 20% chance of rain. So there's a big chance that if they're slightly wrong with that, this track really does significantly dry up. You start to see some really fast lap times. Climax Racing have just posted a 2:12.9. The fastest car out there is Origin Motorsport. They have closed the gap by 37 seconds this stint. The leaders. Wan Bo's had a stint of dreams. You're learning new things tonight. Oh, Amy, you from Redline? You come from the Redline crew. I see, and now I get it. But yeah, this is another one of my jobs. I do a bit of commentary. Hopefully you're enjoying it. So number 2 sweeps on through. Zhou B. Huang is on a mission. Hey, Kelsey. And welcome to everybody watching at home. We've got 5 minutes left before we end hour number 2. And then I'm sure we'll get a little recap. So for anyone that's just joined, there'll be a nice little highlights recap for you all. Incident between car 69 and number 2. at turn 14 is under investigation. Okay, so this could be a bit of a momentum killer for the number 2. The number 2, who we're on board with right now, are absolutely flying right now. Uno Racing Team are on an outlap now. Did Climax manage to get ahead of them? I'm not sure they did. These are the fastest on track, apart from Origine, I guess. So P2 and P4 are the fastest 2 by quite the margin. But if number 2 is found at fault, I believe the Porsche drove across the number 2, to be honest. But normally it's the car that's behind that gets the penalty, and they were behind, lapping the Porsche. So it remains to be seen. But if they do receive a drive-through penalty, which is what they've been receiving for that kind of contact, then that will kill the momentum as we got a car astray off the circuit. Oh boy, that could have been very nasty. If that number 2 AMG was any closer there, that would have been very difficult in these conditions to avoid. So the Uno Racing Team, who have just had a drive-through penalty, have come back out. Maybe the tyres have just cooled down that much from going that slow. Just struggled to get the car rotated. Ah, okay. Amy, well, good to see you here. Yeah, Kelsey, it's very moist. It's very moist indeed. Win here racing across the line, a 2:13.1, so they started to fly now as well. A 2:12.4 on the previous lap for Origin Motorsport. Origin Motorsport might now be within 30 seconds of the lead, which is mind-blowing because at the 7-hour mark they are 1 minute 10 seconds behind. So some stint from Wan Bo. But we are going to see more safety cars in this race, I'm sure of that. As soon as we have a safety car, obviously everybody closes back up. Having a big gap at this stage of the race isn't really that beneficial. Unless it goes green the entirety, which is just so unlikely. Extremely unlikely. You see there the race leaders Win here racing in the Audi. Putting a lap down on the Porsche from the Cup car class. Not really having too much to worry about. 32 seconds the gap between our front 2. So yeah, nothing really too much to be worried about. Climax Racing, they are now up to 3rd. The Uno Racing Team have dropped down into 4th after their drive-through penalty. Still waiting to see if there's a potential penalty for Climax Racing, or whether the number 69 are found guilty. 69 Racing, who are down in P17. As you see the number 96, Nova Racing, they were first in the pits a little bit earlier on in this race, and by the looks of things, they're also going to be first the second time around. So are they going to bring a new driver into the car? So you can see they're removing the wheels. It's a bit more difficult for a GT4 pit stop. Than it is for a GT3. Nice to see there the inner workings. Some of the liveries are unbelievable in this race, by the way. We've got a Garfield livery, we've got a Peppa Pig livery, we've got a Tekken livery. Then we've got this here, which is just, whoever the artist is an absolute genius. But yeah, you know, everyone here, you know I love a good livery. There are some absolutely outstanding ones. Here's the Peppa Pig one. It's casually a Peppa Pig livery. As we see our race leader sweeping up the inside of the 326. Every time we go on board with a 326, I seem to be being lapped. Of course, they are a GT4 car against GT3s and GTCs. That's to be expected, but yeah, hopefully we'll see them make an overtake at some point. See them trying to stay away from the curbing. Oh, number 777, who had another drive-through, and now trying to take a position away from the HZO Fortis Racing for the 3rd time this stint. So sweep around turn 13 onto that long back straight. I think the 777 is probably going to be close enough under braking. Going to be forced to go around the outside. But this should be relatively easy. He's on the racing line. Track really, even with the rain, rubbing in nicely. And you can see that the track is just so much drier than it has been through the entirety of this race. Hence the HZO Fortis just cannot get the traction down, cannot get the power out of turn number 14 and 15. And there's a come through 16 and 777 has got that move nailed. So for the third time this stint, an overtake on HZO for Climax Racing. In terms of lap times, watch the Climax Racing team in P2. Oh, big spin. Big spin there for the 97 Z dot speed. And while they're not going at much speed right now, they are stationary. Looks like they're going to be able to get themselves going again. And they are all good. The only thing damaged there is the ego a little bit, as they now come out right in front of the number 2, who are flying. They don't need that. And yeah, ultimately, they just cost them a little bit of time. Little mistake into turn number 1. These things happen. Gonna watch it again? Yeah, why not? Oh, they run wide out onto the AstroTurf. Yeah, there's no grip there. There is no grip there. AstroTurf is good for one thing, and that's football. It's not good for grip with race cars. Actually, I don't even think it's AstroTurf. It might just be paint. It's even worse than trying to drive on glass. Or ice, to be fair, with this weather. 97, that looked cool, but unfortunately, it's not very fast. Cross the line then for Origine, a 2:12.9. The gap now down to 30 seconds. 40 seconds gained on the leaders this one stint. That is unbelievable. Fantastic stint here. Very strange though, Win Here Racing, like the driver Lu Hangcheng, really did take a fair few laps to figure out the conditions. Because they were off the pace by about 10 seconds a lap for the first 3. So here are the number 4 team, the A team, with just under 6 hours to go. They've got a 30-second gap to make up. And if they keep making up 40 seconds a stint, they'll be in the lead by the end of the next one, which is absolutely mind-blowing. But they will have to change drivers. You can't imagine all of the drivers are going to have the same pace. You can't imagine that they're all going to have the same pace. So we're going down towards turn number 11. And again, we're about to see the 326 lapped again. Those poor GT4 cars. The only time they get on camera is when they're lapped. Starting to get very fruity with the curves. Car 2, 10-second time penalty to be served at the next pit stop for causing a collision. So not a drive-through, but they've just received a 10-second penalty. So not the craziest of penalties, albeit they are already 1 minute. What, how far are they off the pace? 1 minute 40 seconds off the lead. But they've just received a 10-second time penalty. So not good there for the Climax Racing team. Not good at all. So we're 2 hours into this 8-hour race. It's going to be a long one, guys. I need all of your help. If you are watching from around the world, get yourselves involved in the chat. Any questions? You can absolutely get yourselves involved, because we've got a new fastest lap in the race, and that is for that number 4, Origine Motorsport, a 2:11.474. Light fuel in the car, track conditions improving. They are absolutely flying, and you can just tell on that last lap they were getting very, very brave with the curbing. Everybody's been staying away from the curbs, but they are now starting to use them. And it's paying off, because they've just produced the fastest lap of the race. And it's actually 0.4 of a second faster than we've seen from anyone else. 2:11.8 for Climax Racing, who are third right now, was the fastest lap. So, yeah, they're flying. 1:58, Kelsey, they'll be doing in the dry. 1:58. I certainly do, Amy. Yep. We've got the Gaha Racing GT4 BMW into the pits, or in Europe as they call it, the BMW. So the class leaders, as it stands, the GT3 Pro-Am are winning racing, that's the purple. Yellow is the GT3 Am, which is being led by Origin Motorsport. But in terms of GT3 overall, obviously being led by Win here. Then you've got the GTC Cup, which is the green and the dark blue. The green means it's the Lamborghini, and then the blue means it's a Porsche. So they're all racing in the same class, the GTC. But there's, of course, the Lamborghini on their own, in their own little race, plus the GTC race, and then the Porsche are in their own little race, plus the GTC race. And then all of the light blue or the turquoise are GT4 cars. And the leader of that is the Gaha racing team, who we just saw in the pits. As we see now, the climax number 2, trying to get involved here with the Audi of HZ04. This is for a lap on them, it's not for a position, obviously. And this is just going to cost them more and more time. TWY Motorsports, yeah, the number 33 is as Dutch as it can get, bright orange, number 33. They even have Garfield on the car, and their first stint, they went from 13th to 3rd. It's not been a great second stint, but the first stint was absolutely mesmerizing. Yeah, the number 33 is as Dutch as it gets, but without being Dutch. No grip on the inside there. They have to back out of it. When you're fighting with lapped cars like this, it makes your life very difficult. It's going to be forced to go around the outside. He's going to have to brake later and hope that the HZO, by absolute racing, oh no, he's going to go up the inside then. So he should go late on the brakes here down towards the hairpin. The HZO car will actually stay on the racing lines. I wonder if they're coming into the pits. I wonder if the Climax racing team are actually just going to bring it into the pits this time. That's why they didn't force it. No, the HZO team are coming to the pits. So I guess there must have been some indication there to say, do you know what, we're coming in. Don't worry about overtaking us. You're going to get us anyway. There must have been some sort of flash on the lights or something. So here we go. It's not the winners, but they are the leaders right now. Win here racing by HAR. They are in the lead of this race as it stands, being very hotly contested by Origin Motorsport. Gap now down to 29.6 seconds after the second, the second safety car. The gap was 1 minute 10 seconds. In terms of the GTC, GT4s, Z.Speed are the leaders there as well. No, that is not correct. But here is a recap then of the second hour. So we had lots of interesting battling between the number 33 and of course the number 65. And eventually the number 65 came out on top of this battle, believe it or not. It took some doing, and it took the number 51 making a huge mistake in front of them for it to happen. So number 51 lost the position momentarily to the number 33. But ultimately that was pretty short-lived. See there, the number 326, every time we see them on screen, they're always being lapped by somebody. This time it's the Origin Motorsport vehicle. And then we saw the number 2 completely fly off the track. And that was super unfortunate, because that put them so far down, it was almost impossible for them to get back involved. But now, they're less than a lap down. There's a collision there between HZO and indeed the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Now we're watching on board with the number 4, the Origin Motorsport, who's been unbelievable in this last stint. And they managed to make an overtake there on the number 65, or put a lap on them, should I say. And then the Origin team, who were 1 minute 10 seconds down at the start of the hour, find themselves now only 30 seconds behind. But they have had to deal with some lapped vehicles, such as that moment there. But all in all, it's been a very good stint. It's just been a case for the leaders to avoid any treacherous incidents. We have seen a couple of cars facing the wrong way as well, but ultimately it's not really affected the Origin Motorsport or Win Here Racing, who are the front two. We did see another moment from the 777. They caused the safety car earlier on, and well, they managed to save that one. A couple of spins. We did also see an incident between one of our GTC cars, one of the Porsches, and Climax Racing, the number 2. They got a 10-second penalty to the AMG for that. And then we see, once again, the Origin Motorsport car, who seem to be making lapped moves in towards turn number 4 each and every time they went into there across that stint. So there we go. So the 710 are into the pits, the only Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2 out there. How much do the racing lines change on a wet track? Oh, massively, Amy. The longer the stint goes on, it can be, you can go back to the normal line a bit more, but for the most part, when it's wet like this, you don't want to be going over the racing line because the rubber's been laid down there. And you can imagine water on top of rubber is very slippery. So they're trying to stay off of that line as best they possibly can. But you can see that the racing line is pretty much being used universally here. It's just that they have to change it up in the braking zone a little bit. But the fact that this track isn't overly used as much as it used to be, it's like the track is not as rubbered in before the rain came in this weekend, and they already had a qualifying session in the rain, so realistically the rubber's been washed off anyway. So for this session, the rain, the race line or normal dry race line is still relatively strong. So we've got a cup car getting involved for the number 65 of the Viper Niza Racing. Viper Niza Racing currently 5th in this race. They are being very much chased down by the number 68. Looks like they're all good. Should I say 69? 69 racing teams. They look quick now. But now drivers are starting, or teams are starting to pit. We're starting to see the driver changes come in as well, so it becomes a bit of a guessing game as to who's got the pace, who doesn't have the pace. It will change significantly as this race goes on. And welcome to everybody who's watching over on the Shanghai 8-Hour channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. This is not the first time they've run this race. Not the first time they've streamed on this channel either. Make sure that you subscribe to it so that you can get notified as to when they next do the race. It's normally in October each year. So the 777, the highlight reel car of the race so far, looking to try and get involved here with the number 65. They are a lap down, so that's to put them on the same lap as each other. So that is not for position, that's just to put them on the same lap as each other. Yes, Joseph, 65. There are also penalties in the pit stop for what class driver you are. For the higher class, the more time penalty you'll get. So that kind of evens out the stints a little bit as well. Uno Racing Team just produced a 213.8.
我们现在是来到了96号车的拼房，我们来问一下，不知道您作为第一棒，今天开下来感觉怎么样？
今天在这个雨地里面发车，这个路面还是相当有挑战性的，所以我们最大的这个任务就是说，把这个顺利的发车，顺利的把车带回。
那对于后面的比赛有没有一些策略上面的调整，或者说其他的目标呢？
我们还是说保持安全吧，然后因为我们几个车手都是可能在这雨地里面这个经验都比较少，还是希望能够发挥出我们自己的本色。
好的，谢谢，加油！好 So I asked him how does he feel about today's competitions, and he told us because the rain, he thinks it's a really big challenge. So he hope in the next competition he will choose safety to finish today's competitions. This is the biggest goal.
Again, fantastic that we're getting the interviews in English as well as in Chinese. Makes it for a much more fun experience for people like me who only speak English. So massive shout out there. Thank you for that interview. But yeah, we're back in on board with the number 96 right now. They currently find themselves actually P18 overall in this race, the Nova Racing team. But yeah, they also are they're going to be one lap down. But they're one of the only cars that have pit twice in their race. So expect everyone else to come in as soon as possible. There's the number 2, so they've just got to serve their 10-second penalty as well during this stop. This is going to hurt them a little bit. Are they changing driver? I'm not sure they're changing driver here. I definitely didn't see like normally they'd still be changing the driver now. So I think that Joe B. Huang is staying in the car. Yeah, they don't. They just have normal race suits, Kelsey. They're inside the car. They're not going to get wet. Are they doing a 10-second penalty now? Wonder if they have to restart the timer because he moved. I think they do, you know. I think they actually had to restart the timer there because he moved. That's a rookie error. Yeah, they definitely did. He's not coming out yet. There's the number 911. The 610 racing team. And next time they cross the timing beam, we'll find out who's got into the car. It's a 777. Yet again, he's facing the wrong way. That has been an interesting car to watch this race so far. A driving highlight reel, as I like to mention. Oh, good Lord. They have had some race today at the 777. They find themselves still in P9. They're not really having the worst day of it either. They kept facing the right way the whole time. They'd be right up there. They would be massively up there. Does look like the rain starting to come down again here. There is the number 69 again. 69 Racing is in that car now. Jackie Wu stayed into the car. Oh, here we go, number 2. Oh no, they did change the car. So we've now got Liu Kai Shun in the car for Climax Racing. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly they get up to speed. Lu Hang Cheng is still in the car for Winner Racing. They have not pit. And then for Origin Racing, or Origin Motorsport, should I say, Wan Bo's still in. They have yet to pit. So let's see where Climax are after a lap or two. See what their lap times are like. But yes, the Winner Racing and Origin Motorsport are absolutely stretching this out. I'm not sure you're going to be able to save a pit stop over an 8-hour race. I'm not sure that is possible. Well, actually, they probably would. If they can go another 3 more minutes and continue in that vein, then actually they probably would. In these wet conditions, it's got to be easier to save. It's got to be easier to save fuel because it's just going slower. There we go. Afiq giving the details that we all want to hear. Thank you, Afiq. Welcome to the stream. So the race leader's still out there. So yeah, Winner have just gone past the start-finish line. No, should I say that's not them at all. It's 777. So I think if Winner Racing can go one more lap now, then they're golden. If Winner and Origin will definitely be able to go, what, 2 more laps at least from Winner, then those two are both on the strongest strategy. Origin, by the way, are now only 19.8 seconds behind Winner, and they were 1 minute 10 behind at the start of this stint. That is outrageous. From Wan Bo. Wan Bo has done a very impressive stint. As you see, the new car of the new driver in the Climax Racing team of Liu Kai Shun making a move as soon as possible. Winner Racing are into the pits, okay. So that makes it very difficult. That does make it a little bit more difficult for them. I think what Winner will be hoping for is for it to get a bit heavier in terms of rain, so the lap times become a bit longer. And that way, they might be able to stretch it and save a pit stop by the end of this race. Origin Motorsport are still out there, and they have now inherited the lead of this race. As you can hear, by the way, on the camera, it is still raining cats and dogs. There is the 326. We're getting to see it nice and close up, not being lapped this time. What a beautiful looking car. What a beautiful livery. 326 Racing team there. Looks like they're getting a driver change in as well. And there are your P2. Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Off the track we go. Pushing the car, and they're going to be okay, you know. They're actually going to be okay. That could have been really bad. And I'm wondering if they just bring the car into the pits now. And that would have been a loss of about 10 seconds. So how much is that going to make a difference to this race at the end? So the number 4 off the circuit, they were facing backwards there. It's a good save, but I reckon they're going to bring that straight in. No messing around. Get the car into the pits. Get it checked out. Make sure nothing has gone awry. That was a naughty, naughty spin. That could have been so much worse. Oh, big slide again. Onto the back straight. 313. And that's again more evidence. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, nearly drove through the side of the Porsche GT4. They are pushing. We're going to get to see a replay here. And what's happened this time? They're just carrying too much speed. Got off the drier line. I think the rain really is starting to come down again, you know. Track looks like it's very much wetting up again. The lap times would suggest that's the case as well. So I think the rain is starting to pelt it down, although it doesn't... Yeah, no, it's definitely hitting the windshield there. And do they decide to come in the pits? No. So they do just continue. All right, no problem then. They are stretching it out. And now they are officially the race leaders. It is Origin Motorsport that lead the race. That's the first time they've led since the safety car. And they only... Oh, he's run wide again. Yeah, massively wide. Gets it hooked up. Big mistakes there. And you can tell they're pushing. You can tell they're pushing. Using all of the curb there as well. But yeah, just pushing a little bit too much. Now we're coming down to the corner where they made the mistake last time round. Got a section of the circuit, it's the next corner. And you can see the track is very much wetter than it was about 10 minutes ago. So the rain... Well, there we go. So they managed to figure it out this time round. But yeah, there's definitely more water on the circuit now. It's catching everybody out. Catching everybody out. The lap times are significantly lengthened. So this next hour is going to be key. There are going to be drier hours. The next couple of hours in the weather report it says it's going to be dry, but right now this is wetter. This might actually be the wettest conditions we've seen, even from the start of the race. It is absolutely hammering it down now. So it's gone from a drying track to not drying at all, and if anything, wetter. So the lap times are going to be significantly slower, which plays into the hands of Win here, racing a little bit more, I would say. So we know that these managed to stretch it out by 2 laps last time round. See, they're trying to get some moisture onto the tyres as well. They managed to stretch the pit stop phase 2 laps. So you would imagine they come in this time round or next time round. So in towards the final corner. Do they bring it in? Nope, staying out. So still lead this race. And you lead by about 1 minute 30 seconds. See there. Oh, flash of the lights. You'd love to see it. There's the number 65. So they're currently 5th in this race. Viper Nisa Racing. Yeah, it's absolutely hammering it down, isn't it? There's me thinking it was improving. Turns out that is not the case. Not the case at all. So you see some GT4 and GT Cup action. Afik, you're enjoying the broadcast, are you? Well, that's good to hear. No, this is a fun race to be a part of, I'm not going to lie. I'm having a great time. So I'm actually in the UK commentating here, so I can't see exactly what the weather's like. But I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to try and tell the story. But it just looks like it's raining. That's all I need to know. Yeah, so I'm just going by what I'm seeing on the track. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the weather forecast. Yeah, the weather forecast on my phone. Yeah, the rainbow livery is pretty cool. Origin still in the lead of this race. 50 seconds before they're due to cross the line. There is the number 2. What lap times are they producing? Wow, a 2:14.7. So they are flying again. What the Climax Racing team needs is a safety car. There's the Garfield livery, number 33. Look at that. You just don't get liveries like that in Europe. You just don't get those liveries in Europe. Look at it. It's so unique. But yeah, right now the Climax Racing team could do with a safety car, as could the Uno Racing team. Viper Niza, they are a lap down as it stands, and they could also do with one. But I think what they could do with is Origin Motorsport pitting now, and then a safety car coming after that. That was what they would need. I didn't see last year's Race Week. I was not a part of it. I was actually employed only this year with the Sepang 12-hour. Same company running the broadcast as this one. So this is my second big endurance race in Asia on my own. We're having as much fun as possible. Always nice to get involved in the chat with you guys at home. You can let me know where you're watching from around the world. Make sure you hit that subscribe button on the channel. So we're going to get another replay here. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's not good, is it? That's the 777 again, isn't it? Yeah. They're having an unbelievable time. And the number 4 comes in. Okay, right, so now this is the perfect scenario for Win Here Racing, Climax Racing, Uno Racing team for there to be a safety car. Actually, no, Win Here would be in the lead, so no, Win Here could do with that not happening. But yeah, P3 and P4, oh, crikey, could do with there being a safety car now. Interesting. I absolutely love the fact that the drivers are getting involved in this pit stop kind of thing. There is Win Here Racing, so they are now, it's proper wet by the way. It is so wet now, it's the wettest conditions we've had so far, so I would expect there to be a mistake from somebody. Oh, Feek, that's crazy, because they haven't had that this year, and I've commentated on it a few times. And Garfield livery's cool, man. So here we go. Origin are going to come out. The little spin might have just cost them the lead. I think they might have been in the lead. And we're off. On the pit limiter. And they will come out in P2. So yeah, the perfect scenario now is that someone makes a mistake and it's a safety car for Climax and Uno. Climax are flying. The lap times now are 2:15.4. It's the fastest lap on circuit, but that's nothing to do with just the drivers being slower. It's actually to do with the fact that the track is now significantly wetter again. We expect it to dry up over the next couple of hours, but this rain has really come out of absolutely nowhere. I say absolutely nowhere, it's rain the whole time.
我们现在来到了是4号车的批房里。那我们想好奇问一下，今天的状态怎么样？感觉跟去年的比赛相比，会不会有一些不一样的地方？
当然有些不一样的地方，因为去年是干地，今年是一个中雨的一个 wet condition。
那觉得今天的表现，自己还算满意吗？
不是特别满意吧，因为我们的 radio 在比赛的过程当中出了一些 issue， 那我跟工程师的沟通其实并没有那么通畅，包括第一次 Focus Yellow 和 Safety Car 的时候，其实我们是 miss 这个 disconnection， 所以我就没有进站，然后我也不知道我们的策略现在是否正确，但后面我反正尽力去 cover 这个损失吧。
我们也期待您后面的表现，加油加油！ So I asked him how does he feel about today's competitions and the difference between the lap because they are the champions for the last year competitions, and he said the biggest difference is the weather. And I asked him whether he is satisfied with his performance, and he says because they have some radio problems with the team, so he has made some mistakes, but they will make some strategies change to prepare for the next competitions.
Again, another great interview there. Bob Juan, who was unbelievable in that last stint, and has put his team in a very good position because they were 1 minute 10 off of the pace after the last stint, and in that 1 hour he has put them within 23.5 seconds of the lead. So he's gained what, nearly 50 seconds. Just really, really impressive. Really, really impressive. Climax Racing wins the team name game. Don't know, 69 Racing's pretty good. So there is the HZO Fortis Racing by Absolute Racing. Just again, rolls off the tongue, that one. They are dealing with number 911, which is 610 Racing. They've also got to contend with this car we're on board with right now, the Climax Racing number 2. New drivers into the cars in the lead. So for the top 4 who are on the lead lap, we are actually just going to watch this go down. We've got a cup car there looking to try and get a lap back on the GT3. Zeke Tyrell O, with Lamborghini Super Trofeo driver, with Tyrell. Is right now a bit of a cork in a bottle. There we go. They're all going to come through. It's going to go 3 wide here, isn't it? It is going to go 3 wide. Cup car a little bit faster in a straight line, but in terms of braking and taking a corner, will not have a patch on this AMG. Probably slide out to the left. AMG will just send it up the inside to the left now, I would imagine. Here we go. No, he's going to back off and not go in for it. I guess he is a new driver to the car, needs to figure out the circuit before he gets all fruity. Right now, James Yu is in the Win-Air Racing car. We've got Lu Wei in the Origin Motorsport car. And then we've got Lu Kai Shun in the Climax Racing car. And then we've got Thomas Song in the Uno Racing team. Those are the 4 cars on the lead lap right now. And there we go, the number 2 Climax Racing team do indeed get through. So now they're going to just settle into a bit of a rhythm. And we shall see. We shall see exactly how it all works out. Oh, big spin. Well, that's not good. The Climax Racing team. Well, that could be a potential beach here. Oh, they're good. Oh, they're so lucky. And do you know what? It's been so dry for this weekend. The ground there is pretty hard still. Lucky. Very lucky. I think if there'd been a few weeks of this weather, that would have been a different story there. He might have got stuck. But the Climax Racing team just drop it there through turn 9 and into 10. And ultimately, they've managed to get through. There we go, look, over the curb. And again. Yeah, that could have been so lucky. That is so lucky, should I say. That could have been so unlucky. But they're good. They shake it off, as Taylor Swift would say. And you just move on. So Lu Kaishin. There's a little issue there, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Last up, I know, Win-Air Racing absolutely flying again. They're up to the 2:14s already. Origin are a little bit off now with Lu Wei. Climax, well, that's a 2:27. So driver in number 911 is Ku Yu. I believe I have probably said that completely wrong. Ku Yu. Driver. But here is your race leaders. Absolutely flying. absolutely flying. They are looking very, very strong here. We've got 5 hours, 25 minutes to go. They are looking very strong in terms of picking up a victory. But there are still 5 hours to go. You can't be too hasty. Let's check the weather report again. Yeah, the weather is supposed to really calm down for 2 hours and then just completely open up again. So it is going to be a wet race entirely. Pretty sure of that. Harriet, are you any relation to the drivers in the HZO Fortis racing team, by any chance? As we get a lovely view here of, well, not a lot. That is some weather. Here we are on board there with Origine. I think he's just successfully negotiated turn number 11 and 12. Oh, 97's round the wrong way. Again, they're going to be okay. Oh, wow, where have they ended up? Ah, there we go. I've been commentating Lamborghini Super Trofeo, so I recognise the name. Welcome to the chat. Hopefully you're doing well. None of them, Kelsey. I prefer talking about it. They just dropped that coming into the pits. I did wonder where they were on track. It was such an odd, odd camera angle, and it turns out it was on the pit entry. So that's why I had no idea. They got an issue here. No, they're all good. They're going to do a driver change as well. So it looks like Leona Chin Lioio is getting into the car. I'm really bad at pronunciations of names, guys. I can only apologise. I'm really trying. Welcome if you are enjoying. Let me know in the chat where you're watching from, who you're supporting. If there is your race leaders, then Win Here Racing doing a very good job right now. Coming along the back straight. They're in the 2:14s. They are the fastest on track by about 0.7 of a second on the previous lap. So they are just flying right now. James Yu doing a sensational job during this stint. 28.7 seconds is the advantage. Origin Motorsport are not as quick as they were in the previous stint. Climax Racing lapping similarly to Origin Motorsport. Then you've got Uno Racing Team who are about 4 seconds off the pace. Head on to the back straight on board with the Origin Motorsport team. Yeah, they're still about 28 seconds. This actually might be a faster lap than the race leaders, judging by the information I'm receiving. So across the line then for Win Here. They did a 14.9. So are we about to see the crossover where Origin, who again won this race last time out, showcase their pace and they're up to speed? There we go. Ooh, crikey, that's too close to the gravel for my liking. Across the line then we will go. And, oh, well, they were 0.02 of a second faster. So not a lot. The two race leaders are very much evenly matched. It's the Garfield car. 33R by HAR. There's lots more series out there, Amy, than Formula One, I can tell you that. There are some unbelievable GT series in this world. my favourite type of racing. So many more stories. So get a nice look there at the number 98, very mauve livery. The Uno Racing team. Little Vipanisa into the pits again. They're currently 9th in this race. The HZO Fortis Racing team, by the way, have gone from 9th to 5th, but they haven't really been like lightningly quick at any point during this race, but they've just been getting on with it and not making any mistakes. The Malaysian team are very much in the hunt here for a potential. If Uno Racing make a mistake here, the HZO Fortis Racing team could go into the lead at GT3 AM. Pretty hotly contested, to be fair. In terms of the GTC class, the Lamborghini Madness Racing team are winning that. But the Porsches in the GTC class, 610 Racing with Yan Shuang is leading it as it stands. The GT4s, it's Gaha Racing by HAR. Lee Han Yu is in the car right now. That's the BMW. So there's lots of fascinating stories unfolding in front of us right now. You'll get there, Amy. Oh, big old snake into the final corner. Then you've got 33R by HAR. Yu Zheyu in the car now. And he's into the 219.2s. Origin Motorsport about to come across the line. They are now starting to lap a little bit faster than Win Here Racing. Not by a lot, but by enough. So the front two are basically trading fastest laps in these conditions. So are Climax Racing. The number 2, they're also in the 14s. So the front 3 are lapping very, very quickly, although Climax Racing are nearly a lap down. Win Here are right behind them. So Win Here are right behind Climax Racing. So they might be about to put a lap on them. So that means that everybody's been lapped up into P2. Up until P2. So fascinating stuff. So Uno Racing team, who's in the car for them now? So Thomas Song is in the car. They find themselves up into P4. Bit of a slide there. Not a crazy slide, but you can definitely tell the conditions have worsened because we just can't see as much. That's a a big telltale sign, is that it's raining harder, is that we cannot see anything. This is the Uno Racing team, up to 4th. And they can be pretty happy with their progress in this race, which started P6 on the grid, so they're up 2 positions. But yeah, they can be extremely happy with how things have gone so far. And remember, safety cars and all that will definitely play a part in this race. It is exactly 5 AM for me, yes. It's pretty early. I've got a very interesting morning. I'm being picked up for football 15 minutes after this race finishes. So yes. Interesting. Oh, Uno Racing trying to get involved with HZO. This is to put a lap on them. They are currently on the same lap. But this will be Uno putting a lap on the HZO team. Is there a potential for the move to be made? Oh, God, that's close to contact. I think HZO are just going to let them go at this point, although there's a battle for a position now. Yeah, so 33R are now closing in. That is for position, I believe. Yeah, so Climax have gone through a little bit earlier. Well, Climax have just been overtaken. Oh, no, where are Climax in this? 777. Oh, they're just behind this group. So that's again to get a lap. Yeah, Climax have gone through as well. So HZO have dropped down 2 positions. Yeah, 33R, Climax both have got positions there. That wasn't a lapped car. Very confusing. But yeah, HZO have now dropped down from 5th to 7th. in the blink of an eye. So there is the 777 of Climax Racing, who, if they haven't faced the wrong way about 8 times, they might be right in the hunt for the race win here. But ultimately, that's not how it's gone. And then you've got the 33R of Zhu Zheyu chasing him down. So this is a battle for P6 for position. So the purple Audi and the orange Audi. Are we about to see a potential shuffle in the pack? A potential overtake for position. First stint, the 33R was unbelievable. Dropped off of the pace a little bit in the last couple of hours. But is there a big opportunity to maybe make some inroads on the cars in front this time around? The Uno Racing team are a full lap ahead of these, they're like just ahead of them, a full lap ahead. So we want to try and get back onto the lap. As we head through the final corner. I'm sorry, what am I talking about here? So the Uno Racing team actually know. The Uno Racing team are now on the same lap as these. So these two are starting to come back around and maybe chase down for a top 4. They're very similarly paced to each other. Win Here Racing have just done a 15.1, 2 seconds faster than everybody, apart from Climax Racing, who are faster than them. They're in second. They're in third, the number 2 car. So they're currently a 14.6. But they're moving their way up towards the leaders, which is Climax Racing. And they need to be quicker than the leaders because they are only about 3 seconds up the road from being lapped. So the front 3 are on the lead lap right now. As we see a potential move being made here. Well, that's a mistake there from 777. Climax Racing run ever so slightly wide. Luckily, they're going to get away with it as they now head in towards turn number 7. Very easy to drop it here. Very easy to run wide off of the drier line. It's not much of a dry anything around here, especially underpants. You have to be patient in these conditions. An opportunity will present itself. You have to be patient. And this is where the 33 has been very strong in towards the next 2 corners. So they've managed to find a great bit of speed on the exit of this next left-hander, and then they have always been able to just shove the car up the inside of this sweeping right-hander. Now we're about to see exactly the same move once again. No, not this time around. Maybe a bit too much water, actually, this time around. The difference between the drier line and or the racing line and the off the racing line is very significant at this point because of how much water is on the track. It does look like it's slightly improving out there, but nothing too crazy. So here we go into the slipstream down towards what would be turn 14. And I'll be about to see a move here then from Zhu Zheyu. Well, it's not quite worked out. Power down nice and early. And the Climax Racing Li Donghui has managed to hold on. Through the final corner they come. I think it might be just a matter of time. They've also now got P2 right in behind them. So P2 looking to lap them as well. Defensive move there from the 777. Oh, big tank slapper there from the 33R. Doesn't leave the door open for the Origin Motorsport team. So they're already a lap down to the leader, but they don't really want to go a lap down to P2 as well. So you'll fight it for a little bit, but I'm not sure how long you're going to be able to fight it. The Origin Motorsport team just seemed like they're on a bit of a different planet with Win Here to anyone else on the circuit. Now it's going to be made difficult for her here. No, let's see that through. Down towards turn number 6. The job is a good one. That's very clever there from the 33R team. Because right now you're hoping that the 777 does not make it as easy, although he's run off line there, and he loses time battling to hold on to this lap. And that means that you can then catch up, and he is. So they are going to lose time. You've got to be so careful here. If you're P2, you've got so much more to lose than the 777. Up the inside you'll go. And there you go. The 33R has caught up because of it. They were clever with this. Look how close they are. This is a potential overtake opportunity. Down in towards turn number 11. And I'll be going to see the 33R team send it. We are down the inside. Oh, this could be contact. between the two of them. It is not. It is a very strong move, maybe on the side of aggressive, but ultimately job is done. And actually we can use the 326 here to box in the 777 and not be able to reciprocate on the exit of turn number 13. The job is done. 33R have made themselves through. Origin Motorsport had a great perspective of that, had a great view of that in the rear view mirror. It looks like we might be about to see the move reciprocated again from the 777. As we come then down in towards the hairpin of turn number 14, the gap is there, but ultimately Team 33R by HIR is going to hold on. So Zhu Zheyu has got the overtake done and holds on to the position, and that is now a top 5. Off to chase down Uno Racing, who are behind these, but nearly a lap ahead, so it's going to take a while to get themselves in a position to overtake anybody else, but the main thing is they have managed to get themselves to a top 5. Brilliant stuff. Really good racing. Hard but fair. Hard but fair. So as we head up towards the 3-hour mark in this race, it's still Win Here Racing, who actually are extending their lead. So they've extended it out to 37 seconds. Plenty of racing to come, though. Plenty of racing to come, that is for certain. And there is your race leaders. The number 37, James Yu, is into the car. It's their third different driver. And how many drivers do they have? Maybe they only have 3. They do only have 3. Yeah, they have Heng Cheng, they've had Andy Deng, and then James Yu. So they will... Yeah, they will... sharing the spoils between those 3 drivers. In terms of the number 4, yeah, they've used all 3 drivers now as well. They've got Bob Wan, they've got Ye Leo, and they've got Wei Lu as well. So those 3 drivers have all been used. So those are the 2 teams battling for the win. They're in the lead lap. They're the only 2 teams on the lead lap. And they've used all of their drivers. So now they can get really spicy with how they figure out who goes into the car. They figure out who's been the fastest in these conditions, and ultimately they'll use the faster drivers, I would imagine. So right, I'm going to go and make myself a cup of tea, I think, as we are now nearly 3 hours into this race. So we're on board with the number 65, by Panizza Racing. It's Melvin Moe, the latest driver to get into the car. Actually, the weather right now is... I was trying to paint a picture of it getting better. It definitely doesn't look like it's getting better, guys. If anything, it looks like it might be getting worse. Though it does say it's supposed to be only 20% chance now, and then it's going to go crazy in a couple of hours. So, yeah, right now, it doesn't look like it's getting any better. It really doesn't. We've got 5 hours to go. The fact that all 18 cars are still in is ridiculous. Our first German drivers in the race now. We've got Moritz Berenberg in the 326 racing team. They're currently 18th in this race. You see the indication there to let them know they're going to slow down on that side of the race circuit. I think that's our first European that's taken part in this race today, actually. Maybe our first driver from outside of Asia. Let's have a look at the entry list and we'll figure that out. Yes, so the only non-Asian driver in this whole race is currently in the car, the 326 Racing Team. Fair play. Welcome to the race, Moritz Berenberg. Welcome to the race. Right, guys, I'm going to go make a cup of tea. Be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back. And by the looks of things, nothing crazy happened. Although Origin Motorsport starting to close the gap. They actually closed up by 1.8 seconds on the previous lap. So Origin finding a bit of pace. They were on board with the 98, which is Uno Racing Team. They're currently in 4th position. And they'll be hoping for a potential safety car. I think everybody outside of the top 2. I think even, to be fair, I think even Origin Motorsport will be hoping for a safety car. I think there's a lot of teams that will be hoping for that right now. So it doesn't matter how big the gap is at this stage of the race. If you get a safety car, then it can really affect how things go the latter stages of the race. So I'm sure they'll be hoping for that, as we are now heading towards the 3 hours into this race. And I'm going to be honest, it's actually absolutely flown by. It's been gone very, very quickly. Hope everyone at home is enjoying the broadcast and enjoying the race as much as I am. It is very wet out there, as you can see. The weather report promises that it's going to sort of be a bit drier. As Uno Racing Team have not crossed the line. Oh, they must have had a mistake there. Yeah, they definitely had a mistake there. Yeah, the weather report does say that it's going to just lighten up a little bit for the next couple of hours. But I have been saying that for the last hour, and it hasn't. So, yeah, we will figure it out as it comes. There's the window open there, by the way. The number 98, she's got his window open casually. Trying to cool the inner side of the car, I guess. That's something you very rarely see. The window is fully open. It is. So I wonder if a stone's blown that out, or if legitimately he's just got it open. Because that is only going to slow you down in a straight line. All of that air going into the car. It's still very warm, as much as it's raining, it's still very warm in the car. Uno Racing Team, though, dealing with some backmark traffic. Dealing with it nicely. It's the number 51 now. I've seen the second Origin Motorsport car for a long time. The one with all the duct tape on. There's some flash of the lights. Gonna be honest, I'm sure they knew you were there. But after some issues earlier in this race, 51 starting to make their way back through the pack. In terms of lap time watch, they're doing 2:19, so actually not lapping that crazily quick. The fastest team out there right now are Winner Racing, who are P1, and then Climax Racing, who are currently P3. Oh, this is perfect time for you, Kelsey. This is like the perfect time. I feel like I'm being inconvenienced for once. So there is the Uno Racing Team. Have a look at the GTC class right now. Madness Racing Team are leading the GTC class there in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2. Yeah, a lovely look at the number 222. It's the first time we've seen that livery. It's got palm trees on it. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 610 Racing. Your liveries are exceptional. The Madness Racing Team are leading the GTC Cup. The GTC Porsche is being led by the 610 Racing Team. They're actually P1 and P2 in that class, 911 and the 610. As for the GT4s, it is the 886, the Gaha Racing by HAR. That is a BMW M4. That is leading the class of on board here. Look at this. Let's say final lap on the front of that car. 610 Racing, they always have great liveries. There's a massive negative commentating Asian series because for me it's a horrible time in the morning, but the positives are the cars look amazing. Cars always are fantastic. I think the number 911 just appears out of the mist. Flashing the lights when you're side by side with the car. I'm not sure it had a great effect. When you're side by side with someone and you're flashing your lights, I'm going to tell you something. They can't see it. They can't see the flashing lights side by side. Oh, well that ain't good. That's number 2, isn't it? That is Climax Racing. Number 2, isn't it? Lu Kaishan. Either them or the number 65. It is the number 2.
好，我们现在来到的是 Uno Racing 车队的批房，我们也想问一下，就是关于我们车上的这个挡风玻璃的事情啊，能不能麻烦您帮我们说一下是一个什么样的情况
？OK， 是这样子的，就是刚刚我出场的时候，安全车刚刚结束，然后各种组别的车混在一起，场面比较混乱。然后我因为刹车路线的这个判断有一点点失误，然后跟一台Cup 赛车撞到了一起，然后可能当时门起了一下，就把这个玻璃给挤出来了。首先非常抱歉跟这个 Cup 赛车说，他们好像方向盘稍微歪了一点。 然后我这边的话，所幸没有什么其他大的这个伤害，就是少了块玻璃，然后可能这个噪音啊或者风啊会吹得比较多一点，其他没什么大的问题。
那么也希望咱们后续都可以安全的去完成我们的比赛啊，谢谢。So the car has some problem with the windshield, but both the drivers and the team will make some adjustments as soon as possible.
Well, there you go. There's the answer, guys. There's issues with the window. So we noticed it. We have seen it. But, yeah, that's something that's not intentional. So that poor driver right now of the number 98, which is Thomas Song, is getting absolutely blasted in the face by the rain. But that is not ideal. His visor must be sweated up massively. Climax Racing, of course, with that spin, have lost a bit of time that time round, didn't they? They did. They lost about 15 seconds. So the number 2 facing the wrong way. Not having a good time. Kelsey, that will be central time. Western it'd be 9:25 p.m. and then Eastern it'd be 25 past midnight. Well, there you go. There are our race leaders. It says race winner. They won the last hour, I guess. That's technically where it says Win Here Racing. So, Win Here Racing are the leaders currently of this race overall. And then in terms of the rest of our field, see them there. Here we go then. It's time for some replays. The last hour, in all fairness, there's not a lot that's happened, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. We see the number 2 there, this Climax Racing getting involved. Uno Racing, playing the Uno reverse card there in the gravel. We saw the number 97, having a little bit of fun there on the paint on the exit of turn 1. And then once again, it's actually been a bit of an hour for the number 2 car, to be fair. They've had more issues than positives, I would say. Then battling the HZO. This is when the track was in a little bit better nick in terms of water on the circuit. Now it's very wet. There's our race leaders then. Win Here Racing by HAR. And again, they've really set to negotiate traffic. And they have done so successfully. Currently leading this race by about 40 seconds. Although this was very hairy this moment here. Managed to get through. Number 2 getting involved with the other AMG on circuit, the number 65. And there was a gap there, then there wasn't. So that was fun. But again, number 2 just providing all of the highlights during this last hour. You see ascend up towards turn 6. And there we go, on board as well. Viper Racing Team on the left-hand side of your screens. Here is P2, who, wow, just before they come into the pits, had that moment. Luckily, it's a big runoff there, because if that was anywhere else on the circuit, that could have been naughty indeed. And on the very same lap, they then went sideways on the exits. And there's the number 777, very similar situation. They could also have lost their race there, but they didn't. They're all good. And the number 2, who are currently in P3, the Climax Racing, decided, you know what? The commentator in England very much needs some more action. So what we're going to do is we're going to go 3 wide along the start-finish straight. And then once we get past both those cars, we're going to spin and then have to redo all that work once again. Just gets too much on the curb and loses the car. And there we go. That's what's happened in the last hour, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible. We have got 4 hours, 50 minutes left to go. So we're nearing the halfway point of this race. And right now, Win Here Racing have been absolutely superb. Origin Motorsports, they got to feel very unlucky. They lost about 40 seconds in the pits. I think these 2 teams would be neck and neck if Origin had a better strategy. As we look at the number 33 orange Garfield car, wonder if there's any particular driver in the world of motorsport that's maybe been the inspiration for that car. All I know is it's one of my favourite liveries I've ever seen. It's so cool. And they are currently in P5. Climax Racing, the number 777, they are into the pits. So they put themselves in the pits. But yeah, 33R by HAR, they were the standout team in stint number 1. They actually went from P13 up to P3. Currently find themselves in P5. But there are your race leaders. Again, it's such a wet track. I will be completely honest, like I was thinking that they might not start this race, how much water on the circuit. But not only did they start the race, but the driving standards have been superb. All 18 cars still in this race, no one's chucked it in a wall. Been really, really good. Ooh, tank slapper there for the number 69. Nice. As we see there, the race leaders, James Yu, squeezing the HZO Fortis Racing team in towards turn number 6 to open up the corner as best he possibly can for himself. Again, the gap 37.1 seconds between the front two. Lap times are about 4 seconds slower than the fastest laps we've had today, and that's just due to the sheer amount of water on the circuit. Although it does look like the rain is starting to subside a little bit. Hopefully that means the track is going to dry up, although the track right now is as wet as it's ever been. The driving standards have been absolutely superb for everybody to still be facing in the right way. This is just full concentration mode. We're on board with the AMG then. They're in behind the 710. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Madness Racing team, as they have a big old tank slapper. The Climax Racing team says thank you very much. Perfect on board now, onto the longest and fastest part of the circuit. As we go on board with the 777. They're on an outlap, that's Climax Racing. Second of the two teams. Got an AMG and an Audi out on the circuit there. If you are watching the stream on the Shanghai 8-hour stream, and you can hear me, get yourselves involved. Say hello. Let me know where you're watching from around the world, guys. I'm more than happy to have a chat with you. We've got plenty of time in this race left to go. And it's going to be much more fun if I can talk with you guys at the same time. So I'm on my own for 8 hours. 8 hours solo commentary. Oh, what a dream. So the Climax Racing team make it through. They're currently 7th position, of course. 777, why would you not want to be 7th? They've got Li Donghui in the car as it stands. Again, they're on their outlap as the Madness Racing team, the sole Lamborghini Super Trofeo. I've commentated on a few of those this year so far. They find themselves leading the GTC class, although with the pit stop now, they're not. There, one of the pit stop crews on the horn. As we are seeing the 326 make a move. That's not good for the 97 though. I think they might have an issue. Z. Speed look like they might have issues here. Yeah, their car looks like it might be in trouble. But the 326, we've only seen them this whole race being lapped, but all of a sudden we're seeing them making some moves. You'll have to see it. We've got the 5th. Oh, crikey. That was almost close to both of them going off the circuit there. 51 of the Origine Racing. Just giving a little nudge there to the Uno Racing team. Luckily, they're all both facing in the same direction. The right direction, should I say. But that could have been very naughty indeed. Through turn 6 they come. And they're all good. Nothing crazy to write home about. Which is the main thing. Is the main thing indeed. Actually, 51. closing up. Not so much. There's 9 cars in the GT3. There are 4 in the GTC, or no, 5 in the GTC, shall I say, and 4 in the GT4. There was 18 cars in total. There was supposed to be 21, but yeah, there's only 18 that qualified. About to see some more action between AMG and Porsche. 69 Racing versus Climax Racing, number 2. Ooh, big tense snapper. That's for sure. Number 2 comes through. And that's the issue now. Everyone's into a rhythm. Every driver has been in the car now, pretty much. There's only a couple of teams that might not have got all of their drivers in so far. And it is all about concentration. So you can make a huge error if you just get off the wrong line. Yeah, the timing tower has them all. So right now, the yellows and the pinks are GT3 cars. The green, bright green car on the left colour is the Lamborghini. Then you've got the dark blue, which is the GTC Porsches, or the Cup cars. And then you've got the turquoise, which are the GT3s. The HZO Fortis being lapped there by Climax Racing. Climax Racing lapping pretty good, but Linear Racing are on a different planet in terms of pace now. They are gapping the field by about 1 second a lap. They're 40 seconds clear now of Origine. Viper Nisa Racing have just got past HZO. That's the position. By the looks of things, yeah, it is. So Viper Nisa have managed to get themselves a position there. There you go. Job done. And actually, HZO bring it into the pits, so no real fighting there. And that might have been intentional, just to let everyone go by and have a clean entry into the pits. And successfully negotiated. Climax Racing, excuse me, are also in. Out of the lead cars, they're the first ones coming. So Hong Kong driver Liu Kai-shun is into the pits, and I'm assuming that they are going to change drivers as the oh, crikey. Just a slight overshoot there. Just a slight overshot there, and that's cost them, what, 7-8 seconds there? So while this pit stop is happening, I'm just going to go for a short break. Back in a couple of minutes. And we are back. Hello, everybody. So it's still, excuse me, Win Here Racing leading the way. Origine, they're about to come across the line. They're dropping time, aren't they? Win Here Racing, by the way, into the 2-minute 12.9. So the track's definitely starting to not dry up. For lack of a better term, it's starting to get drier, I guess, is probably the best way of putting it. But the lap times, yeah, starting to significantly decrease from everybody. But yeah, Origine Motorsport just dropping a bit too much time now. They're now 46.7 seconds. What kind of tea did I make? Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea. And I know that I'm going to get flamed because all the people I'm working with are Chinese. So they are very much into their tea. So they're going to be like, what? But yeah, that's the Yorkshire tea. Origine Motorsport number 51's on their outlap. They've just done a pit. Han Jingfen is into the car for their second stint, so second time. First people now getting into the car for the second time. But there's only 2 cars now on the lead lap, by the looks of things. So there's only 2 cars now on the lead lap. Oh no, Uno Racing actually are on the lead lap still, they managed to gain a load of time this stint. No, they are a lap down. Sorry, no, that's right, they are a lap down. But there are your race leaders then. Win Here Racing very much have been the stars of the field so far. At one point it looked like Origine Motorsport were going to be right with them. But they've actually lost even more time this last lap. Another 2-minute 12.7. The track is definitely improving. Definitely improving, but it seems like Win Here are the only team really finding the significant gains. A little bit of an indication. This is crazy. During my commentary career, that's the second time I've seen a BMW indicate. Yeah, I've never seen one indicate on the road in real life. Unbelievable. See some flashing of the lights. I'll tell you one thing, if I can't see them, they can't. A little bit too far behind there, 610 Racing, to really be flashing your lights, I think. We're about to see the 911 come into the pits. I'm wondering whether that's a case of letting them know, do you know what, I'm pitting, don't have to worry about getting out of my way. But they weren't close enough anyway. They were not close enough. But they managed to stop in time, that's good. Yeah, managed to get the car stopped, which is wonderful news. We're on board then with the number 326, the Audi. So they have to drive a minimum of 2 stints. So we've just had a question asked, how do stints work? So they have to drive a minimum of 2 stints. Yeah, the maximum consecutive driving distance for one stint from pit exit timing loop to pit entry timing loop is 32 laps. So that is why they're able to go a little bit longer, because obviously laps are taking longer. So obviously in a wet, it's yeah, very, very difficult. The maximum total driving distance for each driver is 115 laps, which again really favours the drivers in wet conditions who have the stronger driver, if they have one extra stronger driver. Does it look like we're getting some camera time? Impressive. That's for the Uno Racing team. So yeah, that's how it works there. Hopefully that answers your question. So yeah, 32 laps is basically the maximum they can do. Ooh, number 4 there. the Origin Motorsport team nearly went for a little trip there. They're now about 3 seconds off the pace of Win Here Racing. Win Here Racing have really hit the sweet spot with these conditions now. They really have hit the sweet spot. James Yu has really found some pace. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. If you are new, make sure that you say hello, get yourself involved in the chat. I'm going to be here with you for the next 4.5 hours. We've still got plenty of time. Sun's starting to... No, it's not coming out, actually. Who am I kidding? It's October in the UK. It'll take another hour at least before we start seeing the sun. Only 6 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, get yourselves involved in the chat, guys. Maybe you've got your favourite team, a favourite driver. Maybe you've never seen the series before in your life. And you can maybe ask some questions about how it works. It is a standalone race. It's happening each and every year in October around Shanghai, the circuit that used to be used. Actually, no, it was used this year in Formula 1, wasn't it? Back to being used. As we are on board then with our P2, Origin Motorsport. They're coming in towards turn 11. Running deep then in towards turn number 12. You can see that the weather is definitely starting to slow down. It's definitely starting to slow down. There's the Uno Racing team. So they just did some camera work on the driver that was getting in. And now that driver is going to get in. Just making sure that all of the helmet checks are sorted. Nice. Very interesting that they've not got a seat insert for this team. So they must have all similar shaped bums. Normally in an endurance race, that's the first thing they're changing. The seat insert. Doesn't look like they changed tyres either. Yeah, the conditions are definitely getting better. Well, so Kelsey, there's no... They have a minimum time that it takes to do... Oh, hello. That's a line. There's a minimum time they have to take, so it's not a case of they have to rush. So it's not like Formula 1 or IndyCar where like it's the quickest you can do it. Pit stop, they have a minimum time. So yeah, no one's rushing. They've got plenty of time to do the changes. So out of the pits comes, I believe, that is the number 98, right? Uno Racing. There we go. A big brain strategy. Right, we need to find 4 drivers with the same bum size. And we don't have to change the seat insert, saving us about 3 seconds every pit stop. Yeah, that would be a big brain strategy. Something that probably Ferrari wouldn't do. Win Here Racing are into the pits at Origin and now in the lead. The Origin have now taken the lead of this race. They're actually now coming out of the pits at Win Here Racing, so they've done their pit stop. And now they have Andy Deng, who started this race. Andy Deng was very fast at the start of this race. And with the conditions getting a little bit better, well, you think it looks a little bit better in the second half of the circuit, maybe not the first pit. Track conditions just on a bit of a knife edge. As soon as I think it's starting to get better, that just seems like more water's falling down. Let me just do a little search again. Yeah, so right now this is supposed to be the best weather we have for the entire race, and it doesn't look great. It's actually supposed to get even worse over the next few hours. So yeah, the second half of this race might even be wetter, if that's a possibility. Yeah, if that is a possibility. Well, we're about to find out. So we've got to be wary now. There will be some interviews that we will have to be wary of. Try not to talk over them. Uno Racing team are on the outlap. So will Win Here Racing. Climax Racing now will be coming into the pit shortly, and so will Origin. About 3 laps, I think. Interesting that they're not going to the maximum stint of 32 laps and just kind of chilling a little bit. Whereas Origine, I think, are trying to get to that. So your next stop will be 96 laps, so that's 6 more laps to go. So no, they're not going to the maximum either. To win here, are they going to send it on the 69 Racing team? And at this stage of the race, that's the only thing that can really get in the way, is them making a mistake with the back marker car. Got number 65. Viper needs a racing, probably in 6th position. Trying to get through as well, and they do. In through turn number 1. And Origin are about 1 minute 16 and a half seconds ahead, so once the pit stop happens, obviously that'll be eaten up. The win here will go back into the lead of the race. Perfect scenario right now for Origin would be a safety car. Safety car now would be Origine's dream. I'm not sure they're going to get it though. Everyone's been so well behaved in this race. It does lend itself to mistakes this circuit, but you can get away with them. You really can't get away with mistakes around here. A couple of people spin through this corner. Oh, well, we see a car in the background. That was the Viper, Nice Viper Racing team. Got a bit wide. Looks like they're just finding more grip out there. As we come then through turns 9 and 10. This is really not where you want to catch a back marker. This is where it can really cost you time and potentially a bit of contact. But again, even the back markers have been very well behaved. But remember what happened in the Sepang 12-hour earlier this year. It was like this for about 8 hours, and then all of a sudden, 40 minutes to go, we had a safety car. And then it was just wacky. So anything is possible in these races. But right now, Win here and Origine have put themselves in a position where they're a lap ahead of everybody, so it would only be between those two. But in terms of the GT, the GTC, like those cars, they're all very closely contested. Same with the GT4 cars. They could all do with a safety car as well, just to close them up. As the number 33 brings it in, so 33R by HAR up to P5, doing a driver change. Is this the time that they start flying? Look at that livery. There's so much water come off the track, but again, the line is starting to form where it's a little bit less wet. But it's still treacherous conditions. Andy Deng, though, already into the 2 minute 14s. So, yeah, Andy Deng is very much finding the grip early in his stint. But he did start this race in the worst of the conditions, similar to what we have now. And out we come then, and Jason Lowe is in the car for 33R, and he was very quick earlier on. And our race leaders are in. So Origin Motorsports could have done with a safety car. Didn't quite work out like that. And they are into the pits. And they will now do a driver change. If you're going to... Oh, they're not going to do a driver change. They are going to keep Lu Wei in, I think. They are. So he's going to stay in the car for a second stint in a row. Makes sense, I guess. It's just waiting now to be able to get going. Thumbs up. Getting ready to be told when he can go. And he's out. Well, I'll tell you what, he's caught right up here. Yeah. Wow, so he's going to be in the lead, I think. Where is Win here? Win here's right behind them. So because there's no driver change, they don't get the penalty. And that means that they are now ahead. So Origin are right up ahead of Win here. They didn't change tyres. They just put fuel in the car. And wow, that is a turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. They are trying something different, and they've got themselves into the net lead of this race. Very nicely done.
那现在站在我旁边呢，就是37号车的车手余焕。今天可以说我们整个的表现非常的好啊，车速也很快。从一开始到现在也一直保持在一个第一的位置。那觉得今天的这个关键是什么呢？或者说今天的状态那么好的秘诀是什么呢？跟我们分享一下。
其实我们3位车手整体的速度都不错，昨天拿到了杆位，所以我觉得今天我们3个人都需要比较稳定的发挥，不要出差错，然后把每一圈都做好。这样的话，我觉得其实我们就非常满足了。
那对于后面的比赛，会不会有一些调整，或者说其他方面的一些追求？
因为天气变化莫测，我们可能还是根据天气的状况在临时调整出场的顺序。不过我觉得我们3个人其实速度都挺平均的，所以说优势还是有的。
谢谢。好I asked him why he can't maintain the top position since the start of the games, and he told me because they have a really good positions for the beginnings, and all the members of the teams have the good cooperation. So he hopes they can hold these positions till the end.
Nice job. Nice job indeed. Hopefully they can. But as it stands, Origin Motorsports are in the lead of this race, guys. They are in the lead of this race. There is Win here. And they are 1.6 seconds clear, so we've got to fight for the lead. It's the way the rules and regulations work, and I assume Win here have got this in their back pocket as well, so they won't change drivers at some point, and they'll gain all that time back. But this is very interesting. Kick things off. Win here into the 2:14.2 straight away. It'll be interesting to see whether Lu Wei, who stayed in the car, can keep this pace up on older tyres and hold on to the lead of this race. Very, very impressive. Very impressive strategy to get themselves back into the lead of this race. The only 2 cars on the lead, though, are Origin and Win here as it stands. We're about to hit the halfway point of the race as well. 4 hours left to go in this one. We have got a race on our hands. So if a safety car was to come out now, it would only be 2 cars on the lead lap. I'm not sure the P3 and P4 would even get given a lap back, so it's looking good. It's looking good for Origin. It's looking good for Win here Racing. That's for certain. And that's all you can really ask for. So we've got a few people watching here on the Shanghai 8-hour channel. Make sure you get yourselves involved in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. Let me know what time it is. For me, it's 6 in the morning. And I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday wherever you are in the world, if it is even Sunday yet. Some places it's not even Sunday yet. So the gap definitely coming down, isn't it? Win here very close behind that Porsche. Just know that Win here is going to have a bit more grip with the new tyres. So actually, I don't think the gap's coming down at all. If anything, the gap might be getting a little bit bigger. It was 1.6 seconds last time round. And as we come across the line, it is 1.3. Okay, so it has come down. So Win here are about 0.3 of a second faster, but Origin are already in the 13s. 2:12 then for Win here. Now we're going to see these two fly. I don't think this is the best conditions we've seen so far, but they are really hitting lap times now. There is the number 326, the Audi, the GT4 class. As the leaders, they haven't just switched positions, have they? Oh, no, that's Uno. So Uno now are involved. Uno are about to be put a lap down again. Origin sending it there, realising that any time they can gain with the lap traffic is going to be vital. And well, there you go. So yeah, definitely a drier line forming now. So this next couple of hours, the conditions should start to get a little bit faster. As we see a big send around the outside, and not so much in terms of position gained. This is where you've got to be very careful. You've got to trust the cars around you, but you can't force it, because you will lose so much more time if you're involved in an accident. So Origin are clearing that first position now. And what a turn of events. I didn't see this coming. So the gap was about 40 seconds. But now it is 1.3. It might be a little bit more next time round. As we come up towards the final couple of corners, the gap has definitely increased. And we know that these two have pretty much got a full stint on for them now, as they're both nearly running into the gravel there on the exit. I've just had a message sent to from my producer asking if I wanted a coffee and a picture of a coffee machine. Unfortunately, he's halfway across the world. Thank you, Tan. Unfortunately not. Oh, he's got a wicked sense of humour as Tan. Fair play to him. Lead still though with Origin in P1. With Win Here Racing. Climax Racing in third spot, number 2. They are lapping similarly, actually, to our leaders. The leaders are in low 14s or mid 13s, and they're also in that. Everyone else is nowhere near. Apart from Viper Nisa Racing, are actually the second fastest on the track. So Viper Nisa also now finding some pace. Yeah, my producer, guys, me and him don't really understand each other. We don't speak each other's language, but we talk in GIFs, and it's very fun. 97 into the pits of Z.Speed. They find themselves currently third in the GTC Porsche. I love the fact that they just stood in the boot area. That is funny. And to head back up to the leaders. So it looks like the gap has come down a little bit. What is 1.9 seconds after the last lap? It's going to be about 1.6 now. Oh, no, it's 2. Actually come out. So the Origin Motorsport team, they have found some real pace. GT4 then versus the Cup car. 610 Racing, number 222. You got the Cup car, the rainbow-coloured car, which is a beautiful look. This is 69 Racing. They're also a Cup car as well, of course. Yeah, the 610 Racing team overtaking a 610 Racing team, just in different classes. Teammates, but not teammates. Still the lead though for Origin Motorsport. The lap times now, they're about 2 seconds off the best lap time we've had so far in this race. Fastest lap was a 2:11.4. Yeah, so we're about 2 seconds off that pace now. They got heavy fuel in, so the track conditions are definitely getting better. But not enough for them to get down to the 2:11s again, I don't think. No grip out there. I just cannot believe how the Cup cars and the GT4s have stayed on the track with these conditions, to be honest. This is almost impossible to race in. They've managed to all keep themselves on the straight and narrow, which is really impressive. Really impressive. Got the flash of the lights there. The 69 Racing. It's a little bit rude, isn't it? To be fair, though, this is for to put a lap on them. It's not even for position. We're hoping that the 69 Racing team just make it as easy as possible for them. Nothing too crazy. The lead gap has come down by about 1/10 of a second. So Winier and Origin, they are trading lap times here. So it's very interesting at the sharp end. Very optimistic little look there. Trying to force the 69 Racing team offline. Oh, lighting up the rears. Trying to get the power down. That's, again, very optimistic. Origin Motorsport, the number 51. They've just put their fastest lap in. Oh, big mistake. Off we go. And he's just followed a car, basically, that went into the pits. Just followed their pace. Yeah, Origin Motorsport, the number 51 Porsche, they have actually just set their own fastest lap of the race, 2:13.837. So, shout out to them. It does look a little clearer at the track, you're not wrong. There is the Viper Niza Racing team, the number 65. They currently find themselves in the top 5, although I think Climax Racing 777 are going to overtake them because of the pit stop. HZO, Vortis Racing Team, they're currently 8th position. Keep yo-yoing between 5th and 8th. Kind of their little race they're in. They've now got to deal with the Tutti Frutti Porsche. As we see even more Porsche action. A little bit further up the road. Got the number 911, the 610 Racing Team, battling with the number 97 Z.Speed. And this is not for position, so the 97 is actually trying to get back onto the same lap as the car in front of them. So they need to get ahead and then look to push on and maybe get back onto the same lap via potentially a safety car, I guess. Going to take something like a safety car really to get them back on their own lap. Yeah, in terms of the GTC cars, they're all... Yeah, the Z-Speed is Racing 69. They're 2 laps off, or 4 laps off, sorry, of the other GTPs, or GTCPs. So tough for them to really consider themselves in the fight for this one. As they sweep through and head down the back straight, and it does look like it's starting to rain heavily again. So every time it looks like we might be getting a bit of a break, it just seems to pelt down once again. Down in towards the hairpin, which is turn 14, then we've got the kink of 15. We're seeing a bit of ascent here from the number 97. This is to get back onto the same lap as the 911. And there we go. That is successfully negotiated. So now, a safety car would be perfect. Getting that lap back, you're right behind them. Four hours, 4 minutes to go. We are nearly at the halfway point. We have a celebratory disco. I feel like we should. We can't. I feel like we should. Here's your lead battle again. Origin have managed to pull away. Win here. And Andy Deng just doing nothing too silly. They were 1.8 seconds away on the previous lap, but this time they're a little bit slower. Origin finding a little bit more time. So I'm calling them Origin, but it's probably just Origin Racing with an extra E. Run a little bit wide there through turn number 1. Gap has come out to 2.2, so 4 tenths gained by your race leaders this time round. On old tyres, remember. So this is quite impressive that they are on the old version of the tyres. They're on their second stint with those tyres. Whereas the car behind are on a brand new set this stint. So that is extremely impressive. Getting the power down out of turn number 6, down towards turn number 7. Get a cut shot there. So Lu Wei, currently behind the wheel of Origin Motorsport for his second stint in a row. Andy Deng is in for his second stint. He started this race and now he's doing the 4th stint. Climax Racing's got Lu Kai-shun, who's actually in for the second stint, now in for the 4th. Uno Racing's got Chen Yechong, I think it's his first stint. Climax Racing have got Li Donghui in the cars, his second stint. Jason Lowe, second stint for 33R. Melvin Moe in for his second stint. Aaron Lim for HZO is in for his second stint. Harry He in for his first stint. Hey, someone waved. You love to see it. You love to see it. Nothing better than when a driver actually acknowledges the... oh, whoa, hold on. The 710 has had a prank here somewhere. And that will be a meatball flag. They'll be told to come in for sure. There's bits hanging off that car. It's too wet, too dangerous for something to fall off here. I'd be very surprised if they're not bringing that car in right now. They're not. Well, they haven't been told they have to come in. So something's happened there with the 710. I'm wondering what it is. As they come up towards turn number 1. Be a bit of a send up the inside, yeah. There we go. I'm wondering if we're going to get a replay of that, because that looks like a very sick Lamborghini Super Trofeo now. Knocked down with a kid stick. And it's very injured. Like an extra wing to be able to take off with that. Yeah, I know we were talking about the track getting a bit drier. I think that's not happening anymore. That is not happening anymore. Oh, this is the battle. 51 trying to gain, we'll get back onto the same lap as the... Looks like the Lamborghini has had an incident with a Porsche. There might have been an incident with a Porsche, that's what I'm hearing. And the 51 has got past the Audi there, off the 33R by HAR. Jason Lowe hasn't lost a position, but it gives the 51 a chance to get back a lap at the very least on their competitors. The gap at the front has come down again, 1.7 seconds So yeah, that does make sense. The Origin Motorsport might have had a bit of an altercation with the Lamborghini. Remains to be seen exactly what's happened. You're going to get a wave from this gang? Surely someone's going to wave. Nope, 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 nope. Too serious for my liking. We are past the halfway point. We at least deserve a wave from the crowd or the drivers. Come on. Don't be like that. So there is the 51. The 51's managed to gap the 33 massively. They've got an issue here. In one lap, they've gapped them by about 5 seconds. It's quite incredible. I think they're really struggling. What's the lap time watch? Okay, no, they're just massively off the pace. Struggling for pace. We're going to get overtaken by the Cup car here. The Cup car is very much faster in a straight line. Through the corners is where the GT3 cars got so much more downforce and grip. So the Porsche's going to find it a bit of a struggle to find any kind of momentum or a gap to work with. So this will be frustrating. And you know you're faster, but you haven't really got the car underneath you to make the move, although he's going to do it. And now he should be a little bit faster. Oh, cheers, Kelsey. And they both get through, so yeah, the 33R team with Jason Lowe, they're not having a good stint here, not having a good time. It's a bit of a struggle. You've got the Viper Nisa racing team. Melvin Moe starting to lap very fast as well. He's in the 14s. It's only 4 cars in the 14s right now. The HZO Fortis racing team are also in the 14s. But here are your race leaders then. It's Origin Motorsport. Only 2 teams have led this race today, and they are currently the P1 and P2. But they have traded about 4 times now between each other. Yeah, Origin are leading to win here racing. And I think we're about to see highlights from the last hour. We get a lovely shot here of turns 1, 2, 3, and indeed 4. Here we go. So the last hour, what's happened? Well, we've had a change for the lead. These Origin Racing managed to get, or Origin Motorsport managed to get ahead of Win Here Racing for the first time in about 3 hours. Well, as you can see, they were both negotiating traffic. The Uno Racing team are actually 4th. They've just put a lap then on 4th position together. But Win Here struggling keep pace with Origin. The gap 2.6 seconds now, but there's not a lot between them. Each and every lap is about 2 or maybe 3 tenths between them at max. They're lapping very similar pace. There might have been a bit of contact between the Lamborghini Super Trofeo earlier on and a Porsche. We're not sure who exactly, so maybe we'll see that. But there's the 69 Racing team, 610 Racing as well. These two having a bit of a ding-dong. This is to get back a lap on the car in front, so not for an overtake per se. Almost went into the rear there and actually nearly followed him into the pits. So the 69 car came into the pits and 610 Racing nearly followed them in. As you see here, oh, well there, the Porsche nearly shunted into the back of the Lambo. That was very close. So that's what they meant, what they were telling me in my ear. And then the 51, once they got past the 33R team, they've flown by. They're gaining 5 seconds a lap now. The 33R team very much struggling. And well, there is the number 222 Porsche GT4. Right, I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. And we are back. Yeah, passing is very, very difficult offline. Like going offline here is almost impossible. So for seeing overtakes, it has to be such a big difference between drivers. But right now, the gap has come down towards our leaders. So it just seems like Win here, when it's really wet conditions, they are the stronger of the two. When it's kind of drier, then Origin seems to be the better of the two. It seems like the track's got extremely wet once again. Oh, you've got to be careful there. And that's going to have slowed them down. Where's Win here? I think Win here might be very close to an opportunity of getting a move done because of the 97. The 97 Z speed. Oh, whoa! Uno Racing have absolutely shunted it here, and they're going to be stuck. And that, ladies and gentlemen, might be a safety car. So Win here were close. I think the Uno Racing team might be about to cause a safety car. And ironically, they are the team that needed one. But not when you're in the gravel. So we'll have to wait to see whether they are still in the gravel. Yeah, the 98 are stuck. And I just don't know how they've managed to get there. I really do not know how they've managed to get there. But we're about to see a potential move for the lead of this race then. So Win here! Oh, nearly tags the back then of the Origin Racing team, or Origin Motorsports. That was so close. They run out of front grip there. Nearly run into the back of the Porsche. And we have got a full course yellow. Everybody's going to have to go to 80 kilometers an hour. And this is where we're about to see the car. What has happened to the Uno Racing car? You're about to see it. Here we go. We're going to get a replay. Well, yeah, what happened before that, though, for them to be in a spin like that? It's such a weird place. The only thing I can suggest is they've had a brake failure, or they broke far left and hit the white line. And there is the Uno Racing team. They are not at all happy with that. Although we do see some smiles. Or is this or are they? Oh, okay. This is them maybe witnessing it happening. So here's the front two. They are side by side. Someone trying to gain an advantage while we're under full course yellow. I think we're going to get a safety car here, because that car is stuck. So I'd be very surprised if we don't have a safety car. And this is going to close the field up. Very good decision here from the 710. They've decided to bring the car into the pits. And Viper Niza. And there we go, safety car is out there. I just saw a safety car, I'm pretty sure. Or the medical car. And there it is. I want to see the initial incident here. Hopefully we get to see the initial incident. I think that they've just broken on the white line. And they've ended up then shooting across the track. That is such a weird place to go. Such a weird place to end up. So do any of the big two decide to just bring the car into the pits now? Because they're within about 15 to 20 minutes of their actual stints. No, maybe even, they're about 20 minutes away from when they would pit. So I'm wondering whether they just would decide to bring it in now. Look at them, they've ended up side by side. So that's what 1 second looks like, guys. When they're going this slow. Pretty much side by side. Excuse me. I wonder whether Win here bring it in. Obviously, we know Origin have stayed, like they are. Origin are on old tyres. Is it worth them coming in, or are they going to wait for a potential safety car so they really do gain? I'd like to go on board with those two to see what happens here. Do either of them? Well, no, we're not going to see that. There's the number 710 of the Madness Racing team. Are we about to see one of the leaders come into the pits here? There we go. We are going to get... Oh, they're out of the gravel, so I think they should be able to drive off on their own here. So we might not even need a safety car. Good old tractor. Yeah, they might not even need a safety car, in all fairness. Origine do decide to come in. Right, I figured they might. So Origine have come in. They are going to save a little bit of time here because I think the full course yellow is going to disappear very quickly. They are going to, they're going to save a little bit of time. Climax Racing number 2 and 777, who are third and fourth, they've both come in as well. So they're going to save a little bit of time as well. But Win Here Racing are still out there, and that's because I think they've done a driver change. Oh, hold on, does it look like the sun in the distance? Okay, let's not be wishful thinking. It did look like the sun might be shining there on the grandstand. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's not get too hasty with my chat here. But yeah, Win Here Racing, because... Origine, because they didn't do a driver change last time and that they didn't change tyres, it makes sense for them to just go early. So now I think they become favourites to win this race now based off of what they've just done. Yeah, well, this will be interesting. So there we go. No, this rain is definitely still coming down. I'm just chatting rubbish, guys. Sorry. Oh, no, now a full safety car. So safety car has come out. What is that for? So the Audi's got going again, fine. Why is there a safety car? Well, I guess for the restart. That makes sense. To bunch the field back up to get a restart. There is the race leader, and that is played into Origine's hands so perfectly. So the only thing really that Win Here can do is just come into the pits and try and respond. And just put fuel in the car. Win Here, I think, have to bring the car in and just put fuel in. There's the BMW M4 GT4. First time I've commentated on that variant of the car. Commentated on the old one a few times. Never the newer one. There is the Porsche who's going to catch up to the safety car. Yeah, it's definitely still raining, isn't it? But not as heavy as you'd like to, as it has been. It's currently 1:37. Local time. And there is the safety car / medical car. Oh no, I think they've changed it again. This might be an actual safety car now. I don't think it's the medical car anymore. So the only two that are on the lead lap are the Origine and Win Here. Win Here leading this race. Did Win Here decide to bring it into the pits that time round? They did not. They did not. I wonder how many laps they're going to do. Now that everything's clear, you assume that the safety car comes in now. There's the safety car. I don't know what's happening with that. Getting some lovely shots here of how wet the track is. That was our race start after 3 laps of safety car action at the start. We started, and you can see that the weather was very wet. see there's no zero dry line at the start of this. Neither Uno Racing and Viper Leader were battling earlier on in this race. Uno, unfortunately, just found themselves in the gravel. There's some GT4 on GT4 action, and more of it. But they also have the race leaders coming through as well. That was really earlier on in this race. Right, guys, this is going to continue for about 7 minutes, so I'll be back in about 7 minutes, guys. We're all going for lunch and breakfast, so we'll be back in about 7 minutes with the rest of the 8 hours of Shanghai. Hello, everybody. We're back. So we have got ourselves a safety car still. Now the whole field have been pretty much captured, I think. And Origine are now only 5 seconds behind the leaders, and they have the pit stop in hand. This makes it a very interesting last 3.5 hours. I'm sure that 710 were in the pits at the start of the safety car. They're also in the pits at the end of it, so getting more and more fixed on that car. Bit of duct tape. We'll always fix it. The safety car has no signs of coming in as of yet, so I'm sure that it will do. Yeah, the rain definitely is stronger now. It's a very strange one. We're supposed to get lighter rain, but that's just never really happened. It's been wet the whole time. Now the Madness Racing team got to try and catch up to the back of the pack. But as it stands, we have got ourselves a GT3 race at the front. There's 5.1 seconds between P1 and P2. Then they are a lap ahead of everybody. Yeah, they're a lap ahead of Climax Racing. Then they're 2 laps ahead of the second Climax Racing team. So, yeah, everybody is a little bit of a pickle. And then you've got the Madness Racing team who are leading the GTC, the GTC Cup, but they've just pit again. So that is going to give the opportunity to the 610 Racing team to catch up, I think. And then in terms of the GT4s, right now, they're 4 laps clear. Gaha Racing by HAR are 4 laps clear of everybody else. So they've really put this tightened the screw in this race, and it's really come from them just keeping out of trouble. So now I guess they're putting themselves into an order for the safety car to then come in, and then we are good to go. I just had some breakfast, so we are replenished. We're ready to rock and roll. Safety car lights are still on. Are we going to get a wave from anyone? Hey, we've got to get a wave this time. Give us a wave. And that is a no. Lovely. No one wants to wave to us today. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. There is the Madness Racing team. They're trying to catch back up to the back of the pack. But Origine, who are currently second in this race, have now been given a massive opportunity because they are basically a pit stop ahead of Win Here Racing. Oh, red flag. So the conditions are deemed to be not good enough for racing. We have got a red flag situation. So I'll get it confirmed. I just sent a message to see if it's too much water. I believe that is to be the case. So we've got all cars follow safety car, stop on the grid in a single line. So this is not good. So I guess they've got to wait for the weather to calm down, but I just don't think it is. I think the weather is going to stay like this for the rest of the day. That's the big worry here. But yeah, they've all got to stop now on the grid. And this actually will help Win Here Racing because they will be able to change tyres now. Oh, okay. So there's lots of debris. Ah, there we go. So from the incident earlier on, there's lots of stuff left on the track from it. So they're trying to clear that. There we go. So we have it. Thank you again. Tan has just given me the heads up. So that is what's happening. So because of turn number 6, because of the Uno Racing car, they have got to clear the track. Basically, it's unsafe. So they are basically red flagging it. So this will allow everybody a chance to put fresh boots on. And they'll be able to be good to go. And then they're not stopping the race time here. So I don't believe they're going to stop the race timer. This works out in the favor of basically anybody who didn't pit, because they've gained time on track. Yeah, there is the red flag. Now they will be stationary on the circuit. And now they're just going to get rid of all of the rubbish that's been laid out on the track since the race has begun. As you can see, it is absolutely pelting it down. So we're going to still have water. We are going to still have water on the circuit. This does give a good chance to clear the track from all of the gravel that's been chucked on there from the start of this race.
那现在我是来到了 Uno Racing 车队的坯房，我们也想问一下，刚才发生了一个还是比较严重的一个事故，可以跟我们说一下具体的情况吗？
其实就是赛道的情况变化的比较复杂，雨好像越来越大，然后去到 T5 的地方，我们一般都是全油门过的，然后刚刚我们全油门过的时候，有一个大的甩尾，然后车子就 spin 了，然后幸好车子没有撞，只是进了刹车，然后我们现在还能继续比赛，所以这也算是不幸中的万幸。
我们也希望后面的比赛可以一切顺利，加油！谢谢。So anything can happen during the competition. So both the drivers and the team, we will need to make the adjustments for the everything we meet during the competition. So we will hope all the drivers will have their best performance during today's competition.
There we go. It's a nice little chat to the car that unfortunately were the cause of us to have a safety car and ultimately a red flag. But yeah, it just seems like this is an opportunity to really just clear the track up. I don't think there's anything significant on the circuit that is an instant danger to everybody out there. But I think it's just a chance that whilst they've got the cars all stationary, that they can indeed clear the track around the parts of the circuit where there are gravel, and ultimately meaning that we will have a bit of a safer end to this race. So obviously, it's very, very wet around this Shanghai circuit. So yeah, we are going to have 3 hours, just over 3 hours left to go. So plenty of time in this race. My God, we've got so much time left in this race. Say the laps, and any laps you've got on another car will count now. It's not like everybody gets given their laps back or anything like that. There we go, there's a whistle. So they're just removing a few more bits off the track there. So I don't think there's any damage to anything, like in terms of walls or anything like that. So it really is just about getting rid of the rubbish. And you can see, we're just getting some air into the car. And actually, they won't be able to change anything, will they? This would have been perfect in normal red flag conditions, but the fact that they stopped on the track like this, they will not be able to change anything and will not be able to change any tyres, so it will be as was. There is your race leaders. Number 37, excuse me, Win Here Racing are in the lead. I don't think we're going to be here for too long. I think this red flag is not going to last too long. See in P2 on the screen there, that's number 97, Z.Speed. So they find themselves right now in P3 in their class. So on for a little bit of a podium run. There is the 710. They are the leaders of the GTC class, although they just had to pit. And there we go, everybody's allowed to come onto the track. Now, if there's any potential repairs, we might be able to sort something out here. They've all been allowed onto the track. So I think by the time we get started here, we're going to have about 3 hours left of racing. So still a hell of a long way to go. There's an extreme amount of whistling. Now it's all about keeping the cars cool, right? Being stationary is not good. So the restart here is going to be very interesting, because they're going to have rock cold tires. And the car will just feel different, it'll feel a bit stiffer. In these conditions, that is a recipe for cars to snap. And there to be mistakes around a circuit such as Shanghai. There is the number 69. Racing 69 is the team. And there is who I think are the net leaders, number 4. Session will resume, there we go, in 2 minutes. Crikey, we're ready to go. No messing about. We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go. They really are not messing around here. So under safety car conditions, we are going to restart in 2 minutes' time. But I think the number 4 is the net leader. They managed to pit during this safety car. So they should be golden. Oh, okay, no, it's not going to be 2 minutes. It's going to be in about 7 minutes or 6 minutes now. Got a little bit excited there. They just changed it. It did say 2 minutes time, but now it's going to be in about 6 minutes. So yeah, we will be about 3 hours, just over 3 hours, 10 minutes of racing once they restart. Been a pretty good race so far, though. Fascinating, actually, especially the Win Here and Origine Motorsport race. The GT4 is pretty much sewn up, and the GTCL, Lamborghini's going to win the GTC. as it stands, seems like the most likely destination for the wins. But it remains to be seen. Plenty of excitement left, I'm sure. So the rain doesn't look like it's absolutely hauling it down now, like it was. You could definitely hear the rain. Oh, that's a nice little tool, isn't it? Probably should have used that to start off with. That was perfect. Right rear. Gonna make sure you got the right wheel on the right part of the car. Look at that. Nice little close up. Wonder what other views we're going to get during this. There's the whistle. We've got 5 minutes before we start again. Let me just go get myself a drink quickly.
Okay.
Right, so we've got a few minutes left until we restart this race. It's actually starting to get light where I am, so that says all it needs to be said. It's starting to get light in the UK. How are we all doing watching at home? If you are watching, get involved in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. I'll give you a shout out. If you've got any questions, more than happy to answer those questions for you. This is the 8 hours of Shanghai. We are under red flag, unfortunately, due to a spin. Well, it's quite an aggressive spin. Still haven't seen the actual cause of it, but it looks like it was an aggressive spin because of braking on the white line into turn 6 for the Uno racing team. But ultimately, it's just kicked a load of rubbish onto the circuit, stones and gravel and mud and grass. So they wanted to clean it up, so they've called a red flag. But the time has not stopped, so the timer is going down, because I don't believe there's actually any extra time to get the race in today. So, yeah, the timer is the timer. The timer is the timer. So who's still watching them? Get yourselves involved in the chat over on YouTube. Looks like there we go. There's the yellow flags now. So we've got the safety car. That means we are ready to rock and indeed roll. There was a red flag because into turn number 6, a car ended up going across the grass and gravel and putting loads of gravel onto the circuit. Lots of mud and gravel. And, yeah, this is just a bit messy. So they've cleaned the track, and now we're good to go. All 18 cars are still in the race. So we're about to go green here. We have got 1 more minute to go. And the safety car will take us away. It's the third safety car we've had. We've had a Lamborghini. We had a Hyundai, I think Elantra. And now we've got a Hyundai, not even sure what it is, at the front now. So we've got the third safety car of the day. Here we go. It's race time. So the race is between Win Here and Origine Motorsport. They are the top 2 in this race, but Origine managed to get a pit stop in during a safety car. So right now, they have got a pit stop in hand over Win Here Racing. So it's a very, very tough task for Win Here to win from here. Pardon the pun. Safety car, I would imagine they only do one lap. In a very wet Shanghai. My God, is it moist. See, I'm wondering whether it might just be a 1-lap safety car. Or do they go for more? So there is your timing tower to the left-hand side. So the pink, the yellows are GT3s. The GT4s are the turquoise, and then the dark blue and the green are the GTC class. The P, or the dark blue, is the Porsches. And then we've got the L, which is for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2. There's only one of those. That is what is on the left-hand side of your screen. Anyone else got any questions about the race? Let me know. We'll try and get them answered for you the best we possibly can. So they've all got to be wearing out. The tyres are extremely cold. Cars have cooled down, so they're going to be very stiff as well. So you've just got to work the car in again. This is where mistakes can happen. This is where safety cars can breed safety cars. You hope that that's not going to be the case. But you never know. As they head onto the back straight, they're still saying the safety car is going to stay out for me. Yeah, they're still flashing the lights there, so it might be more than 1 lap of safety car. Yeah, we might be getting more than 1 lap of safety car here. So they've got the whole back straight to figure that out. But I think we might be getting another one at a minimum. So I'm wondering whether they might even switch around the order a little bit to get the GT3s together. But I did say it was looking like the weather might be improving, but that picture there says it all. It absolutely isn't. We are not going to have a dry part of this race at all, are we? So it looks like we are going to have another lap. Close-up sounds of these cars. Oh, into the pits comes the HZO Fortis Audi. I think that might be Viper Nisa into the pits as well. Yeah, Viper needs... No, it wasn't. It was Climax Racing. Winnier have come in as well. So the race leaders are into the pits. That means that Origin have taken the lead. And, well, this makes things very interesting indeed, because if the safety car comes in now, this is going to kill Winhere's race. This is exactly what happened to Origin earlier on, where they pit a little bit too late and it cost them so much time. But, yeah, Winhere could put themselves in a position right behind them. Then there's an opportunity for them to potentially go and chase down Origin. So, yeah, Winhere and Origin, they're going to be on the same strategy now. But it will be Origin that lead the way. Out of the pits comes our race leaders. There they are. Or they were the race leaders, they're not anymore. They're going to go right to the back of the pack now. And if there's well, it's a safety car in at the end of this lap, so they're in trouble. They might be in trouble here to catch up. Safety car's coming, no, they should be okay. Safety car's coming through turn number 7 right now. Yeah, they should be okay. Should be able to catch up to the back of that pack. But where are Origin in this trail? If they're right near the back, then this could still work out quite well for Winhere. Oh, there they are. They're like the 4th car in the train. Yeah, they're like the 4th car in the train. So Winhere have got a lot of work to do as they head onto the back straight. Again, where is... Well, they've got to go slow, haven't they? Yeah, they're not going to be able to catch up because they've got to go slow. Oh, this is a massive shame. This is a massive shame for Winhere. They're not going to be anywhere near. So they're going to have lost so much time. They were hoping for one more lap, I guess. But now it will be down to the 97 car, who ironically are down in P14 overall in this race. But they would be the car that takes everyone away. Safety car is in. Although the safety car is in. Right, we are green off. We are off and running. And there you just saw in the background the Winhere car trying to get back involved. Off the race circuit, we're going to go then for the Origin car. And how many cars are they going to get? Well, they've got 2, and they might be looking to get a 3rd as well. All very close, though, between them and the 33R team. And Origin just do not want to be held up any longer. They want to try and get through this as quickly as they possibly can before they have the Winhere team catch up to the back of the pack. And there we go, onto the power for the Origin team. And they are up to P2 in this train, but they are leading this race. So now they're off to catch the Cup car, the 97. This is just going to be a train of cars, isn't it? So I'm looking at my track map right now. And the number 4. Where is the number... where's the number 37? We need to figure out where the 37 is. Oh, 37 is miles behind. So 37 is just coming through turn 7 now. And car number 4 is into turn 11. So the Winhere team are very much in trouble. The Winhere team are very much in big, big trouble. So there is the Uno Racing team. 51 just had a 0.95 seconds added to a pit stop infringement bonus. But it looks like the group out front have got through. So there we go. They come down in towards the final couple of corners, turn 14, 15 and 16. The Origin Motorsport team, they are clear. They are absolutely clear. I would imagine it's going to take some effort for that Win here team to get anywhere near this. Where are they? So they're not there yet. They're nowhere near yet. They're nowhere near yet. Not, I don't even think they're with the pack. Oh, there they are. Oh, no, that's not them. It's a mistake, though. It's a Climax Racing team. And Win here are so far behind now that they're going to have to put in some mammoth lap times. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be... it's almost going to be race over unless something like crazy happens in terms of another safety car. But they are all close right now, so the potential of a safety car is at its all-time high. It is at its all-time high. Even though the Madness Racing team had to pit twice during that last safety car, they've actually managed to keep hold of the lead in their class, and I think by a full lap still, which is quite crazy. There's number 65, Viper Nisa. They're trying to close the gap. They're actually a couple of laps down on P3, so they really do need some safety cars if they are to get a top 3 in this race. They are top 3 in the GT3 Pro-Am. But if they want it to be overall, they need a little bit of help, I think, from the race director and from other cars having issues. There's the number 222 into the pits. That's a 610 Racing outfit in the Porsche 718 Cayman. Again, very cool livery. 610 Racing always do tend to have some of the cooler of the liveries. And there is the car that was in the lead before the pits, before the red flag happened, and now they find themselves at the back of the pack. They are coming up towards turn number 11. If I look at my tracker, the lead car is coming down in towards turn number 14. So the gap has come down. They are massively catching, in all fairness. The gap's 31.7. Maybe they've got the pace to catch up. Who knows? Maybe they've managed to figure out the conditions a little bit better than our race leader. We're about to get a lap time watch here. So it's a 2 minutes 13.5 for Wan Bo in the Origin car. I think that's definitely quick enough. You've got the indication there from the Audi. It's basically saying, can you get out of my way, please? And what is the lap time watch here? He's going again, up the inside, through the final corner. Definitely a loss of time. And I think this is going to be a fair chunk of time off of the pace of the leaders. They've crossed like a 2:19. Yeah, lost 5 seconds at that. Lost 6 seconds that lap, actually. So Win here are in a little bit of trouble. A little bit of trouble then for Win here. And that red flag and that safety car has cost them massively. The indication is just on constantly. Just constantly turning left. We don't need to be worried about right-handers. Well, there is a right-hander. You need to be a little bit worried about it. We've got a bit of the car hanging off. Someone rear-ended them. I think someone might have rear-ended them. So the safety car restart is under investigation. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder what that's about then. Safety car restart is under investigation. This is that's never good. When it's under investigation, that normally means someone's at fault for something. And here we go. Maybe this is going to be what it is all about. There is a oh no, that's a big hit. Well, that is a big hit. Oh, that's a really big hit. Where is that car? Are they both able to keep going? That's the question. I don't think it was a Viper-Nisa. I think it's Climax Racing that were involved with the BMW. In terms of there are any cars stationary on the track, I think everyone's okay. Yeah, the 886 BMW is fine. Yeah, the number 2 is fine as well. So everybody is going around the track fine. There's no problems there. But that was a little bit naughty for both drivers. I don't think anyone was particularly more at fault than the other. I'm being honest. See, the Climax Racing have just wanted to get on with it, aren't they? They're just sending it on everybody. That's the trouble with safety cars. It kind of brings this dilemma when you've got slower class cars in front of you. You don't want to lose time to people around you in your own race, so you've got to try and get past them as quickly as possible. That's still like the track's getting better though. Well, from the onboard it does, and as soon as we get to this picture it doesn't. So I don't know, I'm going to stop assuming it's getting better, because it never is. No matter how often we look at it, it's never getting better, is it? So through turn 10, now heading down towards turn 11 for IMAX Racing team. They find themselves currently in a 3rd overall. Actually, this is yeah, these are miles off of finishing this lap. Again, it does look like there's no rain in the air. There's no water going onto the windscreen from the sky. But I think that we are actually going to have a bit of a drier track in the next few laps here. The fact that our race leader, Origine, is lapping in a 2-minute 12s says that that is the case. Right, guys, I will be back in about a minute. Hold on, you need to just go for a quick break. right, so here we are. P2, Win Here Racing. They are dropping significant time. There's also a big part that could be a meatball flag. And if you're new to racing, what meatball flag means is you've got damage to your car that's so significant that could affect others, and that means that they will pull you into the pits so they can get it fixed. So yeah, they've got to be careful here. I don't know how they've managed to get that. I wonder if someone has just rear-ended them. But that is less than ideal for Win Here. New minimum driving time for AM and AM Plus is now 80 minutes. Deduction of 10 minutes due to the red flag. Okay. So there is a new minimum driver time. They only have to do 80 minutes across the whole race. That's what that means. And welcome to everyone watching at home. We have got just under 3 hours left to go of this race. If you would like to get yourself involved in the chat, and you're watching on the Shanghai 8-hour YouTube channel, then first of all, make sure you subscribe. And second of all, say hello. I am more than happy to answer any questions for you, if you so wish. The Origin Motorsport lead the way, and they look very good for the win now. In terms of lap times, they're just lapping in the 2:12s. They're 3 seconds faster than this car, who again have led the majority of this race. It actually has been led, I think, even if Origin lead for the rest of this race, it will only be 50-50 in terms of how many laps led. We can actually check the statistics there. So the laps led by Win Here Racing is 89, and then the laps led by Origin is 29. So they are currently 60 laps behind in terms of how many laps they need to do. So they would, if they were to lead every lap now until the end, it would be quite close actually as to who led those laps. Very close. I think it would just be Origin, but again, a long way to go. Climax Racing across the line, they're third. So they are a lap down. Viper Racing are now effectively 1.5 laps down. And there is the number 2. So they are Climax Racing. They are P3 overall as it stands. But the real stars of the show right now are Origin, because Wan Bo is just putting in absolute worldy lap times. He's only 1.1 second off their fastest lap time of the day, and the conditions are very bad compared to what he was doing those lap times in earlier on. If the rain does calm down like it's supposed to, then we might see some faster laps, might see some 210s a bit later on, but as it stands, it looks like it's going to be pretty turd weather. I'm just looking at my weather app, and it's just due to get worse now. And there's no even shining light to say it's going to get better, guys. Unfortunately, it would appear that the weather is just going to get worse. While we're at it, let's check my weather. Oh, great. It's also pretty bad. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday. In terms of the GTC class, it is the Madness Racing Team in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2. And in the GT4s, it's Gaha Racing by HAR, who for the first hour were actually nowhere near the lead of the GT4 class. But after that first hour, they've not really looked back. They've had a lap on everybody the rest of the race. So very impressive stuff from them. And they're actually currently about 1.5 seconds quicker than everyone else in their class as well. So this is the number 51, which is Origin Motorsport, the second of the Origin cars. And you've got Uno Racing Team, who caused the red flag. They're now looking to try and get themselves back through, and Uno Racing Team are lapping significantly faster than the car in front, by about 2 seconds a lap faster. So are we about to see a potential move? That is the question. Doesn't look that way. Doesn't look that way as of yet. That's probably the best way to put it. the Peppa Pig car is being pursued at a rate of knots. Uno car very close behind. And what could have been for the Uno car? I know we've still got 3 hours to go, and you know anything is possible in an endurance race, but they, I think, had the pace to be right in and amongst it. I genuinely believe that. But just a few too many mistakes. Same as Climax Racing 777. They faced it the wrong way about 8 times this race, but realistically, they've got the pace to be in and amongst it as well. But like I said, still plenty of time to go in this race. Plenty of time for things to go awry. Teams ahead of you. The Audi, by the way, with some serious traction out of turn 13. Slingshotting his way in behind the Porsche. Porsche taking that inside deep line. Just made one move, so we'll probably, well actually no, is able to move over one more time. Well, that's now more than one move, isn't it? The Uno car is going to try and go round the outside. This could be beautiful. This could potentially be move of the day if he gets it stuck. It doesn't. And actually, in the end, drives off the track and just about gets the car going again. So it's gone from potentially being a move of the day to not in very quick succession. And the 51 car will live to fight one more day. Or at least, as they say, one more lap. There's the number 96 car. The GT4 Nova Racing. Currently find themselves down in 16th. Second overall, though, in the GT4 class. Looking for a silver medal. Well, hold on, what's going on here? I'm sure that they've just gone past the win here car. Or was that? No, it wasn't. It's the Climax Racing car. That was for position. Number 777. It was for a lap, actually. It's an extra lap put onto them. And they just let them go. It's like, yeah, do you know what? You guys crack on. Got no reason to fight you. So the Climax Racing car and the Win Here Racing car, they look so similar. One's purple and one's blue. Almost got the same livery. It's an easy mistake to make. There's 710, the GTCL. Madness Racing Team, leaders of the GT Cup class. The sole Lamborghini on the grid. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2. There it is. With plenty of tape on the front of it, so a very strong car now. Will probably be the most aerodynamic car on the grid now with all that tape. Everyone knows duct tape is the most important component of any race car. If you don't have duct tape on the car, you're not trying hard enough. I think that's pretty much the rules and regulations. As we see the leaders of the race dealing more with traffic. And that really is going to be the only thing that slows them down, as they're now into the 11.9s. So Wan Bo is about half a second off of his best lap so far today at the race fastest lap. The track must be getting better. I know he's fast, but the track must be getting better for that to be the case. But yeah, only half a second now off of the best time of the race so far. And I'm wondering whether this might be the stint where the times do drip or drop down in towards that 2-minute 10s. They're about 13, 14 seconds off of the lap times that they would produce in the dry now. But it is due to rain a little bit more very, very shortly. So if you're going to go and get the fastest lap of the race, you've got to get it done quickly. We've just seen Z Speed. Eric Kwong just got the fastest lap of their race. An 18.400. So the track conditions are for sure getting better, or maybe the best they've been so far today, or close to. because we're seeing two teams producing very, very good lap times. We're about to see if Origin Motorsport come across the line once again. Are we about to see Climax Racing send it on the Lamborghini? As a 2:12.0 for our race leader, so yeah, definitely the track is in a good spot. Consistently lapping at that pace is good. Win here racing now to 2:13.7, so they're lapping better than they have done. Viper Niza, 14.6 as they just about come across the line. And what about 33R by HAR, Zhu Zheyu in the car. He's in the 13s as well. But he is a lap and about 1 minute 20 seconds of that leader. Anyway, it's just not really anything too exciting. As there is a leader of the GT4 class just getting on with their business. Not really seeing too much drama, apart from a Mercedes tagging them and spinning them around in the last sort of 20 minutes. But other than that, they've kept themselves out of trouble. They haven't really put themselves in harm's way. And ultimately, that is going to be part of the parcel of winning this race for their class, because every single one of the cars in their class will have issues at some point. The faster cars do tend to be a bit more aggressive, especially in these conditions. If you stay behind the car, you lose so much more time. If you keep yourself out of trouble, you've got every reason to suggest that you're going to have a good race. They're actually ahead of two GT Cup cars as well in the overall standing. So this has been a very good performance from them. This 33R come through. So this has been a very good performance from the Gaha Racing by HAR. Wu Jiang is in the car right now. As the number 51 comes in, lots of duct tape on that bad boy as well. They currently reside in P9. The rain does seem to have just subsided a little bit. If Origin have managed to improve on their time. No, just 2:12s. Just 2:12s. I say just 2:12. That's still pretty impressive. Let's not diminish their consistency. Is massive at this time of the race, right? So we head on to the back straight. We've got the Uno Racing team. It could have been so much more for them, but unfortunately they ended up causing a red flag. The fact they're still in this race is very impressive. Number 911, that's the 610 Racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And right now it is Zhu Jinwu who's in the car. As you can see, the colour coding at the bottom of your screens is to say which car is what. So the purple or the pink, whichever you want to call it. And the yellow are GT3 cars. The turquoise or the light blue is GT4, and then you've got the dark blue and the green, which is the GTC class, the green being the Lamborghini and the blue being the Porsche. Instant between cars, 886 between cars, well, it's not come up with the first car, but I think it's car 2 and 886 at turn 9 noted. Surprising that that's not being given as a penalty, to be honest. Although I did call that both of them were just being very, very silly. Maybe they were just being a little bit silly. Climax Racing across the line, not really pulling up any trees. Z Speed have now just put their fastest lap in as well, 17.576. So the track is very much the quickest it's been so far, as people are now starting to put their fastest lap times in as a team. I love the fact that the Win Here Racing team, I've still got the indicator on the left-hand side, so just to confuse everybody. They're not always turning left, it's just left the indicator on. Now they're turning left. So it's appropriate for about half the circuit. Actually, let's work out how many left-hand turns there are. No, it's actually a clockwise circuit, isn't it? So there's not very many. Six left-handers. Yeah. About a third of the time, you're right. You missed a red flag. Been a red flag for a while. We're back now. Here are your race leaders. They are looking very good. 2:11.7 on the previous lap. They're only 0.3 of a second off of their fastest lap. The conditions are definitely the best they've been this race. Putting some pressure on the HZO Fortis side. Oh, Christ, that's going to be deep. Wow, crikey. That was, that looked like that was going to be a little bit worse than it actually was. Luckily, they managed to figure it out, and life is all good. Fastest lap of the race for 610 Racing, number 222. They've just done a 2:23.214. So again, that is just good evidence that the fastest lap time is coming in because the track is its best state. Will we see our first 2:10 though of this session? That is something that remains to be seen. Car investigation between cars 2 and 886 at turn 9. No investigation necessary. Okay, yeah, I figured both of them were at fault for it, so yeah. Glad to be right on that one. Right, across the line, Origin Motorsport. Clear lap now. See how fast they can beat. This is the lap, I think, where we might see the fastest lap prevail. Fuel's getting lighter. The car is in good nick. There's no traffic to contend with. Track is getting into its best state it's been so far. Let's see them fly then, see how fast they can indeed go. There is a 710. Number 97 behind as well. Both of those racing in the same class, but the Z-Speed car is quite significantly further back. Gaha Racing by HAR, they're struggling with their lap times as well. Not having the best of times. Coming along the back straight. Win here, about 0.5 off the leaders. Lap time that last time now. Climax Racing currently third, about to cross the line themselves. Anything exciting? No real pace to be found. What about Origin Motorsport? They're about 35 seconds away, crossing the line. Car 51 under investigation for pit stop infringement. That would be not ideal for them. They have not had the most luckiest of days. It looks like that is set to continue. Looks like that is set to indeed continue. There it is, the fastest lap. I thought it might be coming. It's a 2:10.8. The track is in great nick now. The fastest lap has just been taken by Yuan Bo. That's a very good lap time there. 2:10.884. That is actually 0.6 faster than anything we've seen so far today. But that is extremely impressive. Chinese driver. And right now, apart from 3 drivers, they are all Chinese. We've got a driver from Hong Kong, 2 Malaysians, and 15 Chinese drivers out there on the circuit. Lots of home races for everybody. Uno Racing about to come across the line. I wonder if they're going to improve on their best lap time, considering the track is getting to this stage. No, they do not. But Win Here Racing, they're just on a 2:12.572. They're 1/10 off of their best lap time. So everybody's starting to find a bit of pace. It looks like the track conditions are the best, excuse me, they have been for the entirety of this race. We'll board them with the number 2, Climax Racing. One of only 2 cars that have managed to get into the 211s. Origin Motorsport have now done a 210, so there's only one team in the 211s, and that is this Climax Racing team. They're still a 214.4. But Origin Motorsport now might become a bit of a hot lap contest, knowing that these conditions are not going to last, and it will become significantly slower. We've got to look to try and get as many fast laps in as possible. So there is the number 51 being overtaken there by the 33R team. But this is not for position. That is to put the lap back on to the 51. Origin Motorsport, another faster lap? No, an 11.7, which we would have taken as a real fast lap before the 10.8 came into fruition. That is for certain. The Garfield 33 car, currently residing in P7. Viper Niza might be about to put their fastest lap in, you know. They do a 2:11.6. For the third team to do a 2:11. What about 6:10 Racing in 16th spot? No, they do not. Yeah, right now, guys, the track is definitely speeding up. The water is dispersing, but it is set to rain heavier again at some point, so let's not read too much into it. There's the HZO Fortis Racing team by Absolute Racing. Getting flashed there by the number 65, which is, of course, Viper Niza Racing. AMG Power chasing down Audi Power, 2 German manufacturers. He's sending it. He's flashed the lights to let him know he's going to send it, and then they just can't turn in. Or at least he told them. He certainly did not disappoint. That was always going to be a send, wasn't it? And he absolutely did that. Yeah, at least if you're going to do it, you make sure everyone knows you're going to do it. Back yourself up. We've got Origin just about to come across the line once again. Are they going to now set even more faster times? No, not this time. 2:11.273 is the second fastest lap time. They are flying. Absolutely flying along now. They're about a minute ahead of Win Here. It was about 40 seconds once we restarted this race. And it's just impressive. There is Win Here, the leader of the most laps. 89 laps they've led this race. So right now, the important laps are not being led by them. And they need a safety car. It is as simple as that. They need a safety car right now. They also have got one of their slower drivers in. If I could use the term slower. They're all fast drivers, of course. But they really could do with a safety car to bunch the field up. And then they get one of their faster drivers in, and it brings them right back into the race. So it is possible, but now with only 2 hours left, it becomes a little bit more unlikely. So there is every reason to suggest that it is a possibility. But look at the track now. Track really has got a drier line. It's still wet everywhere, but it is a drier line starting to form. Still blinking to the left. Going to run out of blinker fluid. But here are your race leaders who look so good. Juan Bo, who did a really nice interview earlier on. Seems a very, very, very nice man. Can also pedal a race car, that's for certain. Across the line we will go. And that is the fastest lap of the race again. 2:10.386. The track is the best it's been. Got to take advantage of it while it's like this. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not taking advantage of it, is it? That's running slightly wide. Wow, okay. That is... Well, that could have ended up being pretty bad. Sun is up where I am. Well, no, the sun isn't up. There's no sun, but it's light. It is light here. 2 hours, 30 minutes to go. I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling at this point. We're gonna get through it, I believe. Believe in me. This is the wall I'm hitting now. And there is the number 97. The Z. Speed started to do some of their fastest lap times of the whole entire race in that stint. Again, just showing how quick the race circuit is getting. We've just got the fastest lap time for the 610 Racing team, number 222. They've just done a 22.709. The number 222 have just done a 222.709. The irony is not lost on me. Almost like it's meant to be. Win here have just done their fastest lap of the race as well. It's done a 2:12.110. But again, it's nearly 2 seconds slower. It's like 1.8 seconds slower than the race leaders. So it's very difficult to see them improving. But the fact that we are now, seeing pretty much every single lap someone get their fastest time shows how good the track is. Ooh, just offline there. Be careful. You need a safety car, but don't be the reason why there is a safety car. That doesn't help anyone. Well, if it doesn't help you, that is for sure. Well, slow lap though from Origin. Just did a 2:12.8. Oh yeah, that's because they ran wide into turn one. We saw that. Yeah, no, we did see that. Any more fastest laps of the session for teams? Let's see, 33R by HAR. No, there's a 14.6 actually. It's an over improvement. And actually, without the spray on this race circuit, that damage doesn't look that bad. As the number 97 just decides to get the most money for value for money out of the race circuit there. It completely runs wide. It's just another fastest lap for them. Cross the line. No. 2:12.762 that time round. No, not a faster lap time. But everyone seems to be improving. Number 98, the Uno Racing team. Top 10 as it stands, but they all would have been expecting so much more. So them making the mistake into turn 6, causing the red flag has cost them their chance of winning, or well, not winning. I don't think they have a chance of winning the race, but a chance of being in the top 3. So they are looking quick. When you lose all that time and you lose a couple of laps, it's almost impossible. Almost impossible. Even with safety cars, you're always going to end up just dropping in behind a couple of laps down. There is the rainbow livery, number 610, 610 Racing. They are currently running in P11 overall, and they are leaders of the GTP, the GTCP, the leader of the Porsche Cup car. They're second in their class of the GTC. But on livery watch, they are right up there. It's a very nice livery. So now we have 3 Malaysians and 15 Chinese drivers on circuit. Not even Hong Kong being represented now. So we've got the 69 racing team, the number 69 into the pits. Getting as much fuel into the car as possible. Filler right up. It's a 33R, sends it on HZO. And that's for position. That's a great move. That is full position. That's for a top 6. And yeah, the 33R by HAR and Zhu Zheyu has managed to get the move done. Brilliant stuff there. So a little late move into turn number 1. The job is a good one. Now off to chase down Climax Racing. So they're about a minute behind Climax Racing, but in terms of lap times, they're catching up about 3 seconds a lap. They really have hit a little bit of a purple patch in form. They're just not consistent over the stints, unfortunately. So they just lack a little bit in terms of 1 lap pace. They've got it. Top 5 is there, but they need to go out there and grab it. And the fact that the 777 is in the top 5 is actually quite mind-blowing, because they've had an adventure. I think it's the nicest way I can put it is they have been on an adventure. Oh, car 51 again with a stop-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. Second time. Viper Niza have just put their fastest lap at the race in as well, 2:11.454. Track is very nice. The weather's going to change very shortly. They've just been told they got a penalty. In fact, they did bring it in straight away. Suggest they're going to wait. I think they've got 3 laps though. What they need to do it. Do it within 3 of the message being received. It's such a shame. They've had a bit of an unlucky one today. You've got their sister car leading the way, and then themselves just not having the best of days. So we have a little send there on the Cup car. And again, any contact there? That's how GT4s are made. Can't really afford any more infringements. Right, well, we've got four cars who on the last lap have just done their fastest laps. So Win Here Racing have just done a 2:12.0, a 2:11.4 for Viper Niza, 2:17.0 for 610 at Racing, the number 610, and then we've got 2:21.6 for 610 Racing, the number 222. Everybody starting to lap very nicely indeed. well, that is not good, as that is the number 37 into the gravel, and they are the car that needs a safety car. That's going to cause a safety car, but they are going to lose a lap. Oh, that's just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable that they would be the ones that lose out. And that is going to give Origin Motorsport a massive opportunity. A massive opportunity now to win this race. With 2 hours, 17 minutes to go. Their biggest rivals are in the gravel. And that will be a safety car. And Win Here Racing are witnessing their race disappear. They've led the most laps in this race, but now they find themselves in the gravel. And I'm sure we'll get a replay of exactly what's happened there. But that's killed the race. That's killed any chance of anyone else winning. They are going to find themselves out of this race. Full course yellow has been announced. So full course yellow has been called, but that means that the safety car will pop out. So with like 2 hours to go, there will be a restart. And that is not good. That is Win Here, their race done. I wonder if we're going to get a replay of this. So this is turn one. No, it's not turn one, is it? It's actually turn 12, 13. It's actually turn 13, I think. Yeah, no, it is. So now we've got to wait for the Manitou to come and pick them up and drag them out. And if we get a safety car, guys, I'm going to just disappear for 5 minutes. Go freshen up. And then be back with you for the remainder of the race. I think a cold shower might be in order very quickly. Into the pits and the number 65 comes. The Viper needs a car. And you've got to just be so devastated for the number 37, because they are the car that needed a safety car. They needed a safety car, and ironically, they've got one, but they are the ones that caused it. Like, what are the odds? So the driver, Wambo, who's in the car for Origin, would have been thinking, oh no, I don't need that. And then his team would have told him, no, actually, it's the car that we don't mind caused it. Now we've got a real shot of winning this one. And that would be 2 years in a row. They're just waiting for the full course yellow to be changed into... Oh, hold on, they're going again. They have been dragged out, and they are going again. They are under full course. They've lost a lap here, but they are under full course yellow instructions. And I'm assuming now this will change to a safety car, and then we'll have a safety car restart. So I'll be disappearing for a quick 5 minutes. And then the last 2 hours will fly by. Number 777's decided he wants to get involved in the old action of letting everyone know that he's just turning right. So he's evened up the playing field. Yeah, we haven't even had a replay to sort of figure out what exactly happened there. Ironically, Winnie Racing just put their fastest lap in the race. And then they just undid all that hard work. So yeah, the rain is still coming down, but just not anywhere near what it was earlier. My God, crazy. Origin are in the pits, and Win-Ear are in the pits as well. And there is the number 4. They are the leaders of the race, now by quite a considerable margin. They're going to be a lap ahead of everybody, and it's theirs to lose. 2 hours, 11 minutes to go. It is absolutely theirs to lose. Now they're going to be on the same strategy as everybody around them as well. It's just, yeah, don't make a mistake and give it to anybody else. I think Climax Racing, the number 2, have actually moved up into second spot now. I think they've gained on everybody, so they've moved up into second position. The AMG number 2, with Zhang Yaqi in the car, who we're on board with now. They appear. You mention their name and they shall appear. Yeah, they find themselves now in the lead of this race. So we're just waiting for the full course yellow to be changed to a safety car. Once the safety car gathers everyone up, good to go. 326 doing a cheeky little squeeze. No need for that. No need for a cheeky little squeeze there. We're under safety car conditions, or yellow flag, full course yellow conditions. So there are the culprits. So they're out of the pits. And yeah, just massively unfortunate. James Hughes now into the car. This does really help out the Origin Motorsport team. Again, it's theirs to lose now. 2 hours left. It's almost a sprint race. Just make sure you get the car to the end. There they are. Just get your car to the end. From this position, and you are absolutely golden. Out laps then, and there is the safety car. Right, I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Just going to go freshen up. Well, hello everybody, welcome back. Safety car still out, but we'll say one thing. The rain is coming down a bit more, isn't it? The weather has become a little bit more aggressive. Oh, just about 2 hours to go, 2 hours, 2 minutes left in this race. We've got the 610 in the pits here. Getting ready to change tyres. But yeah, look at that. Look at the weather now. And it's going to get worse from this point. It is going to get worse from this point on. So right now then, Origin Motorsport lead by a lap to Climax Racing. And they lead by 2 laps to Win Air Racing. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. Here we go. Maybe the final chunk of time in this race. If you are watching from around the world and you can hear me on the Shanghai 8-hour channel, make sure that you do indeed say hello. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. Keep me company for the next 2 hours before I lose my mind. I'm only kidding. No, I'm not kidding. Who knows? Safety car is coming in. Don't worry. It's coming in now. Lights are off. Safety car's about to come in. So right now, what needs to happen is the Win Here racing team have to get ahead of Origin. Yeah. So Origin have to lose out here. They need to get ahead of them and then try, well, and hope for another safety car. It really is as simple as that. They've then got to hope for another safety car. So we are off, we are running, and Origine have taken us away here in Shanghai, 8 hours. Still 2 hours to go, just shy of 2 hours. We're about to tick over the 2 hours left to go, and it's less than 2 hours left to go now. And right now the leaders are Origine, and they are 2 laps ahead of the car right behind them. And these two have been battling out for this whole race, but the safety car was caused by the car in the second in the train. And unfortunately, they lost 2 laps to the race leaders. So they need to now get ahead, hope that there's some kind of safety car, and then gain that 1 lap back, and then basically do the same again. It really is as simple as that. There's no other way around it. They need to just gain those 2 laps back. So it is not all over, but right now, if the Origine team stay ahead, which they would have been told, stay ahead at all costs, then it's done. It's done and dusted. As we go through turn number 1, crikey. That's a 777, that's the Climax racing car. And the number 2 or the number 65? I think that's the number 2, isn't it? That's another Climax racing car, so they're both the Climax cars. They're battling with each other. Oh, Santiga supporting the number 65, the Viper Niza Racing. Well, hello, welcome. And I tell you what, this is closer than you think. I think there is an opportunity here where Win Here get ahead. I think Win Here have an opportunity. So in terms of the driver of the car, it's James Hughes, their fastest driver. So once he gets up to speed, I figure he's going to have a run at Wan Bo. Bo's going to have to come into the pits anyway at some point and change over. So he won't be able to go to the end. So the next 2 hours should be very interesting. She's just trying to find some clear track so we can see exactly where his braking point is. Yeah, there's no way that Porsche is getting away. Ah, Dominic Ang. Very fast racer indeed. Well, welcome, Santiga. We very much appreciate you being a part of the broadcast. So once again, it all really comes down to the Origine car staying ahead. Or if they do lose a position, there's just no safety cars. But here are your leaders. It is the number 4. It is the Origine Motorsport car. And they find themselves now ahead of the Climax racing car. So Win Here are now into 3rd position. There is the rest of your classification. Let's take a look at some highlights, though, over the last hour. Well, you see these two battling out for position. And this is under the safety car. Look at them getting side by side. This is earlier on in the race. And then we saw the Uno racing team car cause a red flag. So we actually had a red flag. Everyone was on the pit lane for about 20 minutes. Oh, there is a big spin. That's where the contact was. So we're seeing the AMGs heavily involved in a lot of contact, but now we know what happened with the Win Here car. The Audi Win Here car, we didn't see a replay of it at the time, but the Audi was missing its rear left, and we see it now. The AMG was the one that caused it. And it looks like the number 2 Climax Racing team are just basically getting involved with everything. Wow, what an hour it's been. Then we go a bit further back here. It's the HZO Fortis Racing team being lapped by our race leaders. Runs a little bit deep there. That could have been so much worse, more worse than it was. 610 Racing team, the rainbow card getting out of the way. And this, you can see the track was so much faster. Now we're seeing a bit of a send from the R33 team onto the Origine number 51, who are currently in the pits, which is not a good sign considering we just had a safety car. And once again, the highlight reel that keeps on giving. The number 65 this time, though. The Viper Niza Racing, who are actually now chasing down a potential podium. But here are your race leaders. Even though they made a little mistake, this was actually after the fastest lap of the race. They are still in the lead. Well, there's a bit of sausage curve there from the number 51. Almost a bit of contact with the cup car. And that is what has happened in the last hour. But look now, as you can see, the track is significantly wetter. And the Audi have to get by. It is as simple as that. If you want to win this race, you have to get by and try and get at least a lap back. But that Porsche will make it as difficult as humanly possible. Bit of a mistake there from the Porsche. And while piling the pressure on is Win Here Racing. And Origine, for the first time, is showing a little bit of a chink in their armour. Again, they are 2 laps clear, so they don't really need to fight this. But it's vitally important that they try and keep the 2 laps, just because if there is, of course, a stoppage or a safety car, it means that the other team will not get their lap back. So now we're running through turns 12 and 13. Just seems like the Audi's able to get close, but not close enough. The Porsche leaving a bit of a wake. Just in behind them is the Climax Racing car. Or shall I say it's the Viper Niza Racing car, not the Climax Racing car at all. They're a bit further back again. And James Yu is very much keeping this Porsche honest. It's surely only a matter of time before the unlapping. It needs to happen twice in this race, but the unlapping happens. And then there's a clear track and you can drive away. But again, just to reiterate, to win overall, the Win Here Racing car that's currently behind the Porsche is 2 laps down. They need 2 safety cars. And they also need to get ahead twice to get their lap back. They are very close, though. So the windscreen wipers working just at a rate of knots. Look how close they're getting to each other. Wan Bo doing a very good job right now. Not getting too flustered, not making any kind of mistakes. Very easy here to just miss your braking point by a couple of meters. Just gives the opportunity to the Win Here team to get ahead. But right now, no mistakes made so far. Very important part of this race. And Win Here have kind of put themselves in this position. I say kind of, they have put themselves in this position just by driving into the gravel and getting it stuck. That is never ideal. They needed the safety car. They didn't need to cause the safety car, because they were the ones who lost out because they were stationary for so long. Tell you what though, look how close they are. Can they get a good exit out of turn number 13 onto that back straight, a kilometre long, remember? So if you can get a good exit out of this complex of corners, then it's the harshest braking zone on the circuit. So if you can get anywhere alongside that Porsche, you fancy your chances. The Audi, just not quite close enough, I don't think. Will get the benefit of some slipstream, but I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough. It would be some send if there was to be this attempt. I'm not sure they're close enough as we come down into water braking zone. A lot closer than I thought he would be, but ultimately, no, not going to be anywhere near. Actually, a mistake there from the Win Here driver. Going to run deep, and that is going to give a couple of tenths, which in the context of this race is absolutely massive, to the leader. So Origine weathering the storm, pardon the pun, and understanding just how crucial the next stint is. This current stint, shall I say, is absolutely vital to their race win. gap still staying out. That one little mistake has cost the Audi team just a little bit too much here. This is where it gets really tough mentally. How many times can you close that gap and not be successful in making it, or even getting yourself in a position to make a move before? Just think it's not possible. How many attempts do you put yourself in for and it doesn't quite work out? The gap's just getting bigger and bigger. So Yuan Bo has done a fantastic job. Gap now increasing, if anything. Lap time watch. Origin did a 13.0. It's actually a 14.3, so 1.3 seconds gain that time round. And Yuan Bo, it's not going to be the quickest stint of the day, but this might be the most important. Weathered the storm from that driver behind, and now he's just able to push away. Really, really disciplined drive. Hasn't tried to drive too quickly, hasn't tried to put too much pressure on his team, and has stayed ahead. Don't get me wrong, it is a 2-lap gap between the two of them, but it's just vitally important that you just do not let them have the opportunity of gaining 1, maybe 2 laps back via safety cars. No, there's 2 laps between them, Kelsey. Okay, unless they can get ahead, it's almost impossible. So to explain it to you, Kelsey, obviously you're new to all of this, right? Imagine the lucky dog rule in NASCAR. Effectively, for you to get your lap back, you need to be ahead. So you need to be like... So right now they're currently 2 laps behind, because they're also behind the car, right? They get ahead of them, even if it's by a 1/10 of a second. They're then 1.999 laps behind, and then with a safety car, they would get that 0.9 back. So they'd be then 1 lap behind. And then if they get ahead again, and then they get another safety car, that would put them, again, right behind them. So that's kind of what they're praying for right now, and that isn't going to help. GT4 car right on the apex of the final hairpin. Jesus. So yeah, there's no lucky dog rule, but that's as close as you can get to it. But you have to be ahead. We've got the R33 team. That bright orange car. Beautiful livery. Definitely livery of the day. Definitely livery of the day for me. So we get past the Nova Racing team. And again, shout out to every single team, because in an 8-hour race to have this level of reliability is absolutely mind-blowing. All 18 cars still in the race, no problem. I guess it helps that they're going a little bit slower because of the weather, but still pretty impressive. And if you are watching from anywhere around the world on the Shanghai 8-Hour YouTube channel, make sure you say hello, make sure you hit that subscribe button. So this is a yearly race, every October. So see the spray being kicked up. massively wet now. Times are about 4 seconds off of where they were merely half an hour ago. That is a significant drop off. Win here have just closed up again by about half a second. Maybe there is that outside chance of it happening, but they need Origine to really make a mistake. I've been calling them Origine. Of course it's Origine, isn't it? I'm such a moron when it comes to pronouncing words. Of course it's Origine. So this cup car is going to get in the way now of the Audi. The number 4 Porsche's got through nicely. Race leader. No real pressure. And that will probably gain them a bit of time as well. Yeah, 13.4. I think Winnie are going to do a 14.0. Yeah, they do. It is 3:30 p.m. Yes, yep. It's very early for me, Santiago. It is 8:38 in the morning. It is extremely early in the morning. I've been commentating since 2 a.m. on my own. Hopefully you're having fun. Still got 1 hour 43 minutes to go. And right now the race leaders are pulling away, putting a lot of pressure on everybody else on this grid. Origine Motorsport 51, they are in the pits again. That's not good. No, although no, Origine are back out, so I guess it was a scheduled stop. Get very used to people all pitting during safety cars. Hard work on a Sunday morning. Yeah, it certainly is. There's definitely worse jobs. Definitely worse jobs, my friend. Little click there. I think of the TC. Little change up in the TC. Maybe of the BB as well, actually. But whatever Leo Ye is doing is absolutely smashing it. So yeah, it's actually Leo Ye that's in the car right now. They've only just changed that on my screen, so I thought it was Yuan Bo the whole time, but it isn't. It's actually Leo Ye. So very much putting in some very fast times, and the track is starting to get a bit faster again. As we see HZO being lapped there by the car that are currently in P2 in this race, with Ling Kang at the wheel, and he's absolutely flying at this point as well. Climax Racing, in second spot, looking to pick up a lovely podium.
好，我们现在来到的是51号车队的 P 房。那么现在我想问一下，因为我们比赛还有最后的1个多小时、2个小时不到的时间，也可以说是比较关键的一个阶段了。那您觉得说车队在接下来的时间里面会采取一个什么样的策略来去完成比赛呢？
可能我们前面运气一直不是特别好吧，有一些撞车，然后刚刚还有一个爆胎，前面可能运气一直不好，让我们掉在了队伍的比较后面，然后后面我们策略只能尽力去追吧，也没有什么太多策略，只能尽力追了。
那觉得我们今天的整体的表现怎么样呢？
其实我们每个人平均的pace，我觉得速度很好，速度非常不错。比我们练习和排位的时候的速度都要更 OK， 也发挥了我们很大的优势。但是确实运气不太好，因为天气的变量因素太大，然后让一些撞车啊，很多的旧车，包括刚刚爆胎啊，等等等等，坏运气很多吧。
没事，我们比赛还没有结束，后面还有一切都有可能。我们也期待车队取得更好的成绩。好，谢谢。So I asked him, so what's the strategies for the last 2 hours time? And he told me due to so many situations, he thinks maybe he's not lucky a lot. But I think he still have time to change a lot of things, and lots of things will happen during the game. So we still looking forward to their performance.
There we go. Nice interview there, which is always good. Good sail on wet tyres for this weekend. Yeah. Lots of they've done well. Pirelli have done well this weekend for wet tyres, that's for sure. It is going to continue to rain for the rest of this race. And there's the Uno Racing team. They're in the pits. Madness Racing team are now out of the pits. The lead GTC car, the Lamborghini, they're actually mixing it with the GT3 cars. They're doing a very good race, actually. Even though half their car was off the chassis, half the bodywork was off the chassis, they still managed to be mixing it with the GT3 car. So, yeah, you've got to tip your hat. And actually, they might be my team performance of the weekend, the Madness Racing team. Very impressive indeed. And with 1 hour 38 minutes, who would you guys say was the team performance so far? Don't be shy. Let me know who you think the team performance of the weekend has been. Could be any class, any car. Still, of course, got plenty of time for it to change. But, yeah. Be interested to know what you all think at home. Giant 4, they've been very good. You're biased though, you're Porsche Motorsport fan, so that's a bit biased. Here's the 326, they're in the pits. 326 Racing team. Very surprised at how good all the cars look. I genuinely figured that we were going to have lots of body parts missing from cars due to the weather, but no, everybody's been absolutely tip-top. Tip-top performances from everybody. The BMW, these are the leaders of the GT4 class. They are having a great race here. The Gaha Racing by HAR. And apart from a little scuffle with the number 2, Climax Racing, they've been very much keeping themselves out of trouble. And the first hour just looked like they were nowhere near capable of winning this race. But since the first hour, they've been leading. They had 1 hour where they weren't. There was a safety car. They got into the lead, and they have just not looked back. They're currently about 4 laps clear of the next car, the 610 Racing. The number 222. A very, very impressive display from the BMW GT4 team. Again, another candidate for team of the day, right? Absolutely another candidate for that. I'm going to be like Oprah Winfrey, though, handing out the team of the days. You can have a medal. You can have a medal. Yeah, they've done a very, very good job indeed today. Some flash of the lights there. I think it's for my benefit more than anyone else's. As we have the 33R team. We head towards the last 90 minutes of this race. And at one point, it looked like this team was going to win. They were flying towards the front. My God. That second stint of this race, was it the second? No, the first hour of this race. They went from P13 on the grid to third. And if they continued with that pace, it was very difficult to see anyone beating them. But unfortunately, the pace wasn't as strong throughout the team. They just dropped a bit further back. But yeah, like genuinely, that first hour was special. It was a special hour. And the driver who produced that was actually Luo, who's in the car now. Luo was on a different planet in terms of pace. And right now the pace is not quite there, actually. But that first hour was just so much fun to watch. Track maybe a little bit too wet now to show their real pace. Had the fastest lap of the race as well for quite some time. Popping there of Audi R8. Beastly sounding motor. Definitely a shout for livery today. You have to be honest there. It's either the Garfield livery or the Peppa Pig livery. Two liveries I didn't think I'd be seeing today. Completely caught me off guard at the start of this race. I didn't have a spotter's guide today, so the first time I saw the cars was actually as the race started. There is the 911. 610 Racing. Currently P2 in the GTC Porsche class. And you would say have certainly had worse days. They're being flashed now by the number 51. Talking to the Peppa Pig livery, here it is. The Origine Peppa Pig livery. It's probably going to send it up the inside of the hairpin. There it is. Perfectly done, nicely negotiated. There is the Peppa Pig livery. Again, not a livery I thought I'd see. The track does look like it's starting to improve again. I'm not sure we're going to see any dry line today. We'll check the weather one more time, but I have eyes. I can see exactly what's going on. The weather is actually going to stop in about 3 hours' time. Unreal, isn't it? It's actually going to stop raining in about 3 hours. These drivers have had such a workout, though. They're going to have such strong arms. Something like that, Walter. Something like that. That is one way of putting it. Last 90 minutes, still Origine leading the way. Leo Ye in the car. Well, there's the Uno. There is the Uno car, Uno Racing, currently down in P10. Of course, they were the reason for a red flag earlier. So the fact they're still in the race is pretty remarkable. Oh, and well, that is going to be another safety car, isn't it? I was just praising how well the GTC Lamborghini were doing, the Madness Racing team, and how they are maybe my drivers of the day, or team of the day, but unfortunately they've just chucked it in a gravel here, and that will be a full course yellow, I would imagine, and then it will be a safety car. Oh my good Lord, that could, oof. My God, that was nearly an absolute shunt. Right, as the full course yellow has been called. So there we go. They're going to say full course yellow at 15:53, which it is 15:53. So they better start throwing those flags out there right now, and they have done. So it's a full course yellow. They've got to go down to 80 kilometers an hour. Then it will be a safety car. You can see it's starting to get dark here as well at Shanghai. So it will be dark as we end this race, I believe, or darker. So we'll be barely able to see what's going on. And I will just let you know, guys, as soon as this race is over and the cars have all crossed the line, I will be leaving you with the podium ceremony. I'll be disappearing so you guys can listen to the podium ceremony and all of the interviews with our team over in Shanghai. We have got a full course yellow, so that means I will go and get myself a very quick drink. Let me know where you're watching from around the world, people. Self involved in the chat. Back very, very shortly. Right, here we go. That is true, Porsche Motorsport fan. I watched a little bit of it as my research. I didn't watch it last year. Yes, it was a little bit moist. So we've got a full course yellow Now, do the Origine team decide to pit? And it gives Win here an opportunity to get their lap back. I don't know. So there we go. Get the old tractor out. Get him off my patch. We got the Lamborghini. The only Lamborghini in the field, the Super Trofeo Evo 2, who was leading the class. Does this now open up the opportunity for the 610 Racing? They've got a Filipino driver in now, and Ko Kwan. And they are now in the lead of the class. So the Lamborghini now have lost out because of this. And that is a big mistake. So that's Win Here Racing. They're in the pits. Origine have also come into the pits. And I wonder if they put an ARM driver in now, they might get their lap back here, you know, because they will have a shorter pit stop than what Origine do. If they come out ahead here of Origine, there's an opportunity for them to gain their one lap back. No, Walter. There's literally one non-Asian driver in this. There's a German driver called Moritz Berenberg, who's actually in the 326 racing team, PA team. Everyone else is from Asia. This is the most Dutch thing I've ever seen in my life, though. It's a bright orange car with a number 33 on it. Like, there's a certain Dutch racing driver that you would assume was the inspiration for it. Well, there's the Lamborghini. We're back going, it's fine. Nothing to see here. We move on. Right. Did the Win Here Racing car get out ahead of that Porsche of Origine? If so, they might get a lap back here. Climax Racing. Yeah, Win Here have got out ahead of Origine. So Win Here are out ahead of Origine, so they might get a lap back. Climax Racing might get a lap back here and be on the lead lap. Oh no, they still need to get two. No, I'm wrong. They still need to get one more. And actually, no, they're not even going to get that. So their Climax are there. Right. But Win Here, I think, are probably going to get a lap back. But this is Origine's race to lose. 1 hour, 22 minutes to go. This safety car is nearly going to appear. Then there'll be a couple of laps, and then we're good to go. So I think we're going to have around about 1 hour and 10 minutes of green flag racing, unless someone else decides to chuck it in the gravel. That wouldn't be ideal now, would it? But Origine Motorsport, they are going to be effectively 1.9 laps ahead now, instead of the 2, which is key. That is the key factor here. There is the safety car, the third safety car that we've had. And I don't mean as in how many safety cars we've had during this race. We've had about 5, but it's the third different one. So at the start of the race, there was a Lamborghini. At the midway point of the race, we had the medical car as the safety car because I'm not sure this one was working. And now we've got an actual safety car. So, yeah, it's been an interesting one for safety cars. Still awful weather, yeah, a little bit rubbish, isn't it? Yeah, it's a little bit rubbish. Well, hold on. Yeah, Win Here. Win Here have got to get a lap back here. That's brilliantly done from them. So the safety car has picked them up. Where are they? Yeah, where is... There's the 97. There's the 51. 96. 37. So the 37 is ahead right now of the safety car. And when they get told they're allowed to speed up to catch up to the back, they are going to have got their lap back. So this makes it very interesting. If there's one more safety, if they can get ahead and get one more safety car, this isn't over. Origin have got to really mess up to lose this, but it is absolutely not over. And I also think Win here are going to be right behind Climax Racing. So Climax Racing are going to potentially lose their P2 and fight here. Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's definitely going to be wet the whole race. Certainly is. It's supposed to be raining where I am, but it's not now. I think it might be cloudy, but no rain, which is good. I've got a football game to get to in a minute. So the car that caused the safety car is coming back out, and actually is now dropped down to third in the class. They were 2 laps ahead of the whole class in the GTC. But they've now dropped down, maybe even a lap down. They might have lost 3 laps because of that. And that's how Win here lost the lead of this race as well. They put it into the gravel. So in terms of the tracker, where is the 37? Well, they're going to catch up now. Yeah, they are. They're going a little bit faster than the safety car, the number 37. So they're all looking to try and catch up to the back of the train. So this has worked out very well for Win here. Very well for Win here. But they kind of need this to happen again. They need to get ahead, and they need it to happen again. We have got 1 hour, 18 minutes left of this race. And there comes the 7-1-0. They've just lost their chance of winning the class overall. They're still winning the GTC Lamborghini race because, of course, they're the only car in it. They just need to finish. But in terms of being top of the class, it's now going to be a 1-2 for 6-10 racing, 6-10 and 9-1-1. So where are Win here now? They are catching up. Slowly but surely, they are catching up. So the safety car's going at 60 kph, whereas the rest of the traffic are going at like 80. It's going to take a, yeah, they need to basically be told they can just drive and catch up. Oh, car 610 is under investigation for overtaking under safety car conditions. Well, if that's the case, if they're overtaking the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini was building sandcastles in the gravel. Not sure there's much they can do about that. This is almost bad as bloody iRacing. So the 37 is coming through turn 8. I think they're all being allowed to now go quicker. Safety car's still flashing, so they're going to be at least one more lap. I think they are going to allow everybody to catch up. Yeah, they are. They're on the same straight now. They are speeding up. Safety car yet to say whether they're going to come in or not. And no investigation necessary for the car 610. I did think that might have been a bit harsh. Might have been a little bit harsh on them, considering that the Lamborghini was in the gravel. How many laps completed so far? They are on 155 laps completed. Ooh. They're all appearing behind. Oh, there we go. 37 has caught up. Right. So now the 37 is just one lap down. One lap and a bit down. Plus, they've got to get through this whole pack. But safety cars breed safety cars. Oh, good God. Good God. Here we go. Safety car is in. Origine just need to not make any mistakes. They want to hope there's no more yellows, and they're going to be good. But if there's a couple more yellows in this, and again, this is what happens when the field are bunched up like this, and there's GT4 cars, GTC cars in between GT3s. You've got GT3 cars panicking to get by as soon as possible. There's every reason to suggest we might get someone stuck in the gravel. So, yeah. The Origine car are hoping that it goes green now for the rest of this race, and they win this race at an absolute canter. They've also got the Climax Racing team in second spot, a lap down. And Win here are now battling to try and get into second spot. So Win here are very close to getting into second position, actually. So there we go. The lights are off as we come down the back straight, down towards turn at number 14, the hairpin. And the real winners of this situation is Win here Racing. But they are so far out of it that they almost need it to be just a shunt fest to finish off. Otherwise, there's no chance. Win here need to absolutely send it. As we are off, the number 4 takes us away. Origine Motorsport take us to the end of this safety car and restart this race beautifully well. They've got a GT4 car in behind them, so there's a big gap to negotiate. Well, now you're looking for, well, that's Viper getting through. And they've also now dragging through the Climax Racing team, who are currently in second. And realistically, if Climax Racing can get ahead of the Origine Motorsport car, and there's another safety car, well, then all of a sudden, it does become a race. The GT4 car is just like, I don't want any part of this. I'm winning my class. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm winning the class. Don't need you guys to get involved here. Yep, you can go. I'll leave you the space. Poor GT4 car who's already 5 laps clear of everyone else in the class. Just doesn't want anybody anywhere near him. He's already been shunted once by the AMG. Does not need that in his life. With 1 hour, 11 minutes to go. The Uno Racing team go by. Oh, that's a little bit offline. Got to be very careful there. A lot of water being kicked up there. That's very easy with how low these cars are to aquaplane. And well, once you start aquaplaning, there is not a lot you can do about it. And as the track's been left to settle with the rain, because everyone's been going so slow and everyone's on the same part of the circuit, meaning that the track isn't constantly being, or the water isn't constantly being ushered off the track by a car, it means that all of the idle positions on circuit where the rain can form, has formed. As we see a big send up the inside there on a HZO car from Uno Racing Team. And that is 4th position. Well, I say, sorry, no, that's not 4th position. That puts them now 1 lap behind HZO. They are battling 4th position, but they need to grab 2 more. Well, safety car restart procedure under investigation. Now, the lead car, the number 4, the Origine, did go very early, but I believe, from what I've read in the sporting code, that it is absolutely their right to do so. If they pass the safety car before the safety cars cross the safety car line and the entry to the pit lane, then they might be in trouble, but they did go early. We'll see what comes of that. Oh, Uno Racing into the gravel, out of the gravel, still facing in the right direction. That was very close to 50 P5 time, I'm not going to lie. Lots of puckering up. So there's the Win Here car. They need to just get through this pack as soon as possible. Safety car restart still under investigation. But this Win Here car is massively off the pace now of the race leader. Like another safety car now just wouldn't really help. In all fairness, it just wouldn't really help. The only thing they could do is really fuel to the end. Although I think they might be okay for fuel now. I think they're all probably fueled to the end now. And the Win Here car, just no messing about. Peppa Pig, out the way you go. Kids may love watching you, but off you go. Number 51 is actually currently P9. They're last in the GT3 class. They're 10 seconds behind Uno Racing, so they're actually trying to catch up to Uno Racing. But they are a couple of laps down to HZO. Not a lot you can see here. Now it's darkening up and the rain's out there. It is a little bit of a pickle, isn't it now? Start was still under investigation. It doesn't say why or what for, but that would be some increased drama if there was to be a penalty for our race leader. They seem like the only car that was out of whack. Yeah, the conditions are definitely getting worse. And the Win Here car with Andy Dengen need to get by. They need to get ahead, otherwise yeah, they're just kissing their chances goodbye. Again, I know they're over a lap behind. But if there was to be a penalty for the car in front, and then there was a safety car, well, they would then be on the lead lap again. And so would Climax. I actually think Climax would take the lead. No, they wouldn't actually. They're in the same position as Win Here. See the R33 car, though, going around the outside of the Climax 777. And deliciously done there by the Garfield car, although they just run a little bit deep through turn number 6, but ultimately get the power down. And lovely job. So I've been so impressed by Luo during this race. So his stint, his first hour was a 10 position gain, 13th on the grid to P3. Absolutely outstanding from Luo. And producing one of the overtakes of the day there around the outside of turn 6. You've got GT3 purple, GT3 yellows on the left-hand side of your screen, guys, if you're wondering what the colours mean. GT4 is the light blue. Then you've got the GTCP, which is the Porsche, dark blue, and then GTCL, which is Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2, which is a bright green. So for anyone who's just tuned in and they're like, oh, what is this? Now you know what cars are racing. But you have missed pretty much 7 hours of this race. I don't want to say you're not committed, but you're not really that committed. Sliding there of the Win Here car. Now they have to just fly off and try and get as close as they can to the leader and hope that there is some sort of penalty. Climax are only 4 seconds behind. Origine are in the 2:13.3s, a 2:13.4 for Climax. In these conditions, which are probably some of the worst we've seen all day, that is ridiculous. They're only 3 seconds off the fastest lap of the day in arguably the worst conditions we've seen. That is some pace, showing a lot of confidence. Car 2 under investigation for overtaking under safety car conditions. Uh-oh. Climax Racing, who are currently second, are under investigation for overtaking under safety car conditions. So you don't want to receive a penalty for that, really, do you? At this stage of the race, you do not want to be losing a P2 for something so trivial that is clearly a massive misunderstanding or mistake. But that is the jungle, that is motorsport, that is how it indeed works. They are really keeping tabs with Origin Motorsport. They haven't been able to do this all race, but right now they are actually keeping pretty close tabs on. The lap times are very, very close. And I'm assuming that Lin Kang really likes these conditions. Must really enjoy these conditions. So it'd be interesting to see what this investigation brings out. Kind of waiting. We're also, the race start was under investigation, or the restart. So I'm wondering what's happened there. Well, hold on. So now that investigation's just disappeared from my screen. So I think that they have come to a conclusion. And hopefully it just says no further action. Because we don't want to see a car at this stage lose a good finish because of something so trivial. Oh, that was a pit car there. That looked like it was a car on a wall. The car pitting. So there is your race leader, Origin, comfortably in the lead right now. It's going to take something pretty major for them to lose out. Car 4, team manager report to race control. Oh dear. Team manager, they've got a report to race control. Oh, I think they've gone past before the... Oh... Slam dunk. That is a slam dunk, ladies and gentlemen, before the start-finish line. Just needed to hold off a little bit. I think that'll be a penalty there. So car 4, the race leaders, their team manager needs to report to race control. So that will be a case of they'll ask him a question. If he gives the answer that they want, then they'll be good. If he doesn't give the answer that they want, then they'll be receiving a penalty. Most team managers are pretty savvy with this stuff, though, so they should be all right. But who knows? But I think you'll find that the Climax Racing team will be coming through the pits. Probably a drive-through. I wouldn't imagine it'd be a stop and go. But I would imagine it'd be a drive-through penalty. That's a slam dunk. They were ahead of the line. Can't overtake before the line. And that's why it's so advantageous to be in the lead, especially at the late stage like this, because there are cars behind, slower class cars, that are only going to get held up if you're the race leader. You're going to gain time on everybody. The win here at 25.2 seconds behind Climax Racing. They have not got the pace. Car 2, drive-through penalty for overtaking under safety car conditions. There you go. There it is, drive-through penalty. And is that going to cost them 25 seconds? It's going to be tight. They might have just lost P2. So Climax Racing are going to have to come through the pits. Drive through. That is a big shame, but it is a slam dunk. It's not a technicality. It's just a slam dunk. They overtook before the line. Silly sausages. Still waiting for the team manager of the number 4 car to come to the race stewards. We might end up with 3 cars on the same lap if there's a penalty for them as well. Might end up being an absolute grandstand finish with less than an hour, well, just over an hour to go. there is the number 2. Obviously, we've had news that they've got to serve a drive-through penalty. There is the 777 Climax Racing team. Yang Ruoyu is into the car now. So this is where the drive-through is going to happen. So the gap is 27 seconds. So about 27 seconds between our second and third position. They, of course, have still got to go through the long back straight and the final sector in its entirety. But I think they'll bring the car into the pits now. Or, unless they feel like they're quick, I think you've got 3 laps. You've got 3 laps to serve it. So if they feel like they're faster and they can gain a bit more time and then track position, it might be worth staying out. It may well be worth staying out. But the beneficiaries are going to be Win Here Racing. Origine, they're going to be waiting on tenterhooks as to whether they're going to receive a penalty for a bad restart. And there you go, absolutely committed to this drive-through. I think they're going to be fine. I don't think they're going to lose a position here. It's quite a short pit lane. Not the longest pit lane in the world, and also you cut a fair amount. So there we go, out we come. Win Here. Oh, well, no, Win Here are going to get them. No, they're not. That is the 911 car, actually. There is Win Here. So Win Here have come out. In terms of their lap times, they're doing 2:15, so they're not really that quick either. So, yeah, I would say that Climax Racing are good, but we might see a genuine battle on track for the P2 if Win Here can find a bit of pace in this last hour. Yeah, Origine have just done a lap 2 seconds faster than Win Here, so they are good to go. So if they keep the track position, they're golden. So the only thing that could go wrong for them right now is if they get a penalty for a bad restart. They have to. I think it'll be a stop-go for them. So they'll get a stop-go. They would lose, or they wouldn't lose the lead, but they would lose the lap advantage over the second and third. And then a safety car came out, and then they were all battling on track together. It's the only thing that can really ruin any of their progress. But I think they've got the best driver out there right now as well. So I think Origine are going to be fine, regardless if even if any of that happens. The pace that their drivers providing right now is just, yeah, uncomparable to anyone else out there. They are pretty fast. As there is the race leaders, the last recap of the day. We've got 57 minutes left to go. So number 4, Origine Motorsport are in the lead, and they are ahead of Climax Racing, Win Here Racing by 1 lap, and then a further 2 laps down is Viper Niza Racing. Oh, stop and go. Car 4 has been given a stop-go. 6 seconds penalty for shortening of a pit stop. Oh dear, that is not ideal. So the car 4 do have the stop-go. Now that does just, if there is a safety car now, may just play into the hands of the 2 cars in behind. So there we are. Car 4 will have a stop-and-go penalty of 6 seconds. Of course, stopping the car is going to cost a few seconds and then getting restarted again as well. So you're looking at maybe 10 seconds, 10 to 12 seconds loss in total. That is less than ideal. It's just whether they stay ahead. I think that they probably will stay ahead, you know. Oh no, 30 seconds. No, they won't. They're going to drop behind. They're going to drop behind both Climax and Win Here. So they're going to be just less than 1 lap ahead. So that's where, if a safety car comes into play now, things will become very, very sketchy. Here are some highlights then of what's happened in the last hour. So there was a battle between Win Here and, of course, Origine. about Win here trying to get basically under 2 laps down, basically. I can't figure out words at the moment, I'm sorry. And then it was the highlight reel of Climax Racing just taking everyone on at every corner possible, really. That's them getting an extra lap on the HZO Fortis Racing team. You had the number 51 that was just getting involved anywhere possible, trying to make a move then on the number 69. The gap was there, then it wasn't, then it was. And then we see the Viper Niza Racing team making moves. Uno team having a big old moment, luckily saved it. And then we've got the leader of the GT4 class who just do not want to have any incidents, finding themselves incident-free in the end. Right, so here's the stop and go. And Climax Racing, oh no, they're not going to get him. Oh, it's going to be so tight. Oh, this is going to be so tight. One of them is. Climax are going to get them. What about Win here? Win here are coming now. And they're not going to get them. So they're still a lap ahead of Win here, but now Climax all of a sudden are on the lead lap. So if there is to be a safety car now, Climax Racing will be right in amongst this, and out of nowhere have a chance of winning this race. So this is a bit spicy to end proceedings. But again, I still believe the Origin team have the faster driver out of the top 3 teams right now. So they're still in the lead by just under a lap. But this has certainly made things a little bit more interesting to end the race, if someone was to drop it now. Unfortunately for Win here, they just weren't close enough. They just were not close enough. So it looked like they were going to be absolutely flying towards the race win today. Again, check out statistics. Teams that have led the most races, most laps. And right now, it is 14 more laps for Origin Motorsport, and then they would take over how many laps have been led the most. So right now, Win here Racing have 89, and Origin Motorsport have 75. Will there even be 14 more laps in this race? Oh yeah, for sure. No, for sure. So Origin, if they have to stay in the lead, will actually end up leading the most laps of this race as well. But it has not been nailed yet. There's still going to be 22 laps remaining. Something of that sort. No, about 23 laps. 23 laps. So the Climax Racing team then have just got to work hard now and try and stay on the lead lap. And this, if they battle with the Origin team, might bring Win here back in. And Win here are actually closing up. They are all of a sudden the fastest team on track. So this is not over. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Although you can see that the Climax Racing team are very much struggling. They're being caught here by the Origin team very quickly indeed. But the Origin team just cannot afford any mistakes. Any kind of contact here is going to hurt them. And you know that the Climax Racing team have everything to gain, so they will try and make this as difficult as possible and try and almost encourage a proper ding-dong. Make it as difficult as possible. Got the flashing of some lights here. just to say, get out of the way. I've got some defending to do. Don't need you to be in my way. And that is the 96 GT4 Audi. Oh, this is for position. This is for a podium, actually. This is actually for a podium in the GT3 Pro-Am. Although 33R aren't in that, so it doesn't really matter. But this is for an extra position. This is for a top 4 overall. And are we going to see 33R come through as well? We are. So the lap car is going to be off the track. They're going to definitely run wide there. Well, they managed to get through nicely. So Viper Nisa trying to hold on with 33R by HAR, also trying to get through. This is the closest battle on circuit right now. Win Here Racing are closing in on Climax Racing. They're 2.9 behind the group battling for the lead. And just things are starting to spice up in this last hour. Is there anything else out there that's pretty close? Gaha Racing, they're looking to go up and get ahead of a GTC Porsche. They're 4.7 seconds behind, but no, that's it. It really is all about P5 and P4 and the top 3. Car 777 has just been given a 0.43 seconds, but I don't understand that. I don't understand that penalty, so maybe me not being privy to everything, but that is a very strange time. Porsche Motorsport fan is just biting his nails, hoping for the absolute best. Remember, make sure you hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel, guys. And make sure that if you are in the chat and you can hear me, say hello. So once again, we've got the Viper Nisa letting the cars in front know that we're coming. And you've got the 33R car who's like, yeah, well, hopefully you get slowed up a little bit. Help my case to touch. Win Here Racing by HAR. 2.9 seconds off of Climax Racing. And I think Origine are literally making the move. So Origine are making the move right now on Climax Racing as we speak. Well, hopefully we can get that on track. Hopefully we can get that view as well. Yeah, Origine have got through. So Origine have got through. And Climax Racing are in the pits. Oh, okay. Well, something spicy's happened here. Something spicy's happened here because Climax Racing are now in the pits. I think there's been a crash here. I think there's been an incident. We will see it. I'm sure we'll see it. But Climax Racing were side by side with Origine, and now they're in the pits. And that is now handing. What's happened here then? Well, no, they are putting fuel into the car, so actually, they just had to come in. Checking the pressures of the tyres as well. No, they just had to come in. It really did look like something had gone awry, but no, they're all good. So that now hands Win Here the P2. And in terms of lap time watch, they're actually slower than Origine. So Origine now extending their position. And they've just done a really fantastic job. Albeit it's been handed to them a little bit. But once they got given even a sniff of a chance of winning this race, they haven't really looked back. It's a fair play to Origine. Origine, who I thought had made a really bad call at the start of this race when they decided to not pit under safety car early, and then they pit right at the end. That put them off the pace by 1 minute 10 seconds. They lost 1 minute and 10 seconds at the start of this race. But the fact that they are now clear by a lap, it did help that Win Here chucked themselves in the gravel for 2 laps. But they really have put themselves in such a strong position, and they fully deserve it as well, so well done. It's just now really all about whether they can keep hold of it. This is the battle then for the top 4 in this race. Are we about to see Luo give us one more bit of magic, gave us one of the best stints of the day, P13 to P3 in the first hour. And is there an opportunity to find one more overtake? We know his favourite corner to make an overtake is turn 12 into turn 13. Seems to be very, very good through that complex of corners. Very similarly, actually, to turn number 1 and 2. Not close enough this time round. I'll tell you one thing, though. Niza Racing will absolutely be fighting this. Very deep under braking for both of them, actually. It's like... Oh, well, hold on. That is a beach car. That's a safety car. Again, that's a full course yellow, and that is the 777. So I don't know how you've managed to do that. They must have just run wide, they must have run wide to the right-hand side of your screen, hit the grass, and then driven out and spun over. Oh, we're about to see it. Well, no, actually, we're on a completely different part of the circuit I thought we were on. So that's definitely not right. But they've just run wide out of turn 10 and in the gravel, and that is a beach. That is a full course yellow into a safety car. And right now, the Win Here Racing team would just have been, if they were ahead now, my God, that would have been some finish. If they were ahead, they would have got their lap back and they would have been right on the tail. And this would have been a perfect scenario, but it's just not to be. Yeah, it's just not to be. So we've got a full course yellow into a safety car. With just 43 minutes left on the clock of this 8-hour spectacle at Shanghai. Oh, how are we doing in the chat, guys? How are we doing in the chat? And out there that's friends and family of the teams? Any nervous people watching out there that has their mates racing of some sort? Well, that is going to be some recovery job. They're actually going to have to get rid of all of that gravel off the circuit as well, I reckon. That actually might cause a red flag. We might have a bit of a stop in play here. It's just the amount of gravel on the circuit. And, you know, I think in dry conditions that you get away with it. But gravel with this amount of water on the circuit, I find it very difficult for them to be able to figure that out. Viper Niza in the pits. That means that 33R by HAR, unless they come into the pits. Oh, that's not good. No, that's fine. It's from the brakes. That's to be expected. So that means that 33R by HAR are actually now up to P4 quite comfortably as well. Very comfortably indeed. Leaders of the GTCP are on an outlap. They're out of the pits. Man, the AMG is such an unbelievably sounding car. Just chef's kiss. My favourite GT3 sounding car for sure. It is just such a grunt. Yeah, Climax 777. I've got a question mark next to the name on my race director timing, live timing thing, which means, yep, they are lost somewhere in the abyss, and we know where they are. They are in a gravel trap of their own making. They've trapped themselves. Right, while we're under yellow flags, I'm going to grab myself a cup of tea for the last half an hour. Well, we are back, and hold on a minute. Do they? Oh! Win here are ahead. They're going to get their lap back here. Win here have got out ahead. And depending on the safety car situation here, which I think Origine... Oh my, this is bananas now. Win here, I think, might get their lap back. You know? This might be a bit of a crazy ending to this. Although Win here would have absolutely pushed there, and they might be under investigation for their pit stop time. But they might have worked this out to be perfect. The only issue with this is they've still got to go through the whole pack because all 18 cars are here, so they would still have to overtake everybody. They effectively need there to be another safety car as soon as this is over. And then it becomes a 1v1. But again, I still think Origin have got the faster of the two drivers. But this is interesting. This is really interesting now. 36 minutes to go, and it is up in the air as to who is actually going to win this. So the full course yellow is out. The safety car will appear, spawn in, and it will pick up the leader of the race. And I believe then that will leave Win Here Racing the opportunity to go and catch that lap back up. And yes, they will have to go through the pack if they want to, you know, get anywhere near the race, a position for a race win. It becomes very difficult, but it is a lot easier than what it was, 35 minutes ago, where they were 2 laps down. They were 2 laps down, and they've produced 2 magical lap times. That gravel will surely be removed off the track first. There has to be a safety car or maybe a red flag here. If they red flag it, this might take us to the end of the race. Might well take us to the end of the race. I hope you enjoy my commentary style, guys. I try and tell us the story of the race, and I try and sort of predict what's going to happen. It's how I tend to do things. I know it's a little bit unique, and it might not be everybody's taste, but I hope you've enjoyed this. It's been a long 8 hours, but I've very much enjoyed it. So yeah, make sure you hit that subscribe button on the channel. So, full course yellow still in effect. Where is the safety car? Where is the safety car going to pick up our drivers? As you can see, it's getting very dark here at Shanghai. Not a lot of visibility now. So we're just waiting to see the safety car now. And the safety car should appear there behind us. And they should pick them up. Around about there. But as you can see, it's getting so dark here. So much water on the track, so much darkness. The conditions are getting more and more treacherous. Okay, so they're not going to do a red flag. They've all been told that every car has to drive totally left on turn 10. So they're getting rid of the debris on track, but they've been told that every car has to drive to the complete left at turn 10. They're not going to do a red flag. And actually, I don't know whether they're even going to do a safety car. I'm assuming they have to, though. not a lot of visibility here, is there? I'm not sure what we can what we can call this. All I'll say is we're having fun. We are having fun. So we are heading in towards the last 30 minutes of this race. Where are we watching from then, guys? Last 30 minutes. People watching on the Shanghai 8 hours stream. Where are you watching from? Right, hold on. So where, let's track this. Number 4, yeah. So the 37 is ahead. So I guess they've got to leave a sensible gap for the safety car to pick up the leader. Chris watches from Upper Michigan, nice. Good to see you, mate. Here we go. So this is where they're going to now clear the track. They've got these little washer things. Nice, Chris. Yeah, good old Dan Camish. I actually sim race in the same team as Dan Camish, Chris. Tasmania, welcome, Matthew. You've got to get turn 10 clear. Once that's clear, we're all good to go. I think we're going to have like a 20-minute dash here. Just got to find out as to whether the safety car is going to pick up the race leader and give the chance to 37 to catch up. Because this could be a bit of a grandstand finish in the end, which would be absolutely bananas. There we go. Good to go here. We are absolutely good to go. I wonder if they're just going to let... I don't know what's going to happen here. We're used to the full course yellow turning into a safety car, so I'm assuming that it will be the... Oh, it's getting so dark here, by the way. Look how dark it is. It's not the racing driver, Matthew Graham, is it? As in Porsche Super Cup champion. Or Porsche Carrera Cup GP, should I say. So we've still got the yellow flag, still got no information as to what's going on. 28 minutes left to go. The longer this goes on, it plays into the favour of Origine, for sure. But once they figure out what's going on, yeah, they are pretty bad, Chris. They are pretty bad. There we go. So there's a safety car. Right. Now we need to figure out whether they get their lap back. I don't think they do. So there's a safety. Number 4 is leading. 33. Where is 37? No, they won't have got their lap back, I don't think. So yeah, the Origin car are good. The Origin car are in extremely good position. Oh no, the 37 has been let go. Oh my God, the 37 has been let go here. So, yes, the 37 is off and to go around. The 37 of Win Here Racing is very much on the hunt. So yeah, this means that the 37 is going to be able to get back the lap, and there is going to be a shootout between Origin and Win Here Racing, but Win Here still need to get through the pack, so they'll still need to overtake the whole field and then catch up. Oh my God, these conditions are absolutely horrendous now. Definitely the worst conditions we've had all day. Yeah, the 37 has an opportunity, so they're going to catch up to the back of the pack. Safety car will stay out for at least another lap. Where is the 37? Oh, they're quite far off the pace. It's going to take a while to catch up, but they will catch up eventually. It'll take a couple of laps. But, yeah, every reason to suggest that we do have a race on our hands. So they're going to both be on the same lap. That is the most important thing here. Win Here Racing, albeit they've got a whole pack to get past, will be on the lead lap. It will be Andy Deng versus Leo Ye. Leo Ye does have clear track to work with. So actually, I don't think they do. Are they not behind everybody here? A few cars as well? This might make it even spicier if they are behind. They might, or are they directly behind the safety car? So if the number 4 is directly behind the safety car, then well, no, I think the number 4 is directly behind the safety car, so they're golden. But if there was to be any kind of issues, any kind of spin, Win Here Racing are in a position to take full advantage. So the race has been exciting, and then it's been dull, but it's going to be exciting again to end things off. So this 37 is going to catch up. Not far behind now, actually. There we go. Yeah, they are not far behind. They've only got 3 corners to get behind. I think there might be 2 more laps under safety car as they catch up, and then we go. Oh, this is a lot to take in, this race. It's been a lot of ups and downs. And an hour ago, the car that's in P2 right now was 2 laps down. Now they're on the same lap. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. Okay. So do they catch up? They are just about going to catch up, I think, here. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, they're definitely not. They're nowhere near. Oh, okay. They are on the lead lap, but they're actually nowhere near. So they're not going to catch up, unfortunately. Unless they let them actually really catch up, which I don't think they can. Oh, there you can see they're all going really quickly now. Oh, they are actually all going very, very quickly. So they are going to catch up, but it's going to be so, like by the skin of their teeth that they will catch up. Yeah, they're going to start to appear at turn 6, aren't they? So they are just about going to get behind them. Oh, this is a very interesting end to this race, guys. Very interesting end. 20 minutes to go. And, yeah. This is going to be... If there's no mistakes, then Oregon are going to be fine. But if there's any mistakes, then, well, it's... That's where things can get a little bit spicy. But right now, that's what they're hoping for. Win Here are hoping for a mistake. They're hoping they can catch up to the back of the pack, and then hoping for a mistake. Should appear now, actually, quite close behind them. Yeah, they are. They're now. You can tell that the number 4 wants to get on with it. The 37's nowhere near. The number 4 has got on with it, and they are off, and they are running. And they are in the lead of this race, and they've just got to hold on now for 18 minutes and 54 seconds. They cannot afford any mistakes now. They cannot afford any mistakes here, otherwise there are a team in Win Here Racing that will take full advantage. So they cannot afford a spin or anything like that. I tell you what, the conditions are the worst they've been all race as well. It is almost like a river out there. It is almost like a river out there, the slowest conditions we've had so far. Look at the spray coming up off the cars. There is no potential of a dry line. There's a big snake there from the number 65. And that is Viper Nisa Racing. And right now, if you're the Origine team, you just do not want anyone to make a mistake and end up having one more safety car, giving the chance to Win Here to catch up. You're just hoping, because everyone's been relatively good, to be fair. We've had a few safety cars, but the conditions, it's been, wow, just superbly clean. And these are, they're all over the show right now. Crikey. I can't blame them. It's very tough conditions. But Oregon cannot afford anybody to slip up. And oh, as I say that, the conditions seem like they are very atrocious. Are they going to get out of that? Oh, they're going to get out. They slide around. They're going to rejoin the circuit and be all good. But that is exactly what Oregon do not need. And they looked like they were going to make that mistake the whole way around, didn't they? That was very interesting. We're going to see it again. Yeah, just lost it on entry. Yeah, just lost it on entry. And luckily, they kept the momentum going. But this is the toughest conditions we've seen. I can't even see the cars now. And again, this is the harshest of the braking zones. This is the easiest place to lock up. Easiest place to make a mistake. No idea which car's coming next. All I'm seeing is lights. And there is the number 65. Viper Nisa Racing, who lost the position to 33R. For the 4th position in this race. And there's your race leader. Will be very nervous for sure. This could be 2 from 2. Last year's winners looking to go back to back. But Origine are looking very, very good. About 7 more laps remain, maybe 8 more laps remaining. And you're tiptoeing your way around right now. You are as nervous as before the race at this point, maybe even more so. There is your P2. Still got to make some moves here, though, haven't they? The Win Here team, you know, are not even clearly in second spot in terms of the cars in front. It's going to be a tough ask here. You're basically asking for a mistake. Origine have just gone across the start-finish line. We're, you know, heading down the back straight here, the P2. You're hoping for a mistake from them if you're in second right now, but no one deserves to lose it at this stage with 14 minutes to go in that way. Ooh, potential send there from Climax. That would have been an anti-climax if there was a bit of a shunt into that section of corners. And again, I have no idea who's coming into where. Oh, there we go. There's some cars. It's Nova team. Nova Racing, who are now actually P17. 10 laps clear of 326 Racing Team, who are actually still in this race. There is the 710, who up until about an hour and a half ago were comfortably leading this race, but find themselves, although their picture of their team looks like a boy band, but they now find themselves down in third overall in a GTC. Oh, that's just so easy to spin by just touching the curbs in these conditions. How everybody's kept it straight and there's not been a safety car is absolutely crazy. They're all doing such a good job. Really, really good job. There is the 886. They are going to be the winners of the GT4 class. I actually think they might have already done it, you know. They have 5 laps. I think they need to do one more lap and they cannot lose. So there'll be 5 laps clear. So yeah, one more lap then for the GT4 leaders and they will be confirmed as the race winners. And then you've got 610 Racing 1-2 for the GTC Porsche. But the race leaders right now looking like it's going to be a back-to-back Shanghai 8 hours for the team. They have got just 11 minutes 45 seconds to go to hold on. They haven't driven like they're holding on. They've driven superbly so far today. It's been a long slog. But once they got their noses in front, they have absolutely deserved it. Again, they're checking statistics out. How many laps have they led? Well, actually now, they've both led 89. So Origine have just led their 89th lap. Win here. They had led 89 laps up until they lost the lead earlier in this race. So I think by about 5 laps, the Origine team are probably going to lead more laps. There is the number 37. This is a team that are hoping for a spin. They're hoping for a trip into the gravel. It's the only way they're realistically going to get the lead of this race. And well, stranger things have happened. The fact that they've grinded their way from 2 laps down about an hour ago. They were an hour and 15 minutes ago. They were 2 laps down. They are now on the lead lap and again are in a position to take advantage of any misfortune. They are very much in a position to take advantage of any misfortune. As we head then through turn number 13, down the back straight, the long back straight. Origine are massively ahead. Their lap times are about 7 seconds a lap faster as well. Like, not only are they holding on, they are just driving away into the sunset again. The Shanghai sunset. And there is the number 911. So they currently find themselves second, a lap down on P1, but the 610 Racing team are going to get a 1-2. Looking likely there's going to be a 1-2. And it would have been a very, very good day indeed. It would also be a podium for the third 610 Racing car in this race. They are in the GT4 class. They're currently second. Gaha Racing now have officially done enough. They've completed enough laps that even if they were to DNF now, 610 Racing team would not be able to overturn that deficit. And there is a Nova Racing team that will get the final stop on the podium, and they have already guaranteed that. Because the 326 Racing team cannot make up the 10 laps that they are behind from this point. There's the 222. 610 Racing. They're looking like they're going to get themselves a podium as well. They've actually guaranteed it. A 710 will have a podium all of their own, yes. Say half the battle is finishing these races. It may seem a bit like a pity trophy. It absolutely isn't. The team put in so much work just to get the car out there, and then to actually finish 8 hours and avoid any, especially in these conditions, that is some accolade. In these endurance races, you're not just racing other competitors, you're racing the track, the conditions, the time. You see the R33 team who've given us some really nice moments today. That first stint was something that I won't forget for a very long time. P13 up to P3. Absolutely fantastic from Luo, Kyle Luo. Really, really sensational stuff. A stellar performance, some might say. With 5 minutes, 56 seconds left on the clock. Origin, we're about to start the third from last lap. We're so close to ending this 8-hour race. And another long commentary on my own, which I am feeling it for. It's been fun though. Again, thank you to everyone who's joined me in the chat today. A very, very fun encounter. So across the line, some nerves there for sure. See there, fidgeting. I don't know what that means, but that might be my new favorite thing. Just gonna pretend I got a pair of scissors. That was great. Absolutely fantastic. Leo Ye absolutely smashing it right now. He's actually now pretty much a minute ahead. Pretty much a minute ahead. It's just ridiculous. This team have been the stars of the show. Origin Motorsport. Looking like they're going to do the double. There is P2 Win Here Racing. They were well in it early in this race, well in it. But they were the architects of their own downfall. They threw themselves into the gravel, causing a safety car that they really needed. But they needed someone else to cause it. They're going to get a little wave. I think there's a bit of disappointment there, but he has to appreciate he's driven very well. The team have driven exceptionally well. These things happen. That is motorsport. Just to make it to the end is a massive, massive challenge in itself. But to podium, to be right up there, to be on the lead lap battling at the end after where they were, shows the fight, shows the desire. The crew, the pit stop team, the pit crew, they have been outstanding. Twice they got the car out ahead of the Origin Motorsport team, calculating things perfectly. As you see there, we're coming up towards the final corner. Looks like there was nothing awry. Just getting past a back marker. And for my money, I think we have got ourselves 2 more laps remaining, potentially 3. But I think this might be the second to last lap. Through turn number 1. Got a minute to play with, so nothing crazy. Down towards turn number 2. Camber takes you away from the corner on the exit. Now it's flat out all the way down through the kink in towards turn 6. This is turn 5. No lift here. Then on the brakes nice and early for turn number 6. Harsh braking zone in through the hairpin. Nice wide exit though. Plenty of track to use. Now we just flick it through the left-hander. It's pretty long-winded. Be very patient with the throttle on the exit. And then it turns into turn 8, which is a right-hander, into a double left-hander. Turn 9, which is just about back on itself. And then you've got turn 10, which is just a little bit less than 90 degrees. Now heading into a complex corner that's so similar to turn number 1. Just minus the kink. So as you come through, now all about, again, being patient on the throttle. Onto the back straight. Stay away from the curbs. We've done enough curb riding for this race today. Don't need to be on there again. And somewhere in the glow of headlights, there is your race leader. They come up towards the GT4 leaders as well. And there we go, there is the leader. Through turn number 6. For the very, well, second to last time. So there we go, turn 16 negotiated, done and dusted. Flash of the lights again there, like, get out of the way. Just want to get this done. Don't really want to be getting involved in anything untoward. As they sweep up through the inside. In through 1 again. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, we are so close. So it looks like it is 0 plus a lap. We will have one more after this, one more tour of this circuit to go. And the nerves will absolutely be kicking in, but there's such a big gap to work with. Win here are just crossing the line now. And there we go, there's the team again. Still very, very nervous. No thumbs up or anything like that. In towards 11 and 12. Saying you've got to take it easy, but still running a second a lap faster than everybody else out there on circuit right now. As quick as 5 seconds faster than some people. Being an absolute clinic from Leo Ye. And should be very, very happy with himself. As we head down the back straight once again. Knowing that there's a 57.6 second gap to Win Here Racing. It would take a monumental mistake now for this to be it, for this not to be a race victory. Through turn number 16. We come across the start-finish line. Start the final lap of the race. Next time round, it will be the checkered flag. So one more time, it's turn 1. The long-winded right-hander. Before we drop in turn number 2, as we're watching everyone come past the start-finish line. But it's all about the Origin Motorsport team. They were fighting in the first couple of stints with Win Here Racing. It was between those two from the very early stages of this race. But about 3 hours in, they took the lead and they really have not looked back. Lap times have been super consistent. Still no celebrations in the pit lane from the team. Will they make their way to the pit wall? At what point will they decide that they've done enough to go back to back? As we send it on the last lap on the 710 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Moving our way then through turn number 10 in towards 11. We have only got 2 more complexes of corners to go before we crown our Shanghai 8-hour winners. As we come then down towards turn number 14, 15 and 16. Origin Motorsports, Yuan Bo, Lu Wei, who are waiting with bated breath at their teammate coming round the final few corners. That teammate being Leo Ye with 1 more corner to go. 8 hours of incredible work rate from the team, brings them the checkered flag, brings them 2 from 2. Brilliantly done, as they do indeed clap. A very muted celebration. I don't think they want to get wet, and that makes complete sense. Now, who wants to go outside and get wet? No, not me. Brilliantly done. There is the R3, or 33R by HAR. They will come across the line, and it says second right now, but it will figure itself out. Here's your winners from the GT4. Congratulations to Gaha Racing by HAR. The rest of the field come through. Fantastic action here at Shanghai. Just a few more cars to come across the line. Got about 50 seconds. As there is P2 in the GT3 class. Win here racing by HAR. Andy Deng, who started the race and will actually finish it as well. They got themselves onto the lead lap, just wasn't to be in the end. Leaders of the GTC class then in the Porsche, the 610 Racing 911 managed to finish as your race winners. The team now do indeed celebrate. Just a couple more cars to come across the line. There's HZO Fortis Racing Team by Absolute Racing. They are next to come across the line. Madness Racing Team did, of course, win the GTC Lamborghini. And that is everybody bar 1 car. The last car to come across the line will be the GTC Porsche. And that is the 610 Racing. That is me done. I'm going to leave you with the podium ceremonies and, of course, all of the interviews. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that 8 hours. I'm off for a well-deserved rest. Take care and enjoy the rest of your weekends. Goodbye.
在龙街那里， 啥都跑，跟你说，他那个什么，上海8小时没给我贴，没给我贴，还没贴，我掉了，我当掉了。
好，恭喜3位在我们第2届上海8小时耐力赛中成功的卫冕冠军。现在3位的心情怎么样？可以跟我们分享一下吗？
啊，我先来。哇，那个猫好可爱。那个，发生了太多事情了，就是因为下雨导致这场比赛的变数很大，所以真的是不到最后一刻都不知道会发生什么。就感谢团队和队友的努力了，因为我们这次是为了别的耐久赛在准备，所以每个人尽量开满2个小时，来提前培训一下体力，所以算是一个很难得的经历吧。因为这个周末下雨真的还蛮艰难的，真的挺难开的。
2位呢，有什么想跟我们分享的吗？
正如吕薇说的，我们这次主要是为这个冬天的准备嘛。然后我跟吕薇都是。包括Leo都连续做了2个 steam 嘛，那其实对我们的体能挑战，因为下雨了，所以并没有什么体能的挑战，所以没有练到。但是
不要太过分了，我很累的哦。
但是 anyway， 这个很好的雨天的这个尝试，然后我们可以在这个雨天里面感受上赛新沥青的这个极限，非常好玩。
来，跟我们分享一下这一次感觉跟上次有没有不一样的感受？
上一次更顺利一点，这一次其实我们车队还可以做得更好。我们在起站时间也出错，然后包括我们给队友的车，进站也有出错，然后我们在赛前其实都没有把车辆设定得非常好。还好今天还是赢了，所以总的来说还是表扬一下我们车队全体工作人员，谢谢大家辛苦了。
再次恭喜3位。好，首先还是要恭喜3位哈，拿下我们的亚军。不知道现在的心情和感受是什么样子的？
感受非常棒。然后我们车组都拼尽全力去完成这个比赛，然后现在感受非常好。然后希望接下来可以取得更好的成绩。
您呢？
对自己的失误比较自责吧。雨天的挑战还是非常大的，所以还需要多努力学习。
我觉得我们所有人都尽力了，对这个成绩是很满意的。
我们也非常感谢3位给我们带来非常精彩的比赛。好，下次加油！好的，恭喜我们3位是我们的季军的获得者哈，感觉怎么样？因为今天我们其实事故啊，或者说这种小摩擦还是比较多的，但还是很顺利的拿下了比赛，可以跟我们分享一下感受吧？
你先说吧，你最后冲进了，你先说吧。
今天比赛我们还是比较顺利的，虽然有2次被罚 drive through，然后也有2次因为安全车，我们正好被卡在安全车后面，所以比较遗憾。但还是很感谢所有队友和车队的努力。
来也给我们分享一下。
这次是很难得的经验，因为全程8小时是全部是雨天的状态，很多状况啊，很多赛道的因素都在变化。那我们也有不错的成绩，大家也都收获了不错的经验。好，
还有您。
他们都把我的话说完了。
看有什么想跟支持咱们车队的喜欢赛车的朋友们说的好吗？
就是非常感谢所有在电视机前观看的朋友，然后也感谢车队所有人的努力啊，给我们了一台非常棒的车。就整个比赛周末，我们可以做得更好，但是也有运气的一方面，运气没有站在我们这边嘛，这一次啊，一些小事故啊，跟停站的一些，就刚好最后一次停站，然后停完站出站就安全车了，所以就也很可惜。但我们还是有机会的，就速度上面还是很可观的。
好，那再次恭喜3位，谢谢。
现在进行的是2024上海8小时耐力赛的颁奖仪式。Now is the podium ceremony for 2024 Shanghai Hours。首先，让我们邀请获得全场冠亚季军的车手登台。Firstly, let's welcome the top 3 finishers。全场季军车手的 third overall， 2号来自 Climax Racing， 恭喜周碧煌、张雅琪、廖启顺、林康。全场亚军车组37号来自 One Hill Racing by Harmony， 恭喜邓毅、愉快、刘航程。全场冠军车组4号来自 Origin Motorsport， 袁波、叶红丽、吕薇。接下来有请中国汽车摩托车运动联合会专职副主席何建东先生为获奖车手颁奖。
就不用客气了。谢谢。
好，我们有请何建东先生和获奖车手合影留念。
你手柄没电了吗？
啊？
有
电，我刚刚只不过锁掉了。
好，感谢颁奖嘉宾。接下来是香槟时刻。接下来我们进行的是2024上海8小时耐力赛 GT3 Pro M 组别的颁奖仪式。Let's welcome the third place on GT3 Plate Class, car number 65 from Viperniza Racing, Douglas Cole, Dominic and Marvin Moore。GT3 Pro M 组别亚军车组2号。再次恭喜来自 Climax Racing 的周碧煌、张雅琪、廖启顺和林康。让我们邀请本场 GT3 PA 组别冠军车组37号来自 One Hill Racing by Harmony， 邓毅、愉快、刘航程。接下来，让我们有请上海九市国际体育中心有限公司董事长卢礼先生为获奖车手颁奖。
网上他们那个颁奖得看半个小时、1个小时，不止。他们还有 GTC 蓝
到这边搬掉了。
好，接下来有请颁奖嘉宾和获奖车手合影留念。
下面。好了，谢谢。
好，感谢颁奖嘉宾。接下来是 GT3 Pro AM 组别的香槟时刻。
我还没拆猫，M4
修一修吧，那个灯光到时候修一修吧，可以吧？
正面的。
能正面吗？
可以。这个我视频高的摆摊。
女士们、先生们，我们现在进行的是2024上海8小时耐力赛 GT3 AM 组别的颁奖仪式。让我们邀请 GT3 AM 组别季军车组来自 Climax Racing 777号，恭喜李东升、李东辉、周丽媛、杨若雨。GT3 AM 组别亚军车组。The second place on GT3 AM class. Let's welcome car number 5 from HZO 43 Racing Team by Absolute Racing, Harry Zhou, Haziq O, Aaron Lim. GT3 AM 组别冠军车组，33号有请33R by Harmony Racing， 有请 Jason Low、徐哲宇、罗开罗。接下来我们有请上海市汽车摩托车运动协会常务副会长林国平先生为获奖车手颁奖。
不一样的人，你不知道我站并排，等你我站不了并排，我太大了呀。管去了。
好，我们邀请林先生和获奖车手合影留念。
看下面。
好的，感谢颁奖嘉宾。接下来是 GT3 AM 组别的 香槟时刻。接下来我们进行的是2024上海8小时耐力赛 GT4 组别的颁奖仪式，让我们邀请 GT4 组别季军车组96号来自 Nova Racing， 恭喜肖敏、吴振龙、陈思彤、尔同宇。GT4 AM 组别亚军车组车号222号来自610 Racing， 恭喜周涵、汪洋、邹允峰、王一鸣。GT4 AM 组别冠军车组车号886号来自 Gaha Racing by Harmony， 恭喜叶思超、李涵宇、欧子阳、张宏宇。接下来我们有请 Dixel 中国总经理常亮先生为获奖车手颁奖。
我不知道有没有人。哦，好暗啊！老細，恭喜！先給我，先給你，先給你，恭喜，恭喜，恭喜！你都能玩，沒有，謝謝，不能第一時間打住了，是你，恭喜恭喜！謝謝常總，謝謝常總，謝謝大家，謝謝大家。謝謝，恭喜，謝謝，今天沒摩托，恭喜恭喜！我摩托呢？我操，我摩托呢？
好，接下来我们有请颁奖嘉宾和获奖车手合影留念。
好，各位先看这，先看这，谢谢，先看这，先看这，先看这。3连装。好，下面看看下面，谢谢。幸好这个是610的赛车，直接喷。
好，再次恭喜！接下来是 GT4 组别的香槟时刻。
车毛这种，哎呀，太过分了。安迪，你要不往后靠一点，我拍一个背景。耶！
我感觉我拍出来是白眼。
我是叫你帮我说话，我把手挪到这里来。我也是。好多旋钮，我来看一下。辛苦，今天打开，今天打开，
準備繼續影。
怎麼了？
哦。
引導一下，這個下一步是什麼？
好，女士们、先生们，现在进行的是2024上海8小时耐力赛 GTC Porsche Class 组别的颁奖仪式。让我们邀请 GTC Porsche Class 组别季军车主97号，来自 This Speed，Welcome 杨豪杰、Eric Kong、Leonard Chin。GTC Porsche Class 亚军车主，车号911号，来自610 Racing， 有请徐哲峰、梁吉如、朱金武、崔越。GTC Porsche Class 冠军车主，车号610，来自610 Racing， 有请李天铎、严闯、胡博、曹启宽。接下来有请贝耐力轮胎有限公司赛事部经理潘伟先生为获奖车手颁奖。
见不到，上来我都迷糊了，尴尬。
好，我们有请颁奖嘉宾、获奖车手合影留念。
好，各位先看好这，先看好这，谢谢。视频稍微压一下，谢谢。好，来。
好，各位稍安勿躁，接下来让我们有请2024上海8小时耐力赛 GTC Lamborghini Class 的冠军车手上台。车号710号，来自 Madness Racing Team， 有请洪世杰、何新阳、陈方平、康志龙。让我们有请上海情愫赛事策划有限公司总经理邓大为先生为获奖车手颁奖。
哦，这个是下午的。
好，接下来是 GTC 组别的合影时刻。好，恭喜！接下来是香槟时刻。
Yeah.